the senator speak, and then we'll go ahead and analyze it. Okay.
Audit is ever going to convince these voters, particularly when the president will continue to say that the election was stolen. The best way we can show respect for the voters who are upset is by telling them the truth.
That you're a loser? You don't need to tell us that. We know you're a loser.
Yeah, we know you're a fucking loser, mate. This porch like fucking tender.
That's the burden. That's the duty of leadership. The truth is that President-elect Biden won the election.
Yeah, you fucking loser.
President Trump lost. I've had that experience myself. It's no fun. Scores of courts, the president.
Yeah, because you're a loser, that's why.
State election officials, both Republican and Democrat, have reached that unequivocal decision. And in light of today's sad circumstances, I asked my colleague, do we weigh our own political fortunes more heavily than we weigh the strength of our republic, the strength of our democracy, and the cause of freedom? What's the weight of personal acclaim compared to the weight of conscience? Leader McConnell said that the vote today is the most important in his 36 years of public service. Think of that. Authorizing 2 wars, voting on 2 impeachments. He said that not because the vote reveals something about the election, it's because this vote reveals something about us. I urge my colleagues to move forward with completing the electoral count, to refrain from further objections, and to unanimously affirm the legitimacy of the presidential election. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, so that was an absolute joke. Mitt Romney's a loser. All right.
Senator from New Hampshire, Senator Shaheen.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, on January 3rd, I, along with 31 of my colleagues, stood in this chamber and swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. It's both ironic and deeply disappointing.
Yeah, you are
that only 3 days after swearing these oaths, some of my colleagues are willfully coming close to breaking this promise. Since 1797, each U.S. president has peacefully handed over power to the next, and that will happen again on January 20th, when Donald Trump, despite the protesters today, the violence today, when Donald Trump leaves the White House at noon and Joe Biden becomes president. And we've heard tonight from both Democrats and Republicans about the importance of the voters speaking in the election, and about the fact that there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud. But this is not just an issue for us here in the United States. This is an issue for nascent democracies around the world who, as Senator Romney said, look to the United States as an example. We are the shining city on the hill. We give those struggling under oppression hope for a better future. Now, like so many of us in this chamber, I've traveled to developing democracies around the world, to Afghanistan and Iraq, to the Western Balkans, to Africa, to the country of Georgia. I went there with my colleague, Senator Risch. In 2012, we went to Georgia to observe officially, on behalf of the Senate, the election between
Make sure you have the stream pulled up on your phone.
Saakashvili
and his
United National Movement Party.
Why?
And the challenge
it causes my Discord to fuck up.
Georgian Dream, which was a newly formed party supported and funded by billionaire oligarch Bidzina Ivanishvili. It was a battle for parliament, but also for control of the government. Senator Risch and I visited multiple polling places on Election Day, and we agreed with the international assessment that that election was free and fair and that Georgian Dream were the winners. But there was real concern in the country that Saakashvili was going to refuse to give up power, that would lead to violence. It would end the nascent democratic reforms that were happening in that former Soviet republic. And so Senator Risch and I, the day after the election, went to visit President Saakashvili to try and talk him out of staying in power. And I remember very clearly going to his home, and we sat down with him and we pointed out that the hallmark of a democracy, what he had worked so hard for in his 8 years as president of Georgia, the hallmark of that was to turn over power in a peaceful election to the person that the voters chose. Well,
Which was
President
Donald Trump.
Saakashvili listened to us, and he did leave office peacefully. But it's important that future generations recognize that America, like democracies everywhere, depends on a peaceful transition of power, on believing in what the voters say and in ensuring that happens. Unfortunately, we've heard from some senators today who have been enabling President Trump's willful disregard of the votes of our citizenry, even as they speak out against foreign leaders who ignore their own people. They will fail, and history will remember them. And I hope that future generations will view the actions of some of those folks today as little more than an unfortunate anomaly. Future opportunists may use this ill-fated effort to seek short-term political gain over the long-term stability of our republic. But for the sake of our great country and America's standing in the world, I ask my colleagues today to fully endorse the results of the free and fair election and set aside
Mama,
this
whose
partisan
fucking phone's
attempt
going
to
off in the
subvert
setting?
I
Hear
thought
that
that was
shit?
you.
That's
we
not
should be
me.
venerating the peaceful
fuck.
transition of power, even if our own
Just gotta
preferred
show how much of a
candidate
bunch of
didn't
clowns
win.
these fucks are. Can't even
That
stop
is,
saying
after
shit.
all, who we
And
are.
and what kind of
in the
idiot would have that
United States of
ringtone?
America. Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the Senator from Ohio.
Minority
Support.
Mitch.
Senator
Loser
from
Mitch.
Ohio.
Mitch McConnell.
Minority Mitch.
Mr. Vice President, you have fulfilled your duties as President of the Senate tonight with distinction, and we all appreciate it.
This guy looks like he touches children.
Looks like a retard.
He does.
I thought about changing my mind and not speaking tonight, given the lateness of the hour, and I know all of my colleagues would have appreciated that greatly. But I felt it was necessary to speak because I want the American people, particularly my constituents in Ohio, to see that we will not be intimidated, that we will not be disrupted from our work, that here in the citadel of democracy, we will continue to do the work of the people. Mob rule is not going to prevail here. Now, let's face it, we did not reclaim this chamber tonight. Brave and selfless law enforcement officers stood in the breach and ensured that the citadel of democracy would be protected and that we would be defended. And we are deeply grateful for that, as is the nation. I've listened carefully to the comments of my colleagues, and I've listened over the past couple of weeks as this issue has been discussed, and I tell you, for me, it's not a hard decision. I stand with the Constitution. I stand with what the Constitution makes clear. The people and the states hold the power here, not us. My oath to the Constitution and my reverence for our democratic principles make it easy for me to confirm these state certifications. By the way, I posed this process some 15 years ago when some Democrats chose to object to the electors from my home state of Ohio after the 2004 elections. I opposed it then, and I oppose it now. I said at the time Congress must not thwart the will of the people. That's what we would be doing. Let's assume for a moment that those who object to the certifications are right, that the Constitution intended that a bare majority of members of Congress could circumvent the states that have chosen to certify the popular votes of their own state citizens. I ask the objectors to think about the precedent that would be set if we were to do that. What if the majority in the House and the Senate was of the other party when a presidential candidate of our party came through a close presidential election? Would you want a Congress controlled by the Democrats to play the role you now intend for us? It is asking Congress to substitute its judgment for the judgment of the voters, and its judgment for the judgment of the states that certified the results. And even forgetting the dangerous precedent that would be set, what would be the basis for objecting in this election? Look, I voted for President Trump. I supported him because I believe the Trump administration's policies are better for Ohio and for the country. And I supported the Trump campaign's right to pursue recounts. They had every right to do it. And legal challenges.
Oh, so you're saying there is fraud? We knew it.
In the 2020
Yeah, this guy's
elections.
an idiot.
I think we all do. And by the way, there is fraud and irregularities in every presidential election. But it is also true that after 2 months of recounts and legal challenges, not a single state recount changed the result. And of the dozens of lawsuits filed, not one found evidence of fraud or irregularities
Because y'all
widespread
paid them
enough
off.
to change the result
Stupid.
of the election. This was the finding of numerous Republican-appointed judges and the Trump administration's own Department of Justice. Every state has now weighed in and chosen to certify its electoral slate based on the popular vote as set out in the Constitution. I understand that many Americans who would never storm this Capitol don't trust the integrity of the 2020 election. Don't think the states should have certified. Don't think we should have accepted the results from the states and are insisting on more transparency and accountability. In the 2016 elections, lest we forget, many Democrats objected to the results and distrusted the election. I challenge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to listen, but also to do our part to try to restore faith in our elections. Mr. President, we should all work to improve the integrity of the electoral system and the confidence of the American people in this bedrock of our great democratic republic. Today, I'll do my constitutional duty and oppose these efforts to reject the state-certified results. And tomorrow, in the wake of this attack on the Capitol, the pandemic that engulfs us, and other national challenges, let's work
Thank
together.
God, I thought that guy would never
For the
shut the
people.
fuck up.
Yield back.
Democratic
All right,
leader.
guys. So that guy was a loser and an idiot, and he's up for re-election in 2022, and he's going to get destroyed.
4 to Senator King and 4 to Senator Van Hollen.
That's correct, leader.
Mr. President,
Senator from Maine.
Mr. President, Winston Churchill once said that he could do a 2-hour speech extemporaneously, but a 10-minute speech took immense preparation. I don't know what he would have said about a 4-minute speech. We are a 240-year anomaly in world history. We think that what we have here in this country is the way it's always been. It is a very unusual form of government. The normal form of government throughout world history is dictators, kings, czars, pharaohs, warlords, tyrants. And we thought 20 years ago the march of history was toward democracy, but it is in retreat in Hungary and Turkey. Goodness knows in Russia. Democracy as we have practiced it is fragile. It's fragile and it rests upon trust. It rests upon trust.
The woman who died in the
facts.
Capitol today was a 14-year
It rests
freaking
upon
Air Force
trust
veteran.
in courts, in public officials, and yes, in elections. I don't sympathize or justify or in any way support, that's putting it mildly, what happened here today, but I understand it. I understand it because I saw those people interviewed today and they said, we're here because this election has been stolen. And the reason they said that is that their leader has been telling them that every day for 2 months. We cannot afford to pull bricks out from the foundation of trust.
But half the
that
people don't
underlies
trust any of
our
y'all in
entire
this fucking
system.
room.
And I agree with Governor Romney that the answer to this problem is to tell people the truth, is to tell them what happened.
Yeah, so
It's
tell them that you
easy to
cheated
confront.
and that
Tell
Donald
them
Trump
you
won.
cheated, it wasn't legit.
It's hard to confront your friends. It's hard to tell your supporters something they don't want to hear. But that's our obligation. That's why the word leader is applied to people in jobs like ours. It's not supposed to be easy. It's supposed to be something that we take on as a sacred obligation. And if people believe something that isn't true, it's our obligation to tell them, no, I'm sorry, it isn't. Just as Senator Portman just said, as Mike Lee just said, I'm sorry,
Richard's
we can't do
family
this
writes,
here. We don't
sissy
wanna
girl
do this
senators who
here.
ran
This
like
is a
hell and
power
hid in
reserved
bunkers
to the
earlier today are
states,
talking tough tonight.
not to the
Hell yeah,
Congress.
you know it.
And I
course.
agree
They're
with
all
the
talk, no
majority leader.
action. They're a bunch of...
I think this is one of the most
These
important
clowns ain't gonna
votes
do shit.
any of us will ever take.
Shit, they'd cow underneath the stand they're
December 1st,
standing on right now.
1862, Abraham Lincoln came to this
Oh wait,
building.
they did earlier.
He came to
Crazy.
this
Thanks for
building
being
in
here,
the
Richard. We
darkest days
appreciate
of
it.
the Civil War. He was trying to awaken the Congress to the crisis that we were facing. And he didn't feel that they were fully and effectively engaged. And he ended his speech that day with words that I think have an eerie relevance tonight. Here's what Abraham Lincoln said. Fellow Americans, we cannot escape history. We of this Congress and this administration will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance
remembered
or
for being cheaters.
insignificance can spare one
Exactly.
or another of us. And here's his final words. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. The fiery trial
Oh, you mean
through
what
which
we're in
we
right now?
pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. The mob violence and attack we saw on our Capitol today should be a wake-up call
For you.
to each and every one of us of
Yeah,
what
wake up.
happens when we
Yeah,
fail to come
when y'all
together,
cheat elections, people get
not
pissed.
as Democrats
Easy.
and Republicans, but each of us as Americans, to stand up to a president
We are
who
standing up.
time and again
Standing up to you.
has shown contempt
And it's all you
for
corrupt
our democracy,
motherfuckers.
contempt for our Constitution. Today here on the Capitol, we witnessed people taking down an American flag and putting up a Trump flag. That is not democracy in the United States of America. As every senator who has spoken has mentioned, We have for hundreds of years had a peaceful transfer of power. Nobody likes to lose, and supporters of the losing candidate are always disappointed. What's different this time? We all know what's different this time.
You
We had a
cheated.
president who, as a senator from New Jersey, said even before a vote was cast that if he didn't win the election, it was going to be a fraud. And every day since then
But it was
has
a fraud.
perpetrated that lie. We have a president who just today criticized very loyal vice president who is presiding right now, urging
he's not
him
loyal.
to disregard his
not.
responsibilities
He's-
under the Constitution of the United States in order to reinstall Donald Trump as president. The same person who got on the phone to the Secretary of State in Georgia and threatened him to change the results of the election.
He didn't threaten anybody, you idiot.
President, I read something this week I'd never thought I'd read in a newspaper in the United States of America.
I didn't think
It
you'd
was
read
an
ever.
op-ed by all the living former secretaries of defense,
Oh,
including
Dick Cheney, right? Because we
Secretaries
need that guy.
Rumsfeld, Cheney, and Mattis.
A bunch of corrupt swamp
warning the country
monsters.
about our tradition of peaceful transfer of power and that it would be inappropriate for the military to take sides. In the United States of America, we talk to the world about how we want to promote democracy and our values, and right here at home, too many are undermining those values. And Mr. President, Donald Trump could not do this alone. He can only do it if he's aided and abetted by individuals who are willing to perpetrate those lies and those conspiracies. And that is why it is so important that we as Democrats and Republicans and senators stand up together. Stand up together.
You
And
cheated.
tell the
Tell
truth.
it. Just say it.
You
Come
know,
on.
when you go into a court of law like those 60 cases, you're testifying under penalty of perjury. That's very different than here in the House and the Senate. And in all those 60 cases under penalty of perjury, there was no evidence of widespread fraud. So it should be easy for us all together to tell the truth. On January 20th, Joe Biden will be sworn in as the next president of the United States.
Will
has
he?
said
No.
he wants to bring the country together. He has said he wants to bring Democrats and Republicans together to do some of the pressing business of this country, to defeat this pandemic, to get the economy going again, to face challenging issues of racial and social justice. I hope we will learn from what happened today, the mob attack on this Capitol, the price we pay when we don't stand up for the truth and for democracy. James McHenry, Maryland's delegate to the Constitutional Convention, wrote about a famous exchange in his diaries between Elizabeth Willing Powell and Benjamin Franklin. Wrote, a lady asked Dr. Franklin, well, doctor, what have we got, a republic or a monarchy? A republic, replied Dr. Franklin, if you can keep it. My colleagues, this is a test of whether we're united to keep our republic. I hope we will pass the test together. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the Senator from South Carolina, Senator Graham.
Senator from South Carolina.
Oh, this ought to be good.
Many times my state has been the problem.
Huh.
I love it. It's where I want to die, but no time soon. Tim and I have a good relationship. I love Tim Scott. 1876, South Carolina, Louisiana, and Florida sent 2 slate of electors. They had 2 governments, by the way, and we didn't know what to do. Why did South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana do it? To hold the country hostage to end Reconstruction. It worked. The commission was 8-7. It didn't work. Nobody
I swear, every
accepted
time
it.
this guy talks, he's
The
like
way
about
it
to cry.
ended is when Hayes did a deal.
He really looks
with
like
these
he is
three
about to, though.
states. You give me the electors, I'll kick the Union Army out. The rest is history. It led to Jim Crow. If you're looking for historical guidance, this is not the one to pick. If you're looking for a way to convince people there was no fraud, having a commission chosen by Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, and John Roberts is not going to get you to where you want to go. It ain't going to work. So it's not going to do any good. It's going to delay, and it gives credibility to a dark chapter of our history. That's why I'm not with you. But I will fight to my death for you. You're able to object. You're not doing anything wrong. Other people have objected. I just think it's a uniquely bad idea to delay this election. Trump and I, we've had a hell of a journey. I hate it to end this way. Oh, my God, I hate it. From my point of view, he's been a consequential president. But today, first thing you'll see. All I can say is count me out. Enough is enough. I've tried to be helpful. But when the Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled 4-3 that they didn't violate the Constitution of Wisconsin, I agree with the 3, but I accept the 4. If Al Gore can accept 5-4, he's not president. I can accept Wisconsin 4-3. Pennsylvania, it went to the Second Circuit. So much for all the judges being in Trump's pocket.
Is that Loeffner behind him? The senator that lost last night?
I accept the Pennsylvania Second Circuit.
It looks that way.
Wasn't right. Georgia, they said the Secretary of State took the law in his own hands. He changed the election laws unlawfully. A federal judge said no. I accept the federal judge even though I don't agree with it. Fraud. They said there's 66,000 people in Georgia under 18 voted. How many people believe that? I asked, give me 10. I hadn't had one. They said 8,000 felons in prison in Arizona voted. Give me 10. I hadn't gotten one. Does that say there's problems in every election? I don't buy this. Enough's enough. We got to end it. Vice President Pence, what they're asking you to do, you won't do because you can't. You talk about interesting times. I associate myself with Rand Paul. How many times will you hear that?
I apologize, guys, for the constant adjustments.
Nobody else could
My
do.
computer's having a hard time running
To get
these,
me and Rand to agree. Rand is right.
running this video, so I had to shrink
If you're a
it.
conservative, this is the most offensive concept in the world, that a single person could disenfranchise 155 million people. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and the House of Representatives, open all certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for president shall be president. Where in there does it say Mike can say, I don't like the results? I want to send them back to the states. I believe there was fraud. To the conservatives who believe in the Constitution, now's your chance to stand up and be counted. Originalism, count me in. It means what it says. So, Mike, Mr. Vice President, just hang in there. They said we can count on Mike. All of us can count on the Vice President. You're going to do the right thing. You're going to do the constitutional thing. You got a son who flies F-35s. You got a son-in-law who flies F-18s. They're out there flying so that we can get it right here. There are people dying.
Oh, Illinois. Yeah, look like anything good comes out of there.
To make sure we have a chance to argue among ourselves, and when it's over, it is over. It is over. The final thing, Joe Biden. I've traveled the world with Joe. I hoped he lost. I prayed he would lose. He won. He's the legitimate president of the United States. I cannot convince people, certain groups, by my words, but I will tell you by my actions that maybe I, above all others in this body, need to say this. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are lawfully elected and will become the president and the vice president of the United States on January the 20th.
Freaking traitor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield back the balance of our time.
All time has expired. The question is, shall the objections submitted by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, and the senator from Texas, Mr. Cruz, and others be sustained?
It's a moment of truth right here.
Is there a second? There is. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker.
Somebody's phone really
Mr.
going off again.
I'm here this
Mr.
time.
Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines.
What did he just say?
Who, Ted Cruz?
Ms. Duckworth.
Did he say I?
I
Mr.
swear I
Durbin.
heard him say no.
Ms. Ernst.
He better not have.
Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham.
Idiot.
Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Harris. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Holy. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. No. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe.
Mr. Imhoff from Marshall.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Imhoff.
Mr. Kane.
Mr. Kane from Craig.
Mr. Kelly.
You know who our
Sean?
senator is, right?
Mr. Kennedy.
From Wisconsin.
For what, Wisconsin? No.
How do you not know that?
Mr. King.
Because I don't.
All right, well, listen
Ms.
for Ron
Klobuchar.
Johnson. He's supposed to say yes.
Mr. Langford. Mr. Leahy.
Well, they already got past Jay then.
Oh, did we miss it?
Mr. Lee.
Fuck!
Mrs. Leffler.
Oh, there she was. Lefner.
Mr. Lujan.
She's still there. The last day. Wow, and she said no. She told
Ms.
everybody she was going
Lummis.
to say yes. What a liar.
Liar! Traitor!
I guess she deserved to lose then.
Mr. Murky.
She probably just said no
Mr.
because she
Marshall.
fucking lost. Still should have said yes.
Yeah,
Mr.
what a sore
McConnell.
loser.
Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley.
Mr. Marin?
Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed.
Can't even hear what the fuck they're answering with. You
Mr. Risch.
can't even fucking hear it.
They're saying
Mr.
no.
Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass.
The band teacher?
Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer.
Wow, Florida guy said no.
Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow.
Have you heard a single yes yet?
Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester.
Not that I've heard.
Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse.
Whose last name is Whitehouse?
Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
So I guess this is it, huh?
Damn near sound like everybody said no.
Alright, what are they doing here?
I don't know, I was getting up, walking around. What, are they just gonna get up and walk around all the time now, or what? What the fuck's going on?
Excuse you.
Excuse me.
We're just
What the
waiting.
fuck are they doing?
We're just waiting for them to finish up, guys, and then we're gonna go ahead and give you our take on it when it's all said and done.
I wonder why it takes so long to solve problems in this country. We can't even do it. We put these people here and they can't even figure this shit out. Like, come on. All these people are dumbasses. Half these people look like they're fucking lost. Like they're not even there.
The sound, it sounds like we're underwater, almost like somebody's like muffling the mic or something. You hear that? Or am I just crazy?
No. I don't hear it.
Loeffler was salty as hell. Monday night before the election, she's like, "Yeah, vote me in. I'm gonna fight for Trump. I'm gonna resist in the Senate." And they go, "Loeffler."
And caves.
No, they go,
No.
"Loeffler." No. That bitch is like, "Fuck this. I'm out of here." She probably thinks it's his fault that she lost.
Probably. That's what everybody's blaming. Oh, Donald Trump's the reason why I didn't get re-elected, so fuck him. They figure it out. Holy shit.
So I guess from now on, when we like stream like TV like this, like
Oh.
What?
On this vote, the yeas are 6, the nays are 93. The objection is not sustained. The Secretary will notify the House of the action of the Senate, informing that body that the Senate is now ready to proceed to joint session with further counting of the electoral vote for President and Vice President. Majority Leader.
Mr. President. So,
What happened to
colleagues, here's
12?
where we are. We have a few more speakers now as we wait for the House to finish their debate and vote.
What happened to the 12
Expect the
that were
House
supposed to vote
finish
yay?
voting on Arizona between 11:30 and
Well,
midnight.
Waffle was supposed to be one, but obviously she didn't.
I ask unanimous consent.
It was
the
12
Senate be
without
in
her.
a period of morning business with the following senators permitted to
Oh.
speak therein for up to 5 minutes each: Senator Toomey, Senator Rubio, Senator Collins.
And on our side, Senators Wyden.
What a bunch of
Rono,
sissies.
Finally, following their remarks, the Senate stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
No.
Okay, so we'll figure it out.
The Senate be in a period of morning business with the following senators permitted to speak therein for up to 5 minutes each: Toomey, Rubio, Collins.
Wyden, Hirono, and Coop.
Without objection.
That's kind of sad that 6 senators promised they would stand with Trump, and then they just back out on it.
Fuck it.
This isn't yours, right? Got it. So we're in recent.
So I guess from now on, when we stream TV like this, it has to be below 480p. I know. My computer's so weak.
Wow. That's terrible.
I know. For you guys watching, we can't stream. Like every time we do a stream, we have to end it and lower the settings. So finally, I was like, screw it. We're just gonna do 480p, 10 frames per second, and that's why it's like I had to make it small on the screen because we had it full size, and freaking, it was skipping frames. It was like stuck, so I had to freaking shrink it so that you guys could actually like see it and not have it like lag. So that's why it's like this. So I guess we're gonna have to do like 360p or 244p.
Oh my lord, it's gonna look like ass.
So guys, if you're just tuning in, the Senate just voted. Only 6 senators said yes to supporting Trump. I don't know what happened to the other 6 that were supposed to vote. I guess they're wusses and they backed out last second. But whatever, I guess. We got it on file. We know who they are. So what did you think about that?
Bunch of pussies, all of them.
So I guess we're waiting for the House, right?
It says something about 11:30 to midnight.
Are you speaking again?
It's when the House is supposed to have their answer, 11:30 to midnight or some shit like that.
Yeah, right.
Well, Mr. President.
The senator from Pennsylvania. The Senate will be in order. Senate will be in order. Senate will be in order. Please take your conversations out of the chamber. Senator from Pennsylvania.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I appreciate the indulgence of my colleagues allowing me to speak twice today, but my understanding is that later this evening, objectors will object to the certification of Pennsylvania's electoral votes because they disapprove of the process that my state used in the last election.
Senator, will the senator suspend for a minute? Please take your conversations out of the chamber. The senator deserves to be heard. Senator's recognized.
Nobody takes these people serious.
So in light of my expectation of this objection, I rise to defend the right of my citizens, my constituents, to vote in the presidential election. And let's be clear, that's exactly what this objection is about. It's what it would do. It would overturn the results of the presidential election in Pennsylvania, and it would thereby deny Pennsylvania's voters the opportunity to even participate in the presidential election. Mr. President, even if Congress did have the constitutional responsibility to judge the worthiness of a state's election process, which it does not, rejecting Pennsylvania's electoral votes would still be wildly out of proportion to the purported offenses and very damaging to our republic. Let me go through a few
just
facts
like cheating
about
is damaging.
First, some of the objectors, and in
Sure
fact
is.
even the President of the United States this morning, have observed that the Pennsylvania Supreme Court disregarded existing law when it ruled that mail-in ballots could be counted even if they arrived up to 3
Yeah,
days
you shouldn't count that.
after the election day. Now, the objectors are right about that. In my view, the Supreme Court of the United States should overturn that illegal decision. But, Mr. President, only 10,097 ballots arrived in Pennsylvania during the 3 days after the election. And those
How do we know?
10,097 ballots have been excluded from the vote count that resulted in President-elect Biden winning Pennsylvania by about 80,000 votes. What greater remedy could the objectors possibly want than the complete exclusion of the late arriving ballots? How could we possibly invalidate the entire Pennsylvania election over 10,000 votes that were not even included in the vote count? A second charge we heard, and the senator from Missouri alluded to it this evening, is a 2019 Pennsylvania law that allows mail-in ballots for any reason, that might violate the Pennsylvania Constitution. Well, first of all, as Senator Casey observed, this was a bipartisan law passed with nearly unanimous Republican support. Clearly, the state legislators and the governor believe it is consistent with the Pennsylvania Constitution. Secondly, this law was not challenged when it was passed. It wasn't challenged when it was applied during the June primary election. It was only challenged after President Trump lost the general election. But 2.6 million Pennsylvanians voted by mail-in ballot in the general election. Over 37% of Pennsylvania voters in good faith relied on a law to cast their votes as they had done previously. Now, I understand you can make a theoretical argument about whether this is consistent with Pennsylvania's Constitution, and that needs to be resolved for future elections. But because of this constitutional question that some people have, the objectors want to prevent Pennsylvania voters from participating in the presidential election entirely. That would be an outrageous remedy to this purported offense.
They're saying they want a fair election.
A third charge we've heard is that Pennsylvania officials
want a
did not
fair
properly
election.
implement Pennsylvania election law in a variety of other ways. But the Trump campaign has shown that many of these issues have, well, first of all, none of these issues would have changed the election outcome, but more importantly, the campaign had many opportunities of which it availed itself to litigate these issues. They did time and again, and they lost repeatedly, often in unanimous bipartisan decisions. Now, some of the objectors also cite Congress's own failure to investigate allegations of election irregularities, and that's their justification for refusing to certify the election results. But the allegations of election irregularities and fraud have been investigated. They've been adjudicated.
It happened.
They were adjudicated in the states in which they're alleged to have occurred. Now, in Pennsylvania, the Trump campaign took their case of election irregularities into the courtroom of Judge Matthew Brand of Federal District Court. Judge Brand is a conservative Republican Federalist Society member. And here's what he said about the Trump campaign case, and I quote, "This court has been presented with strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations unsupported by evidence. In the United States of America, this cannot justify the disenfranchisement of a single voter, let alone all the voters of the sixth most populated state." End quote. So the campaign then appealed Judge Brand's decision to the Third Circuit, and they drew a 3-judge panel, all Republican appointed judges, one appointed by President Trump. The panel concurred with Judge Brand. Mr. President, certainly there were irregularities in this election. There always are. But there's no evidence of significant fraud, conspiracies, or even significant anomalies that cast any serious doubt on who actually won the election. And you know, one of the ways you can tell is look at the big picture in Pennsylvania. Look at what happened. In 2016, President Trump won Pennsylvania by 0.8%. In 2020, he lost Pennsylvania by a little over 1%. Now, is there anything at all that's implausible or surprising about a 2% change in the election outcome? Relative to 2016, in Pennsylvania, the president lost a little ground in most of the rural counties he had carried. He lost a lot of ground in the big suburban counties, and he slightly narrowed his large loss in Philadelphia. There's no surprises here. This reflects a pattern that occurred all across the country. My colleagues, as I've said, it is not our responsibility to sit in judgment of state election procedures in the first place. But if it were, there would not be nearly sufficient reason to deny my constituents their right to participate in this presidential election. Mr. President, Joe Biden won the election. That's not what I had hoped for.
No,
but that's
he
what
didn't.
happened. It was an honest victory.
He didn't win.
With the usual.
And everybody that talks about Joe Biden says, damn, it's unfortunate he won. Yeah, no shit.
We witnessed
He
today
needed to win.
the damage that can result when men in power and responsibility refuse to acknowledge the truth. We saw bloodshed because the demagogue chose to spread falsehoods and sow distrust of his own fellow Americans. Let's not abet such deception. Let's reject this motion.
Mr.
President,
Oh, this guy
with
needs to shut the
just
fuck
a
up
few
right now.
minutes to speak, I'm going to get
Oh,
right
God.
to the point.
Oh no.
In the halls here, IEDs on the Capitol grounds. I will say to my colleagues, I've been stunned.
Bro, come on.
the
Who will put
domestic
this guy in
terrorists
office? What the
roaming the
fuck?
halls just a few hours ago. I've been stunned that this debate is actually going forward. And that's because, colleagues, this is a fake debate on electoral certification. That's because it lends credibility to the bogus idea that the Congress can actually toss out the results of the election. And as we saw today, it serves to fuel insurrection. Now, contrary to what some
Where the heck is this? Oh, this guy's from Oregon?
colleagues,
No wonder he's a Yahoo.
with I votes cast just a
Wonder
few
why he
minutes.
talks like
Look at that
he's
cute little
gay.
sweater he's wearing.
This debate has never been about setting
guy
up
can't
some
even
kind
talk
of
right.
routine election tribunal. This isn't about election security. If the Republican majority for the last 2 years had actually been interested in election security, they would not have worked relentlessly to block my legislation to secure our 2020 elections with hand-marked paper ballots and post-election security audits. By the way, those are the kinds of approaches that are part of the Oregon system, where for 25 years we voted by mail. I'm the nation's
Yeah, look at
first
how well you're
mail-in
doing.
United States senator. The second, and I see my colleagues
Oregon's
from
a
Maine
joke.
and Alaska here because they're very fond of him like I was. Gordon Smith, a Republican, was the second.
People from Oregon actually
mail-in
put this guy
United
in
States
office. Are you
senator
fucking
in our
serious?
country. That's because we do the job
Guess how dumb
right.
people are out there.
It's efficient. Our late Republican Secretary of State, Dennis Richardson, actually told President Trump there was no evidence of fraud. So if Republicans had been interested over the last 2 years in actually working with me and colleagues on both sides of the aisle and secretaries of state, we could have had an approach that would have empowered the Oregon idea to go national. Instead, we're now debating tonight idea of a discussion grounded in total fiction, brewed in cauldrons of conspiracies online. These colleagues are fever dreams laundered by people with election certificates and real power. And I will tell you, it's been painful to watch colleagues sidle up to some of those conspiracies that would inflict so much damage to the American experiment. Colleagues, I'm going to close with one last point. We saw today an effort by domestic terrorists.
Domestic terrorists? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god.
They're not terrorists, they're patriots.
And I'm going to close by
He wouldn't know the difference. Ah, that's it. He doesn't know the difference.
tonight, and that is Donald Trump can do enormous damage to our country in
This guy just
the
needs to
next
shut the fuck up. My
2
god, if I was in the room with
weeks.
him, I would tell him to shut the
In the
fuck
next
up.
2
Holy
weeks,
shit.
Donald Trump can do enormous damage to our wonderful country. This afternoon, I don't know if my colleagues saw it, the National Association of Manufacturers, another organization with thousands of businesses, thousands of companies, and not exactly
Didn't mean to do that, guys. Sorry.
a left-wing outfit. They called for moving forward with the 25th Amendment. All over the news already, colleagues, this afternoon.
Yeah,
National
what we're
Association of
seeing.
Manufacturers. That's what we're seeing in our country with respect to the fear of Americans having watched what happened here. So I'm just going to close by way of saying, I believe that for the next 2 weeks, we have an enormous responsibility to watchdog Donald Trump day in and day out, to do everything possible to prevent the kind of abuses that we saw today, where an American lost her life. And we saw the fear among our citizens at what went on. Let's do everything we can as leaders, Democrats and Republicans, to make sure in the next 2 weeks Donald Trump's abuses are checked. We do everything we can to protect this wonderful nation of ours. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
My thing is about the Air Force veteran that was shot and killed today. She didn't have to get shot. They could have fucking tased her, but you know.
Yeah.
There's always that.
A bunch of pussies with guns.
The senator from Florida is recognized.
Mr. President, over the last
well,
weeks
here's
and
this
days
traitor.
leading up to this vote here today, I've heard from a lot of people about this vote.
Why are this guy's ears so big? Holy fuck.
Do you remember this guy? He ran for president against Trump 4 years ago.
I know these are friends, these are neighbors, these
No,
are longtime
was it?
supporters, generally
Marco
people on my
Rubio.
side of the political aisle. And they're upset. They're upset. They look at the media, and the media.
Dude, this guy has such huge
censored
ears. I can't get
stories that
over
might
it.
have been
Like, his
negative
ears are
towards Joe
fucking
Biden or
massive.
were negative towards Joe Biden. The social media companies helped him out. And they saw how some states tinkered with and even mutilated state election laws, and they have doubts that the election was legitimate. And it gives this country this extraordinary crisis of confidence, which is very dangerous because democracy is very fragile, and it's not held together by elections. Democracy is held together by people's confidence in the election and their willingness to abide by its results. And so the notion was, we need to do something, we need to fight. And several of my colleagues have adopted the idea, and I respect it, that they're going to object. Now listen, it's important to understand something. Even the people objecting in the Senate recognize that it's not going to pass. It's not going to change the outcome, but it's going to send a
Yeah, because
message.
people like you don't try.
And it's going to make a point. The problem is,
Problem is you.
I think it's a terrible idea at this moment. Just hours ago, a young lady died in this Capitol. That means somebody somewhere in this country got a phone call that their daughter was dead.
Yeah, whose fault is that? Your bodyguards that shot her. They could have tased her, maced her. Holy fuck. Y'all didn't have to fucking shoot somebody.
That we walk by every single day that guard the doors and we say hello to, out there with riot gear, getting spit on and attacked. Today, not 10 weeks ago, just a few hours ago. And I think it's important to think about all those things on a night like tonight and everything that's happened. You know, I wouldn't even be here today. I doubt very much where I would even have been interested in politics had it not been for my grandfather. He died when I was 14, but I grew up at his knee. He would sit on the porch, he would smoke 3 cigars a day, and he loved history. He was born in 1899 in rural Cuba. It was still governed by the United States. It was a protectorate. 3 years later, it gained its independence and became a republic. During my grandfather's first 60 years of life, he saw his country have an armed insurrection after a contested election, multiple presidents go into exile, 2 military coups, and the rise of a Marxist dictator. A tyranny that stands to this day. My entire life, I have lived with and next to people who came to America because their country was chaotic and their country was unsafe. What I saw today, what we have seen, looks more like those countries than the extraordinary nation that I am privileged to call home. And I think about the mockery that it makes of our country. A lot of people, oh, well, China. No, let me just say something. In all modesty, no one here has worked harder on the issue of China. They hate my guts. I'm sanctioned, twice sanctioned. I don't know what they're sanctioning, double sanctioned, and I can't travel there. I wasn't planning to anyway. China's laughing They're loving this tonight. In Beijing, they're high-fiving because they point to this to say, this is proof the future belongs to China, America's in decline. Vladimir Putin, there's nothing Vladimir Putin could have come up with better than what happened here. Makes us look like we're in total chaos and collapse. Not to mention the Ayatollah, who's probably bragging, if he has buddies, to his buddies, look what's happening to the great Satan. I think politics has made us crazy. Everybody in this country has lost their minds on politics. And we have forgotten that America is not a government. America's not a president. America's not a Congress. Let me tell you what America is. America's your family. America's your faith. America's your community. That's America. That's what our adversaries don't understand, and that's what we need to remember. That is how we're going to rebuild this country and turn the page and have a future even brighter than our past. And so that's why I feel so strongly about this, and why I hope those who disagree with me will understand.
Ugh, that dude reminded me of a little boss from The Incredibles that was bitching at Mr. Incredible.
I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't seen that in like 20 years.
The senator from Hawaii is recognized.
Mr. President, it has been hard at times to find the words to describe the full harm Donald Trump has inflicted on our country. We can spend hours dissecting how his policies have made us less safe, less healthy, but his presidency has also been a profound moral failure. Let me tell you a story. A few years ago, a father from Hawaii joined me at one of my talk story sessions in my office, and he asked me a question that struck me hard at that time and has stuck with me until today. He said, "How can I tell my son that lying is not okay when the President of the United States lies every single day?" I struggled to answer his question then, and I'm not sure I could offer an adequate answer now. But this conversation remains a clear example of how we do not live in normal times. How is it normal as we and the world watched in horror as an angry mob stormed the United States Capitol? Blood was shed, people were hurt, vandalism occurred. It is not normal when we have a president who lies every single day. And even in the face of this vandalism, this mob, he really doesn't have much to say except, "I love you, you should go home now." It's not normal when in the middle of a pandemic that has claimed the lives of over 350,000 Americans, which is nearly the combined population of the islands of Maui and the Big Island, we have a president who only seems to care about spreading conspiracies to undermine confidence in our elections and our democracy. And it's not normal when duly elected senators who took an oath to uphold the Constitution pull a stunt to try and nullify millions of votes in 6 states so that Donald Trump can remain president. I call this effort a stunt because it is doomed to fail. We have a strong bipartisan majority, as noted in the vote that we just took, and both chambers of Congress who reject this stunt. And courts have ruled against Trump and his allies in more than 60 cases. So whenever this farce ends, the result will be the same. Donald Trump will have lost the election, and Joe Biden will become the 46th president of the United States. You can tell a lot about a person from the way they handle defeat. The way Donald Trump has handled defeat says a lot about who he is. Watching so many of our colleagues indulge the president tells us a lot about them, too. We don't have to look back very far in history to find examples of candidates who lost tough races but demonstrated their character in defeat. Our colleague, Senator Romney, graciously conceded his defeat to President Obama in noting that,
Yeah, that's
quote,
because
"At a
he's a
time
loser.
like this, we can't risk partisan bickering and political
Exactly.
posturing. Our leaders have to reach across the aisle to do the people's work, and we citizens also have to rise to the occasion." And in 2000, during an election with substantial irregularities and partisan intervention from the Supreme Court, Al Gore nevertheless put his country first, and he said, "Let there be no doubt that while I strongly disagree with the court's decision, I accept it. And tonight, for the sake of our unity as a people and the strength of our democracy, I offer my concession." As I reflect on the service of these distinguished public servants and the acts they took to maintain our democracy, I'm also drawn to remarks President Obama made 4 years ago in his farewell address to the nation when he warned that our democracy is threatened whenever we take it for granted. It is a particularly sage warning as we contend with the President of the United States seeking to nullify a free and fair election simply because he lost. We have to stand up, speak out, and fight back because our democracy itself is at stake. American democracy has endured over the centuries in large part because our institutions serve as guardrails to keep us from going over the cliff. As elected officials, we can strengthen these guardrails by listening to our own conscience in moments of peril, by having what our friend John Lewis called an executive session with myself. Before making a big decision, John would say, "Listen, self, this is what you must do. This is where you must go." Today, we can follow John's example. Listen to our conscience, stand up for our Constitution, and do what's right. I yield the floor.
The senator from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me begin my remarks tonight by expressing my heartfelt gratitude
Lamo, this is Susan Collins from Maine, and she voted,
and the
I can't remember what she voted against. Wait, no, she voted to not impeach Trump, and she got like voicemails, and the guy goes, "Wow, you are a terrible piece of garbage, and you don't deserve to be alive."
Undeterred by the violence we witnessed and strengthened in our determination to fulfill our constitutional duty. Mr. President, the Constitution is the foundation of our American democracy, and the Constitution is what must guide our decisions on the presidential election. The process the Constitution sets forth for electing presidents through the Electoral College is straightforward. The people vote. Electors are chosen. The electors vote. Then Congress counts the electors' votes. That final step in the process is why we have convened today. Counting the votes of the electors, a function that the 12th Amendment assigns to Congress, is an administrative and largely ceremonial act. Our job is simply to count the votes certified by each state, nothing more. We should not attempt to usurp the roles of the voters, the states, or the Electoral College. Mr. President, the American people have done their job, turning out in record numbers to vote in the midst of a frightening pandemic. Indeed, as a percentage of the voting eligible population, the turnout was the highest in 120 years. Similarly, in the midst of this pandemic, hundreds of election officials and volunteers have done their job, staffing polling places and faithfully counting and often recounting votes. The states have done their job by certifying the election results. Now, Mr. President, I've heard the proponents
Why don't this bitch
of
just
these
change her
objections
freaking party
raise
registration?
questions
She's so
about whether
freaking
the
left-wing.
various states conducted their elections
She's
properly.
a Republican, I couldn't tell.
When disputes over elections arise, candidates are able to appeal to our legal system, not Congress, for recourse. In the 2 months since the 2020 election, the president's lawyers and allies have had the opportunity to make their arguments and challenge election results before the courts. Notably, every one of nearly 60 lawsuits that they brought forward have been rejected. In fact, the Supreme Court has twice refused to hear their election challenges. Mr. President, we must abide by these rulings. The time has now come for Congress to do its job. We should affirm the certified results of each state by counting the votes of their electors. Mr. President, altering the results of the Electoral College would set a terrible precedent in which the party in control of Congress could override the will of the voters and overrule our courts to unilaterally choose the next president. One senator attempted such a maneuver after the election in 2004, and the Senate overwhelmingly rejected that effort. The Senate has demonstrated by its vote tonight that it will follow that precedent and do so again. Tonight, Mr. President, I will continue to vote to reaffirm the foundation of our democracy, the Constitution of the United States, and I will reject these challenges to the Electoral College. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. President, I invite all of my colleagues to cast your eyes upon these three boxes sitting on the table in front of the dais. These three boxes contain the certified results from every state in our union regarding how that state voted, how their electors have voted for the President of the United States of America. You know, you cast your eyes on these three boxes, and you know that there's something special. You see that there are straps on them holding the top on and straps around the side, and they're engraved, beautiful handle, beautiful leather work, crafted in the cabinet shop of our very Senate to say to the world that their cargo is precious. Now, there's three of these boxes. The third box is brand new. It was crafted because so many states were celebrating this process that they started to use very large forms, very large envelopes, very large seals to put those ballots into, and thus a third box was needed. These boxes contain the voice of the American people weighing in as they have election after election after election. They've been used, these two smaller boxes, in the last 14 elections. They carry voice. They are transported through those doors to the House of Representatives, where the Senate and House gather to witness the opening of the envelopes to determine who will be the President of the United States. It is our constitutional responsibility to witness the counting. That is what the Constitution calls for. Tonight, when this Senate chamber was
There
under
it is
attack
again.
by domestic terrorists, we were held
There's
here
what again?
in this room, doors locked,
Domestic terrorists.
to protect us with the help of the Capitol Police. They did an excellent job, and then they escorted us to a safe room. And that announcement came quickly. And when that announcement came, our senior assistant parliamentarian, Lee Hildebrand, organized the team to
Not
rescue
rescue him,
these
keep your
boxes and
lie
keep them
at
safe.
bay, so we didn't know.
Now, thank you to her and the entire team that rescued the voice of the American people. Had they not done so, then the hooligans outside, disrespecting the Constitution, would have come in here and opened these boxes and burned the ballots, destroying the voice of the people symbolically. And I know no one in this chamber wanted something like that to happen, because we're here to defend the Constitution, to defend the integrity of the election process, not to allow it to be destroyed. But colleagues, although we are 100 senators, or 99 actually now, because there's only 99 of us who are duly elected at the moment, 99 senators united across party defending these ballots from the hooligans outside, there's more than one way these ballots can be destroyed. And that is for this chamber and the House chamber to vote that one of those envelopes representing a state will be shredded, will be burned, that those votes will be discounted. We just held a vote on whether or not the envelope containing the electoral votes from Arizona should be burned. We defended these ballots against the hooligans outside. But there are those in this chamber supporting the destruction of the voice of the citizens of Arizona. 6 voted. And we are coming back later tonight to vote on whether to shred or burn the ballots for the people of Pennsylvania. So we have to stand together to say absolutely not. The constitutional responsibility is for us to defend the process, not to proceed to destroy these ballots. Now, in spite of all the troubling things that have happened in this chamber this evening, something beautiful happened. And that is, we sat here in this chamber, all of us listening to each other, 5-minute speeches, hearing each other out, diverse views, wrestling with a complicated issue. It's really the first time that's happened in the 12 years I've served in the Senate. We need to restore the process of struggling with America's issues together on the floor of the Senate. That's the Senate I saw when I first came here as an intern for my home state senator in 1976. That's the Senate that I saw when I worked for Congress in the 1980s. That's the Senate that has disappeared. There is a conversation going forward between Democrats and Republicans to restore the ability to hold debate on the floor, to restore the ability to have amendments on the floor, so that we deliberate and wrestle with, in a very public and transparent fashion, the big issues. So let's take this moment when we're rethinking how to restore the institutions of our government, to restore and improve how this Senate operates, to deal with the issues ahead of us, so that this moment is a moment where we come together rather than be divided, where in a bipartisan fashion we craft a strategy to restore issues to the floor, bills and amendments and debate and decisions before the public. So, out of a dark moment can shine a bright light, a renewal, and it is a moment much needed now. A moment much needed in the executive branch as we, on the 20th of January, welcome new leadership. And it's a moment much needed for us to restore the Senate to being the deliberative body once renowned and respected around the world. Let's defend these ballot boxes, both from the hooligans outside and those who would vote to destroy the ballots from any given state, and let us come together and restore the Senate and fight for the vision of our We the People republic. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Delaware is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, free, fair elections are the lifeblood of our democracy. Charges of unfairness are serious. I think we'll all agree. But calling an election unfair does not make it so. Charges require specific allegations, and then they require proof. We have neither here. Those are not my words. Those are the words of a judge on the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit, rejecting President Trump's legal challenges to the Pennsylvania election. I might add, a judge who was a longtime member of the Conservative Federalist Society and was nominated to the bench by none other than Donald Trump. Mr. President, the 2020 presidential election was hard fought, we'll all agree. But the American people spoke clearly and they spoke decisively. 81.2 million voters voted for Joe Biden, 81.2. 74.2 million voted for Donald Trump. 51.3% of the vote went for Joe Biden. 46.8% of the vote was for Donald Trump. 306 Electoral College votes for Joe Biden. 232 Electoral College votes for Donald Trump. Just 4 years earlier, Donald Trump referred to that kind of outcome as a landslide for him, and he lost a popular vote by 3 million votes. But accepting the outcome of an election can be difficult when our political party doesn't win. We've all felt that before. But calling an election unfair does not make it so. More than 60 federal and state courts involving more than 90 judges, many of whom were nominated by Republican presidents, including Donald Trump, are all in agreement. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? All in agreement. No evidence of widespread fraud, wrongdoing, or other irregularities have been uncovered during the 2020 election. That is a victory for democracy, for our democracy. Unfortunately, some of our colleagues today ask us to do the same thing that Donald Trump asked of the Secretary of State for the state of Georgia, to overturn the results of the 2020 election without specific allegations and, more importantly, without any proof. Our colleagues are asking us not to abide by the will of the people, but to bend to the will of one man, Donald Trump. In 1787, delegates from the 13 colonies convened in Philadelphia to debate the future of what would become the United States of America. Our founders disagreed on a lot of things. But you know, they all agreed on one thing for sure. They did not want a king. They did not want a monarch. Many of them had been there, done that. They didn't want to see it and feel it again. And they set up this intricate system of checks and balances to ensure that we would never have that all-powerful king in this country. That system of checks and balances is being pushed to a dangerous limit here today. But that system will prevail. Along with it, our democracy. Here are just some of the claims that Donald Trump and his legal team have made, and that our colleagues lend credence to here today. That Venezuela, Cuba, and China rigged our country's voting machines in favor of Joe Biden. That dead people voted in this election, and they only voted for Joe Biden. That poll watchers and election observers who risked their lives during this pandemic to uphold the integrity of our elections that stuffed ballot boxes with Biden votes and then they shredded Trump votes. Not one, let me repeat, not one of these things is true. There is no evidence to back up these ridiculous claims. Many of these absurd claims from Donald Trump and his legal team are nothing more than conspiracy theories circulating online. This misinformation and dangerous rhetoric from the president and his allies, including calls for violence, have polluted our discourse and imperiled our peaceful transfer of power. And when our colleagues show indifference or outright support for these unsubstantiated claims and conspiracy theories, they lead our nation and our Constitution down a dangerous, dangerous path. All of us who serve here swore an oath to support and defend our Constitution. I swore that same oath as a naval flight officer many times, as a midshipman before that. But all of us here have sworn to support and defend our Constitution, not our political party, and certainly not any individual candidate. Colleagues, for the safety of our citizens and our republic, we must lead by example. We must turn the temperature down. It was a hard-fought campaign, but the campaign is over. The votes have been counted. The count has been certified in all 50 states. And in 2 weeks, on January 20th, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be sworn in as President and Vice President of the United States, as they should be. We have serious and urgent challenges that will require working together with our new president, our new vice president, with one another in this chamber, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and with our colleagues over in the House of Representatives. What's on our to-do list? Well, we can start with making sure that hundreds of millions of Americans get vaccinated, that we get off the dime and start vaccinating. We vaccinated 4 million people last month. 4 million. We're supposed to vaccinate 20. How are we ever going to get to 250 million at this rate? What else is on our to-do list? We're getting our kids back to school. We got kids that are unable to get on the internet, unable to participate in their classes. They may not have any adult supervision at home. They're struggling. They're falling even further behind. We need to do something to help them. What else is on our to-do list? Getting their parents back to work, just to name a few things. Think of all the millions of people lost jobs, and they don't have skills anymore to fill the jobs that are needed. They need our help. They need to be retooled and retrained. It's time to stop trying to overturn the will of the people and get back to working on their behalf. Mr. President, Abraham Lincoln has been quoted a couple times here tonight, but he observed at the end of the Gettysburg Address that ours is, quote, a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Even in the midst of his Civil War, President Lincoln put his unwavering faith in the people to chart our nation's course. We would be wise to remember Lincoln's words at this moment, at this special moment in our nation's history. We're not a government of Trump, by Trump, and for Trump. We're a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And the people have spoken. The people have spoken. Our job here today is to listen to them. I intend to do that. And I trust that my colleagues will join me in doing that as well. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
The senator's recognized.
Mr. President, first I want to thank
Still
all
there.
of the first responders who helped to protect this sacred chamber today, protect those electoral college
Aren't you having fun?
ballots. Today is a special day. On a day when some 2,500 or more Americans will lose their lives to the coronavirus, when another 130,000 will be hospitalized with it, When hundreds of small
I don't
businesses
get why
closed,
everybody's
doors,
so
and put
worried about the
thousands of
coronavirus. The
Americans out of
fatality
work.
rate is
On
not
this
that
day,
high.
the United
The
States
flu still
Senate
kills
is
more
not
people.
debating how to get more life-saving
Ridiculous.
vaccines into
Who knows?
Americans' arms, or how to put 2,000 badly needed dollars into their pockets. No, instead, we are using the first days of the new Senate and Congress
The
to give
coronavirus
time
also
to our
ain't a
radical
reason that
Republican
you have to mail in
colleagues
your fucking
baseless
electoral,
and damaging
your election
claims
pick
of
either.
election fraud, all in an attempt to keep Donald Trump in office in violation of the United States Constitution. There's a word for this. It's called sedition. All these unfounded objections to state electors are seditious. They are nothing short of an insurrection against the established order
Why is
of
this
the United
asshole still
States
talking with his
Constitution
mask on?
and
Take
our
it off.
democratic
There's nobody near
republic.
you.
This
Stupid.
is an historically shameful day for the Senate and for our country. To be clear,
Everybody's
the
taking it off
notion
before him.
that
Yeah, this
there
guy
are
just has to
any
keep it on.
meaningful
Okay.
voter fraud that has been identified in the 2020 presidential election is a dangerous, anti-democratic, treasonous fiction.
Not true.
Joe Biden won, Donald Trump lost, period. But that hasn't stopped the president and his supporters from making allegations of voter fraud in some 60 legal challenges across the country, heard by some 90 judges, including Trump judicial appointees. Not one of these challenges succeeded, not one. And despite
What's
this
up,
reality,
Aaron?
my radical Republican
And yes,
colleagues
we
believe
are
that we must have a
Republicans.
commission to
Thanks for
investigate
being here.
the
We
fraud.
appreciate you watching.
Well, we do know one of the most undeniable instances of substantial and significant election fraud ever. We even have a recording and a transcript of it.
Schmitty, you want to
It's
say what's
President
up to
Trump
Aaron?
talking like a mafia
What's up,
boss
Aaron?
to the Georgia Secretary of State, a Republican no less, pressuring and threatening him to fix the election in Trump's favor and holding out the prospect of criminal prosecution if he doesn't. Find me 11,780 votes, Trump said. Well, someone should find Donald Trump a real lawyer and measure him for an orange jumpsuit, because the list of statutes that this latest shocking presidential phone call may violate is too long to recite. The president's words on that phone call, indeed his conduct since the election, demand a serious response, one much more serious than the sham before us today. First, federal and state law enforcement authorities should investigate Donald Trump for election fraud, extortion, conspiracy, and whatever other charges fit the bill. And if warranted, indict and try him
We
for
appreciate
any
that,
crimes
Aaron.
he has committed. Second, we must recognize that Donald Trump
What do
is
you think
and will
about all the
remain a
chaos today?
danger to our Constitution and our democracy.
Me?
So while
No,
time
Aaron.
is certainly limited, we
Oh.
should impeach Trump again and bar him from holding office. in
Yeah,
the
impeach
future.
him with
And
2 weeks
finally,
left.
we should abolish the Electoral College.
It's really
It is
not
a
worth it.
vestige of a
It's
racist
like,
Jim Crow America, and we
they're just gonna spend more money trying to
outgrown
impeach him
it.
with 2 weeks
Every
left. It's
person's vote in every
literally not
state
worth it.
should count just the same. One person, one vote. Election fraud and reform are very serious issues. Election reform absolutely should be debated in Congress, which is why instead of today's kabuki theater, I invite my Republican colleagues to stand up and say, yes, we need to protect and expand voting rights and election security. We need automatic voter registration. We need online voter registration. We need same-day voter registration. We should make Election Day a federal holiday. We should restore voting rights to people with prior felony convictions. We should support independent redistricting commissions. Let's spend our time on the floor debating that, debating how to reduce the influence of big money in our political system, to slow the revolving door between government officials and lobbyists, to stop gerrymandering and voter suppression. That's the real election reform that we should be debating and supporting, not these shameful, craven, baseless objections. More than 350,000 Americans have died from the coronavirus. That is the truth. Nearly 8 million people have fallen into poverty because of the economic crisis caused by this virus. That is the truth. Wearing a mask saves lives. Vaccines are safe and effective. That is the truth. Joe Biden won.
No, it's
Donald
not.
Trump lost. That is the truth. I urge all my Senate colleagues to vote against these objections, affirm our democracy, and recognize that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will rightfully be sworn in on
Schmitty,
January
go.
20th as the President and Vice President of the United States.
Oh my goodness.
The senator from Connecticut is
Yeah.
recognized.
Go.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today was a
Super
stomach-turning,
chat
gut-wrenching
right now would be
moment in our history.
super nice. But you know.
And truly, it was an assault
Or
on
sticker.
the heart of our democracy.
What's the other one? Ultra
And I
sticker or
want to
some shit
join
like that?
in
I don't know.
thanking the first responders and police. But I also want to thank others who have been heroes of our democracy, unsung in many instances. First, all of the election officials, all of the poll workers, all of the members of boards of election who actually counted the votes, who went to the polls and make sure that votes could be cast, and who ultimately stood firm for the integrity of that voting system. I want to thank the judges. There are now about 90 of them who, except for one or two who rule the other way on a technicality, have stood firm for the integrity of that voting system.
It's a real mess after months of Antifa terrorists burning,
Except for
looting,
that
and
one
killing on the streets
ruled on
with
a
no
technicality,
pushback. The
they went
Democrats,
with
from the Democrats and
integrity
far
of our
left.
voting system and the rule
Yeah,
of law.
Because the Democrats support
Today
that
wasn't the
bullshit.
And they would not condemn it,
sickening,
but
it
now
was
Trump supporters do one riot and they
shocking
are like, "Oh
and
my God, this is
despicable.
terrible."
Oh wow, this is homegrown terrorism. No, it's fucking not. Antifa and Black Lives Matter were technically terrorist organizations.
They're hate groups.
Assault on our democracy, the
They're hate
mob
groups
violence,
actively
the
out. They were
riots,
literally killing police officers, but you know, they're not a hate group at all.
who
Totally.
were inspired and incited by the President of the United States, all were of a piece with these past 4 years of a president who has no respect for the truth or the
He
rule
has
of law.
plenty of respect.
Who?
Donald
But
Trump's
now,
presidency is coming to a close
but now
in
after
the
only
very
one
same
day, the
way it
whole
began,
left is erupting on Trump supporters.
with
Yep.
an attack on our democracy.
We do
In
one
2016,
protest,
the Trump
and they
campaign
freaking act like
welcomed
we're Al Qaeda or something.
hostile foreign
They're such hypocrites.
interference.
But
with
were
our
you
election.
starting to say
problem.
something?
Their own people are the
Schmitty?
problem.
Refused to acknowledge that he would accept
A super
the
sticker,
results
super
of
chat.
the election.
What
if
about
he
it?
lost.
Really?
And then again
If we got
and
one,
again
it'd
and
be
again,
awesome right now.
he demonstrated his contempt for the rule of law.
It would be awesome of what?
And for the laws themselves.
We
He
received
obstructed justice.
a super chat. That's what.
And he would have been charged with it had he not
So what
been
were you saying about the
President of
protests and
United
shit?
States. He invited a
Me?
foreign government
Yeah.
to interfere in our election.
Well, obviously it
and
worked. We got all their
find dirt
attention, so I guess we
on
just got to
his
keep doing it.
political
Because if we don't, then you know, we'll just keep getting fucked
And
by everybody.
most
Because you know, being a true red-blooded American
These
is the worst thing you can be nowadays.
by a president who demonstrated
Labeled as a
that
fucking
contempt for the rule of
homegrown
law were
terrorist
met
by all these
with
senators.
silence from many political leaders, our colleagues here in the Senate among them. Silence in the face of that contempt for the rule of law and disrespect for the law enforcers. So we could have seen today coming. In fact, we did. I warned about it, others did, because the fantasies and falsehoods that drove those rioters, not protesters, the mob who assaulted the Temple of Democracy, were fueled by the president's misstatements and lies and contempt for the truth. And he was enabled. He had
Was
enabled.
I playing that in the mic? My bad, guys.
So
Yeah.
today
I have it
we
pulled
are
up so I can see the chat. I didn't realize it was
stopping in one instance that enabling. But we must also make sure to stop it going forward. And the political stunt that brought us here today offers no great solace that it will. These stunts have consequences. We say words have consequences. And
the actions today will have significant consequences. They are an attack on our democracy that undermines the core tenets of our American government and a disrespect for the will of the people and a peaceful transition of power, and the political stunts themselves, driven by opportunism, blaze a path that can be followed by more competent challenges, just as the dictatorial instincts and actions of this president can be followed by more effective would-be tyrants intent on destroying our republic. Yes, we have more important tasks that we should be addressing.
Who are the thugs
well.
now, idiots?
The
You
pandemic,
lost because of the whack.
the economic revival.
Despicable
But
behavior
today,
turning
we must
back
be
the
mindful
clock
of
will
the
never
threat
happen.
to our democracy.
Get
that
out
we
of our city.
face down, and we come together on a bipartisan basis.
Whose side are you on there?
But silence is never excusable in the face of lawlessness at the very top of our political structure. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Delaware is
The thugs are the
Mr.
left
President,
in Black
I have a
Lives
question
Matter.
for all of my
That's who the
colleagues
thugs
this
are.
evening, which is
And
what
Antifa.
happened here today.
Yeah.
And how is it different from what we expected as we assembled in this chamber early this afternoon? Sadly, much like the impeachment trial of just a year ago, I think as many of us slogged our way to the nation's capital and dutifully filed into this chamber, we expected hours and hours of debate and discussion, knowing the outcome.
All right, if you're going to come in here and try and
knowing
cause
that what was
problems, you
being
should just
engaged
go.
in by a handful of
We
our
don't need you in
colleagues
here.
was a political
Causing
stunt,
problems.
feeding the ego of our president, who is chasing conspiracy theories about how he actually won the election 2 months ago that he lost,
He did not lose.
and indulging his belief that somehow, the Congress could still at the last moment snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Even in the last day, President Trump had been haranguing his
Mike Pence
own
ain't even
incredibly
loyal.
loyal
The
Vice
fuck?
President Mike Pence, as if somehow Vice President Pence would simply declare him president today. We knew that President Trump had been stirring up the spirits of thousands, urging them to come to Washington. We had an inkling that he might go out and speak to them. But I don't think as we filed into this chamber, any of us expected that for the second time in our republic's history, the perimeter of the Capitol
Yeah,
would be
and we
breached.
proved how easy it
Members
is
of
to
the
breach
Senate
the
would be
Capitol
rushed to
building.
safety.
Keep in mind, it wasn't
Not
that
just
hard.
the Capitol Police, but U.S. Marshals and FBI officers and fully combat-geared soldiers would be in the United States Capitol, taking
Thugs.
it back from a riotous mob
Hey,
of
is there
thugs.
something you want to say real quick?
Just a few moments ago, I went to the rotunda
What?
to see the litter and the trash, the residue
What?
and the remnants
A
of
super
those who took over this
sticker?
building today, and to say thank you
We don't need a
to the men and
sticker.
women of law enforcement who helped secure it after it fell.
I don't
to
even
an
know what the
angry
fuck
mob.
a super sticker is.
But folks, we have to think about the consequences of what
All
happened.
I know is
here
if he
today.
wants to see your
Why
shit
this happened
instantly,
and
the
what it
super
means
chat is the
and what
way.
it teaches. Because frankly, tonight, now, the whole world is watching. The entire world is watching a montage of scenes of folks cavorting in the Capitol, half-naked men taking back seat, scrawling things on different surfaces,
Oh my
parading up
God.
and down the Capitol corridors with a Confederate flag, with a Trump flag, and
Yeah,
in
they
other
did. They
ways
stormed the
signaling
Capitol building.
that they had done something significant. No, in fact, what they've actually done is weakened our democracy, showed some of its
Well,
fragility.
yeah, y'all just proved how weak it was because you assholes can't solve problems. You have been proving this since this nation was made. The Senate is a fucking joke.
Who has
It always will
abandoned his
be.
post, who has mostly spent his time golfing and tweeting and indulging himself in conspiracy theories and been less and less attuned to our national security and to a raging pandemic.
What planet
Another
does
man
this
is
guy
president-elect
live on?
who is preparing to take
Mars,
over
I don't fucking
responsibility
know.
for leading
Obama
this
went to the golf
country
course
out
every
of this
day.
pandemic and out of its
Of
current
course he
state
does.
of deep, deep division. President Trump has abandoned his post. He does not deserve to be president any longer.
What?
And he poses a
Whoa,
real and
yeah, from
present
your
threat
fraudulent
to the
ass.
future of our democracy. But let me also say this to my colleagues, half of whom changed their intended vote today after seeing what happened in the Capitol. There were, as we began, roughly 13 senators, Republicans, who said they were going to vote against the certification of the election. And when we actually finally called the roll, it was just 6. 7 of them having been chastened by the events of today. But 2 who continue on this quest, clerked for the Supreme Court
Cowards
Chief
because
Justice,
some people
are deeply
walked
schooled
into
in
their
law,
workplace. They
know
got scared,
better
so they changed their
than what
mind.
they
Yeah.
did today.
Okay.
And in the count and the debate going on over in the House, even now, more than 100 House Republicans continue with this effort. On this floor earlier today, this evening, there were strong and clear and brave speeches by Republicans and Democrats alike. So I have a question as we move forward. When will this fever break? When will we finally say to each other, enough is enough of indulging and following populism and demagoguery? Is it time to finally show who the leaders are and to uphold our Constitution that every one of the House members and a third of us swore to uphold just 3 days ago? I will tell you as I look ahead that I am confident that 2 weeks from now, Joseph Biden will be sworn in as the next president, Kamala Harris sworn in as the next vice president, and we have a unique moment in my lifetime. Because as presidents and leaders in the Senate of both parties over the last decades have observed, the Senate has steadily shrunk in its significance, its role, and its power, and the presidency has steadily grown. Not in my lifetime, not since LBJ, have we had an incoming president who spent 36 years in this chamber. We have a chance with Joe Biden.
Joe Biden's been in politics for like 50 years and he hasn't done shit, so whatever this guy's spewing is bullshit.
On turning the page from our moment of national division. A president-elect who respects and honors and understands the significance of this body. So we have to take this opportunity to heal, to hear each other, to compromise, to work together, and to see the real challenges facing the American people and take this last, best moment. What happened here today should leave all of us gravely concerned about the health and the future of our democracy, and the opportunity we will have 2 weeks from today is one we should not let pass us by. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I yield the floor.
Oh, boy.
Mr. President.
The senator from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. President, more than 350,000 of our loved ones have died from a terrible disease. Small businesses have gone under, never to reopen. Millions have lost their jobs. And too many families don't know how they're going to pay the rent or put groceries on the table. It is tough out there. But Americans are fighters. And despite all the challenges, in November, they did what Americans do when they are unhappy with their leadership. They voted for change. They turned their backs on a sitting president who fans the flames of hatred while bodies pile up in the morgue. Instead, they elected a new president who wants to save lives, to save our economy, and to save our democracy. Even as the pandemic raged, Americans showed up for democracy. States worked overtime to set up safe systems, ballot drop boxes and early voting and gallons of hand sanitizer. Voters mailed their ballots earlier, put on masks, and stood in line at the polls. The election of 2020 shattered voting records. So here we are on the floor of the United States Senate in the aftermath of an historic election held in the middle of a pandemic. People are suffering, and we should be working to get them the help they need. Instead, we are here because Donald Trump wants to overturn the results of that election. The Republicans objecting to the results of this election will be judged by history, but the rest of us will be judged as well. It is our responsibility to stand up for our democracy, even while other senators work to undermine it. Losing is
oh no is
hard.
right.
I ran for president myself.
This
It was a
woman's off her
hard-fought
rocker.
primary, but Joe Biden won and I lost. I am not the only one to live through that.
You only lost
A number
because
of
the corporate
senators
freaking
in this
Democrats and the
room have
mainstream
run
media
for
all
president.
conspired together
None of us
against you and
was
Bernie.
successful. And when we lost, we conceded and we got out of the race, because that is how democracy works. None of us lied about the results. We didn't throw temper tantrums. We didn't tell our allies in Congress or the states to overturn the results. We didn't feed poisonous propaganda to our supporters. We didn't urge people to march on state capitals or to descend on Washington. We accepted the will of the voters. And it's not just us. It's everyone who has run for president since the beginning of America. Only once in America's history have the people who lost tried to burn down our democracy on the way out. They caused a civil war that nearly destroyed our nation.
So what happened in the primary was Bernie was kicking ass and Biden was getting his butt kicked. So the freaking elite and the corporatists panicked and they called their best friend Obama and said, hey, you got to come out and you got to like back Joe so that he can win on Super Tuesday. And that's exactly what happened. And then Bernie and this clown split the vote.
This effort to subvert our democracy
So Biden got pretty lucky.
Not merely one last presidential tantrum. This effort is designed to knock out the basic pillar on which democracy is founded. The idea that the voters, not the sitting president and not the members of Congress, but the voters decide who will lead this nation. A democracy in which the elected leaders do not bend to the will of the voters is no democracy. It is a totalitarian state. And those who pursue this effort are supporting a coup. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this effort to overthrow our democracy. I yield, Mr. President.
The senator from Alaska is recognized.
Ask that the Senate stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Without objection.
Oh.
The Senate's going out, so lawmakers can head over to the House chamber to continue the joint
So
session
it's about
of
to be
Congress
11:30,
for the
so
county of
apparently
presidential electoral votes.
fucking
They debated
Supreme
an
Court or
objection
whatever
to
is gonna
Arizona's
rule
Electoral
on
College
this.
vote. That objection failed, 93-6. Here's a portion of the debate when the Senate reconvened at 8 p.m., starting with remarks by Vice President Pence.
Wait, what are they doing here?
Today was a dark day.
Senate stands in recess, subject to the call of the
But thanks to
chair.
the swift efforts of U.S. Capitol Police,
I don't even know what that
federal,
means
state,
myself,
and
but
local law enforcement, the violence was quelled. The Capitol is secured, and the people's work continues. We condemn the violence that took place here in the strongest possible terms. We grieve the loss of life in these hallowed halls, as well as the injuries suffered by those who defended our Capitol today. And we will always be grateful to the men and women who stayed at their posts to defend this historic place. To those who wreaked havoc in our Capitol today, you did not win. Violence never wins. Freedom wins. And this is still the people's house. And as we reconvene in this chamber, the world will again witness the resilience and strength of our democracy. For even in the wake of unprecedented violence and vandalism at this Capitol, the elected representatives of the people of the United States have assembled again on the very same day to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. So may God bless the lost,
This fucking whatever's on the screen.
and the heroes forged on this day. May God bless all who serve here and those who protect this place. And may God bless the United States.
Man, that shit
of
is
America.
annoying though. Fuck.
Let's get back to work.
What?
Because yours says Fox News Channel, Washington, D.C., valid at the bottom.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the Majority Leader and the Democratic Leader be allowed to speak, and that the time not count against 2 hours of debate in relation to the objection raised on the state of Arizona.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
On the state of the
Yeah,
American people.
unfortunately,
United
Biden,
States Senate
he's he's just getting
be
tricked by his own party. He's going to be president for
not
maybe the first year, and then
out of this
they're going to
He's
commit
gonna
him.
get fed unruly.
They're going to put him in like a
Exactly,
nursing
he's getting
home,
played.
and then we're going to have Kamala Harris be the president.
We will not bow to lawlessness or intimidation. We are back at our posts. We will discharge our duty under the Constitution and for our nation. And we're going to do it tonight, this afternoon.
Hold on, guys. We're going to get, I'm looking for the House. Freaking. We don't want to watch the Senate anymore. We want to watch. Here we go. Alright. Continue.
Where'd you go to?
You gotta get the freaking, House of Representatives on. Turn off the Senate one. I mean, I'm not gonna start a whole new
House
stream.
of Rep reconvenes to certify election. No.
Alright, so I guess we can just like talk with you guys in the chat until we get some word here. Whatever you guys want to talk about. I don't have my contacts in now, so I gotta be right up against the screen.
Ugh. Oh, shit.
And the joint session between the House
Any
and the Senate
second they
is
can
about
start
to
this
begin
shit.
as they continue their electoral vote certification process. They've gone through 3 states so far. Arizona being the last. There was an objection to the Arizona certification, which was rejected. Arkansas, California, and Colorado are the next states that are coming up. The House is currently waiting on 11 Democratic senators and 11 Republican senators to walk across the Capitol to the House chamber, along with Vice President Pence, who will join Speaker Pelosi on the dais, and then they will continue the process of certification. As we heard from Niels Lesniewski of CQ Roll Call, there's potentially a challenge to the Pennsylvania certification coming up, but there may be some operating going on so that the 2-hour debate period is not used, and it's a quicker process. So given that,
Come
we are
on,
waiting
it's
for
goddamn
the Senate
11:30
to come
over here.
join the House. As Speaker Pelosi said, 11 Republicans in the House, 11 Republicans in the Senate, 11 Democrats in the House, 11 senators, Democratic senators may be on the floor for the House rules because of the COVID prevention rules. And that should begin very shortly. The Senate should be working its way into the House chamber very shortly. So this will go on for another couple hours. They'll go through each state and certify the electoral vote or object to the electoral vote. If there is an objection, a reminder that both a member of the House and a senator have to sign the objection. So there was talk earlier, prior to this afternoon and the breach of the Capitol, that Georgia could also be objected to. Senator Loeffler, who was defeated yesterday in her election bid, she's filling the seat of a senator who resigned, so it was a special election, was going to object to Georgia, but the word right now is that that probably will not happen.
The Vice President and the United States Senate.
Oh, have they started yet? Ouch.
Pence and the Senate just got there, so they'll be starting soon. Schmitty, are you there? Schmitty? You there? Welcome everyone, if you're just joining us. The Senate just arrived to convene with the House of Representatives to finish this process. I'm just giving you guys a live analysis as it happens.
The joint session of Congress to count the electoral vote will resume. The tellers having taken their seats, the two houses retired to consider separately and decide upon the vote of the state of Arizona to which an objection has been filed. The Secretary of the Senate will report the action of the Senate.
In the Senate of the United States, ordered that the Senate, by a vote of 6 ayes to 93 nays, rejects the objection to the electoral votes cast in the state of Arizona for Joseph R. Biden for president and Kamala D. Harris for vice president.
The clerk of the House will report the action of the House.
Ordered that the House of Representatives rejects the objections to the electoral vote of the state of Arizona.
Pursuant to the law, Chapter 1 of Title 3 of the United States Code, because the two houses have not sustained the objection, the original certificate submitted by the state of Arizona will be counted as provided therein. The tellers will now record and announce the vote of the state of Arkansas for president and vice president in accordance with the action of the two houses. This certificate from Arkansas, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that is annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Hello?
Where did you go?
Hello?
Mr. President, the certificate
Why
of the
can't I hear
electoral
you?
vote of the state of
Where did you
Arkansas
go?
seems to be regular in form
Well, that's
and
it? They
authentic.
both rejected
It
it?
appears therefrom that
Where did
Donald
you
J.
go?
Trump of the state of Florida
What?
received 6 votes for
I
president,
just turned my shit off.
and
Turn it back
Michael
on.
R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Arkansas that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from California, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of California, I would say the great state of California, seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 55 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 55 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of California that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Colorado, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that is annexed to it a
the one
certificate
I was
from an
watching
authority of
ended.
the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Just go on YouTube. It's on the homepage.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote
Yahoo
of the state
Finance
of
has
Colorado
it.
seems to be regular in form
House of
and
Representatives,
authentic,
not Senate.
and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 9 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 9 votes
House
for vice
reconvenes to
president.
continue electoral.
Are there any objections to
Yeah.
counting the certificate of the vote to the state of Colorado that the
It's
teller
only
has
2
verified
hours.
appears to be
Fuck.
regular in form and
No,
authentic?
it's supposed to be live.
Hearing none.
Oh, that's from Fox Business.
This certificate from Connecticut, the
go to
parliamentarians
home.
advise me, is the only
Under
certificate of
breaking
vote of
news.
the
I am on
state
home.
that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority
Oh,
of that
yeah,
state
fine,
purporting
yeah.
to appoint
You got it?
or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Connecticut seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 7 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Connecticut that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Delaware, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Delaware seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Delaware that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from the District of Columbia, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the district that purports to be returned from the district, and has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the district purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the District of Columbia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris from the state of California received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the District of Columbia that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Florida, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Florida seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 29 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 29 votes for vice president.
That must suck to be Pence. He's going to certify his own
vote
loss.
Of the state of Florida that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from Georgia, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Georgia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 16 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 16 votes for vice president.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
Mr. President, myself, members of the Georgia delegation, and some 74 of my Republican colleagues, and I object to the electoral votes from the state of Georgia on the grounds that the election conducted on November 3rd was faulty and fraudulent due to unilateral actions by the Secretary of State to unlawfully change the state's election process without approval from the General Assembly, and thereby setting the stage for an unprecedented amount of fraud and irregularities, and I have signed the objection myself.
Sections 15 and 17 of Title III of the United States Code require that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
President, prior to the actions and events of today, we did, but following the events of today, it appears that some senators have withdrawn their objection.
Okay, why even present it then if you don't have the signatures?
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained.
How stupid.
Section 18 of Title III of the United States Code moves us. This certificate from Hawaii, the parliamentarians advised me, is the only certificate of vote from
He
the state.
presented it and it wasn't even signed. What the fuck?
And that is
Why even
annexed
say
to a
anything? Just
certificate
keep your
from an
mouth
authority
shut.
of that state purporting to appoint
Man himself looked like a
ascertain
fucking
electors.
idiot.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Hawaii seems to be regular, informed,
I mean, I guess he
and
did have the
authentic.
balls to say
And it
something
appears
unlike half these
therefrom
people,
that
so
Joseph R.
I'll give him
Biden
props for
Jr.
that.
of the state of
True.
Delaware received 4 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Hawaii that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Idaho, the parliamentarians advised me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned from the state, and that is annexed to it a certificate.
If I don't hear motherfucking Pennsylvania,
or ascertain
Nevada, and Wisconsin, I'm done. I swear to God.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Idaho seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Idaho that the teller has verified appear to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Illinois, the parliamentarians advised me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, and that is annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Illinois seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 20 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 20 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Illinois that the teller has verified appears to be in regular form and authentic? Hearing none.
Illinois is full of liberals.
This certificate from Indiana, the parliamentarians advised me, is the only certificate
It's
of vote
all
from that state
Chicago.
that purports to be returned from the state. And that is
Chicago is
annexed to
literally
a
the
certificate
biggest
from an
shithole
authority
city
of that
in the
state
United States.
purporting to appoint and
Like
ascertain
the whole
electors.
state of Illinois is like pretty much just Republican, and then it's just Chicago.
Mr. President, the
Yeah.
certificate of the electoral vote of
Illinois
the
is
state
still
of
a
Indiana
shithole city.
seems to be
Or
regular in
state.
form and
Fuck.
authentic, and it appears therefrom that
Yeah, they're a
Donald
bunch of
J.
fibs.
Trump of the state of Florida
Yep.
received 11
Fucking
votes
Illinois
for president,
bitch.
and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 11 votes for vice president.
No,
What are they
those are some
clapping for?
Are there any
retard clapping.
objections to counting the
That's what I
certificate of
say.
the vote
What
of
the
the state
fuck?
of Indiana that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Iowa, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that is annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Iowa seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Iowa that the teller has verified appears to be regular and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Kansas, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, and that is annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of
So
Kansas
what states are
seems
we
to be
looking for
regular,
that they're going to
informed,
object
and
to?
authentic.
Pennsylvania and
It
Arizona?
appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump
I'm
of
looking
the
for
state of Florida
Pennsylvania
received 6 votes
and
for president,
Arizona and I
and Michael
believe
R. Pence of the
Nevada
state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice
and
president.
Wisconsin,
Are
hopefully.
there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Kansas? That the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none. This certificate from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state. Has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 8 votes for vice president.
Why are they repeating that?
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky?
Yeah, always
that the teller is
be
verified
saying it
appears to
every
be
time.
regular in form and authentic. Hearing none. This certificate from Louisiana, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that
I think
state.
it's just something they always have
Purports
to
be
fucking
returned from
say.
the state,
No, they
has
said
annexed to it a
Kentucky and
certificate of authority from the state,
freaking Florida and
purporting to
Iowa
appoint or
every single
Commonwealth
time.
of Kentucky.
No, they said Florida and Iowa every
Mr.
single time.
President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Louisiana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 8 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Louisiana? That the teller is verified to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none. This certificate from Maine, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Maine seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 1 vote for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for vice president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 1 vote for vice president.
Just say who won
Are
the
there any
fucking
objections to
state. Now
counting
they're
the
like,
certificate
the
of vote
fuck.
of the state of Maine that the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Maryland, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate from an
Why the
authority
fuck
of
is
the
Maryland so big? Look at the size of that bitch compared to the other ones.
LOL.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Maryland seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 10 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Maryland that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic?
Is there anything
Hearing
you want to
none.
ask real quick?
This certificate from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the parliamentarians advise, is the only
If you want us to
certificate of
read
vote
your
from that
comment,
state, purports to be a
send
return
up
from
a
the state,
super
and has
chat.
annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or
or a
ascertain
super sticker,
electors.
whatever the
Mr.
fuck they're
President,
called. I don't even
the
know. Super
certificate of
stickers.
the electoral vote of the
No idea.
Commonwealth of Massachusetts seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 11 votes for president, and Kamala D.
Why do they keep
Harris
saying
of the state
Kamala?
of
Is it
California
Kamala or
received
Kamala?
11 votes for vice president.
Maybe I've
Are
been
there
saying it wrong.
any
I don't
objections
fucking
to
know.
counting the certificate of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
Who cares?
The tellers advised appear to be regular in form
She's
and
still a
authentic.
bitch.
Hearing none, this certificate from Michigan, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote in that state. It purports to be a return from the state and has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Also have an unsigned objection. Is also going to have an
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Michigan seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 16 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 16 votes for vice president.
Michigan's really that big?
For what reason does the
Yeah.
gentlelady from Georgia rise?
Mr. President, I, along with 70 of my Republican colleagues, object to the counting of the electoral votes for the state of Michigan on the grounds that the error rate precedes the FEC rate allowed at 0.0008%, and that the people who signed affidavits at risk of perjury, their voices have not been heard in a court of law.
Section 15 and 17 of Title III of the U.S. Code require that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
The objection is writing, not signed by a senator.
Damn it.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained.
Well, at least the senators from fucking Georgia actually give a fuck.
Are there any further objections to counting the certificate of the vote from the state of Michigan? The certificate that teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing no further objections, this certificate from Minnesota, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state. Annexed to it, certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Minnesota seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 10 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for vice president.
So if you guys are watching, we're really trying to grow the channel right now, so if you could help us out and leave a super chat, it would be much appreciated.
Authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Mississippi, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state. It purports to be a return from the state, as annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate
When you get
of the
rid of that
electoral
Buick
vote of the state of
rendezvous.
Mississippi seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Mississippi that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Missouri, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Missouri seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 10 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Missouri that the teller has verified appears to be regular and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Montana, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Montana seems
Who
to be
even
regular
lives in
form
Montana?
and authentic.
Nobody,
and it appears
that's why it's only
therefrom
worth
that Donald
3.
J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes.
I mean, we do keep most of our nuclear stockpile up there, so I mean, it has one use, and that's about it.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Montana that the teller verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Nebraska, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote of the state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Nebraska seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 1 vote for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 4 votes for vice president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 1 vote for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Nebraska that the teller is verified as regular, in form, and authentic? Hearing none.
If you guys are just now
This
joining us,
certificate from Nevada, the
we're just trying to see,
parliamentary
we're watching this to
advises
see if we can get
is the only
anyone to
certificate of vote from the state that
defect.
purports to be a return from the
So
state,
far, nothing.
and that has annexed to it a
And
certificate
after
of
it's
authority
done,
from the
we're going to
state
give you guys our
purporting to appoint
analysis.
or ascertain electors.
And also, we're really trying to grow the channel right now,
the
so
certificate of the electoral
you
vote
guys
of the state of Nevada
leave us a
seems to
super
be
chat.
regular, in form,
It would
and
be
authentic.
really appreciated.
And it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 6 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 6 votes for vice president.
Oh, Alabama.
Gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. President, I and 55 other members of the United States House of Representatives object to the electoral votes of the state of Nevada in order to protect the lawful votes of Nevada and all other American citizens.
Damn it, I keep doing this.
Section 15 and 17 of Title III of the United States Code requires that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member
Wait, what state is
and
this?
a senator?
Mr. President, it is in
Nevada.
writing, but unfortunately, no United States senator has joined in this effort.
What state?
It was Nevada. The senator from Alabama objected to it, but it wasn't signed.
Did you see
so.
Pence's face when they said no? He was just like,
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained.
What, no, what if? Fuck, I'll have to go back and watch that and see his face.
Are there any further objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Nevada that the teller is verified appears to be regular, in form, and authentic?
Is this bitch already dead?
This certificate from New Hampshire, the parliamentarians advised me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Hampshire seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 4 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New Hampshire that the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? This certificate from New Jersey, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Jersey seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 14 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 14 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New Jersey? The teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. This certificate from New Mexico, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Mexico seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 5 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 5 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the state of New Mexico that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from New York, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, as annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New York seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 29 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 29 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New York that the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from
Oh yeah,
North
that's
Carolina,
another one I wanted to hear.
parliamentarians advise me is the only certificate
North
of vote
Carolina.
from that state.
Why?
That purports to be a return from the state.
Because it was
annexed
red.
to it a certificate
Yeah.
from the state purporting to appoint and
Towards
ascertain
the end, and it flipped again.
No, it didn't.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral
Oh,
vote
yeah,
of the
that's
state
right.
of North
I'm
Carolina
retarded.
seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 15 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 15 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of North Carolina? If the teller is verified, appears to be regular in form and authentic. This certificate from North Dakota, the parliamentarians advise me is the only
North
certificate of vote from the
Dakota.
state. It purports to be
Another
a return
state
from
with
the
no
state
people.
that is annexed to it a certificate of
Yep.
authority of the state purporting to appoint and
They
ascertain
have a good
electors.
economy though.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of North Dakota
Yeah, 'cause of the oil
seems to be
industry out
regular
there.
in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote for the state of North Dakota that the teller is verified as regular and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Ohio, the parliamentarians advise is the only certificate of vote from the state. It purports to be a return from the state, as annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Ohio seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 18 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 18 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Ohio that the teller has verified as regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Oklahoma, the parliamentarians advise is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be a return from the state, as annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Oklahoma seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 7 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the
Oklahoma.
certificate of vote of the state of Oklahoma that the teller has verified to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Oregon, the parliamentarians advise is the only certificate of vote from the state. It purports to be returned from the state as a certificate of authority from the state annexed to it to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Oregon seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 7 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Oregon that the teller has verified as regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote.
Somebody better object,
goddammit.
goddammit.
State has annexed to it a certificate from an authority in the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 20 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 20 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Mr. President, sadly but resolutely, I object to the electoral votes of my beloved Commonwealth of Pennsylvania on the grounds of multiple constitutional infractions that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. And on this occasion, I have a written objection signed by a senator and 80 members of the House of Representatives.
Let's go. Hell
Is
yeah.
the objection in writing and signed by a senator?
Yes, finally.
An objection presented in writing and signed by both a representative and a senator complies with the law. Chapter 1, Title 3 of the United States Code. The clerk will report the objection.
We, a United States Senator and members of the House of Representatives, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Pennsylvania on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. Signed, Josh Hawley, United States Senator, Scott Perry, Member of Congress.
Are there further objections to the certificates from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? The chair hears none. The two houses will withdraw from joint session. Each house will deliberate separately on the pending objection and report its decision back to the joint session. The Senate will now retire to its chamber.
So now what?
They're gonna debate about it, and then they're gonna come back, and then try and sell.
All right. Well, what do you guys want to talk about till they come back? Schmitty, do you want to kick it off? You want to get us started on
it's
something?
motherfucking 12:20 in the goddamn morning.
Yeah, go ahead and get us started on something. Anything.
Well, at least some people have objected. Mainly the senator from Alabama, even though it kind of looked like a dummy, because it wasn't signed by a senator. And then the two from Georgia. At least they're doing something. But is it enough? Will it be enough?
I think it will be.
Oh, well, Pennsylvania, then they also need to get at least Wisconsin, right? Whatever. Yeah, we need to get Wisconsin. Or I disown that state forever.
And you're watching live coverage on C-SPAN of the Electoral College certification by the Congress. This was a joint session by the House and Senate. There have been objections throughout the evening, including to Georgia,
Is that how you say it?
Nevada, and Michigan. However, both a representative and a senator
I'm
need
sorry.
to
I mean,
sign
that's a
those
cool name. It's just hard to
objections
pronounce.
to the certification.
Welcome.
If they
It's
want
good to have you
debate
here.
it. Those did not have Senate signatures. Pennsylvania had a Senate signature and 80 House members. So the Senate is going back on the other side of the Capitol to the Senate chamber. The House will debate the Pennsylvania certification. The Senate will debate the Pennsylvania certification. You'll watch live coverage of the Senate on C-SPAN 2 and the House on C-SPAN. After that, there are still 12 states to get through. There are no predicted objections to those 12 states. Throughout the evening now, we're going to be taking your calls, getting your reaction to today's events up at the Capitol and also the certification process. This is live coverage on C-SPAN. Now back to the House.
How you doing tonight, Bintang? You back, Schmitty? You there, Schmitty? Schmitty?
Oof.
You back?
Yeah.
Alright. So, what's up, guys? We are waiting for both houses of Congress to freaking debate. They just objected to Pennsylvania. They're not going to certify it. They got the signatures they needed. They got it in writing, so we're going to wait for that. I guess while we're waiting, we can just, like, bullshit about something. Steak taco. So, Schmitty, what do you think about all this?
Hopefully they all pull their heads out of their asses. You know, Donald Trump is the president, because we all know it's true. Oh, fuck, I forgot my password.
What are you trying to do?
Get this POS tablet to work again. Fuck.
Is there anything you want to, like, maybe ask the subs right now?
Super chat if you want us to see your shit right away. Best way to get us to notice it. I don't even remember my fucking shit.
I guess we can throw up the Discord link if anyone wants to come in and talk.
Yeah, do that. Oh,
The House will be in order pursuant to Senate.
we have a result.
The House will be in order. Thank you. Pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution 1 and Section 17 of Title III, United States Code, when the two houses withdraw from the joint session to count
Dude, you can't even
the
talk.
vote
Holy
for
crap.
separate consideration of an objection, a representative may speak to the objection for 5 minutes and not more than once. Debate shall not exceed 2 hours, after which the chair shall put the question, shall the objection be agreed to? The clerk will report the objection made in joint session.
We, a United States Senator and members of the House of Representatives, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Pennsylvania on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. Signed, Josh Hawley and Scott Perry.
The chair will endeavor to alternate recognition between members speaking in support of the objection and members speaking in opposition to the objection. Before I recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the House will be in order. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a somber day for the defense of the Constitution. See, the Constitution is just a piece of paper. It cannot defend itself. That is why our leaders swear an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, and that's what I'm doing here this evening. The Constitution states the times, place, and manner of holding elections shall be prescribed by the legislature, not the courts, Not the governor, not the Secretary of State or other bureaucrats or elected officials, the legislature. In Pennsylvania, the Supreme Court unilaterally extended the deadline for ballots to 3 days after the election. They actually wanted 10. The Supreme Court is not the legislature. The Supreme Court mandated unpostmarked ballots to be received, destroying the validity of all the votes that were cast timely. The Supreme Court action defied the law, the legislature, and the will of the people. The Supreme Court authorized the use of drop boxes where ballot harvesting could occur. The legislature never authorized that form of voting, and the court had absolutely no right to do so. Responding to the Secretary of State, Kathy Boockvar, the Supreme Court ruled that mail-in ballots need not authenticate signatures. Once again, the court not only defied the Constitution and the will of the people, but by so doing, they created a separate class of voters, thereby violating the Equal Protections Clause prescribed in the Constitution. How can we have two legally separate classes of voters? Yet the court made it so, not the legislature. The Constitution doesn't mention the court when determining the time, place, and manner of elections because they're not authorized to make those decisions, and yet they did it. And the U.S. Supreme Court has refused to hear the case, denying the evidence and denying the demands for justice from the people of Pennsylvania and America. These aren't my opinions. These aren't partisan viewpoints. These are irrefutable facts. 6 days before the election, guidance emailed from the Secretary of State required that counties shall not pre-canvass or canvass any mail-in or civilian absentee ballots received between 8 o'clock Tuesday and 5 o'clock Friday, and that they must be kept separately. That was 6 days before the election. 2 days before the election, county received new guidance from the Secretary of State informing counties that they shall canvass segregated absentee and mail-in ballots as soon as possible upon receipt. The Secretary of State is not elected by the people. She is not a member of the legislature. Yet she, and she alone, determine the time and manner of elections. Unconstitutional, ladies and gentlemen. In defiance of a U.S. Supreme Court order that all ballots received after Election Day be segregated, the Secretary of State knew once they were canvassed, that is, opened and commingled with all the other ballots, they would be counted with all the rest. And what's the remedy for this defiance, for this law breaking? So far, the court has decided there is no remedy. There is no penalty for this lawlessness, this dilution of lawfully cast votes, this defiance of the Constitution. No remedy. When the state legislature requested the governor convene a special session to address the unanswered questions and try and provide a remedy, he refused. When votes are accepted under unconstitutional means without fair and equal protection for all, the only result can be an illegitimate outcome. Illegitimate. The voters did not create this mess, but the will of the people is absolutely being subverted by the deliberate and willful actions of individuals defying their oath, the law, and the Constitution. In Pennsylvania, we use the statewide Uniform Registry of Electors, or the SURE system, as the basis of determining who can vote. Unfortunately, a recent attempted audit by the Democrat State Auditor General concluded that he was unable to establish with any degree of reasonable assurance that the SURE system is secure and that Pennsylvania voter registration records are complete and accurate. That's what we're relying on, ladies and gentlemen, that right there. This is the very same system used to certify the election in the contest for President of the United States. This is the very same system that the state used to certify the 2020 election, even though its figures do not match more than half of Pennsylvania's 67 counties. To this day, right now, while we stand here, how can this election be certified using a system that after 2 months still displays that over 205,000 more votes were cast in Pennsylvania than people who voted in the November election? Let me say that again. 205,000 more votes than voters.
Time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, to my colleague from Pennsylvania, I will say this. I carry the same Constitution that you do. And the Constitution, sir, does not allow you, me, or any member of this body to substitute our judgment for that of the American people. It does not allow us to disregard the will of the American people. Because under this Constitution, under our Constitution, Congress doesn't choose the president. The American people do. And they have chosen in resounding numbers, as every single member of this body well understands. Now, I have been at a loss, Madam Speaker, to explain what happened today, but there's a statement that I found that largely summarized my thoughts on the matter. The scenes of mayhem unfolding at the seat of our nation's government are a sickening and heartbreaking sight. This is how election results are disputed in a banana republic, not our democratic republic. I am appalled by the reckless behavior of some political leaders since the election and by the lack of respect shown today for our institutions, our traditions, and our law enforcement. The violent assault on the Capitol,
because you care about law enforcement,
of a
right?
constitutionally mandated meeting of Congress was
Party that
undertaken
talks
by
about
people
defunding
whose
the police all of a
passions
sudden
have been
loves cops.
inflamed by falsehoods and false hopes. Insurrection could do grave damage to our nation and our reputation. In the United States of America, it is the fundamental responsibility of every patriotic citizen to support the rule of law. To those who are disappointed in the results of the election, our country is more important than the politics of the moment. Those are not my words. Those are the words of former Republican President George W. Bush. To my colleagues, it is after midnight tonight. It's been a long day for our country, a long day for our republic. Let us dispense with this. Let's do the right thing. Let's honor our oath. Let's certify the results, and let's get back to the work of the American people. And with that, I yield to the distinguished Chairwoman Lofgren.
Madam Speaker, our duty today is significant but straightforward. We must count the votes of the electors as cast in the Electoral College and announce the results. As discussed, our roles and responsibilities are established by the Constitution and federal law, and they're clear. The facts before us are also clear. Pennsylvania submitted one slate of electors as chosen by the voters of the state. The slate was certified according to state law. Now those lawful results must be counted and announced. Despite disinformation and any number of false claims that you may have heard, including here today, as former Attorney General Barr said, quote, "We've not seen fraud on a scale that could have affected a different outcome in the election." This is not simply a conclusory statement. The results of the election have been litigated. The record is clear. The lawsuits challenging the election results failed. They failed because there's simply no evidence to support these baseless claims. You know, it's one thing to tweet a belief, quite another to provide actual evidence. These cases fail because there is no evidence. Judges ruled in the lawsuit that the 2020 election was sound. So it should come as no surprise that Republican office holders have recognized the election results as legitimate and accurately determined in an election that was conducted safely, securely, and with integrity. We all take an oath to support and defend the Constitution. And as we near the end of the task before us, let's remember the beginning of the Constitution. Before Article 2 and the 12th Amendment, which spell out the Electoral College, and before Article 1, which creates Congress, the Constitution begins with the preamble. The preamble is short and bold. We, the people. The people spoke in historic numbers. Their votes have been counted. Their choice is clear. It's time, as the law requires, to announce the state of the people's vote. The violence and disorder inflicted on our democracy by seditious rioters today is an indication of why adherence to our Constitution is so vital. I urge all of us to stand up for law, for democracy, for our Constitution, and to stand up for America and reject this objection. And I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman's time has expired. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A day that was intended to debate the importance of election integrity and the rule of law tragically became a day that will be a black mark in our nation's history. Nevertheless, the work of this House must go on, as America will go on. We must all sincerely thank the Capitol Police and Metro Police for their selfless actions today, putting their safety and lives on the line to protect this House. The lawlessness and violence of today must be condemned, just as all violent protests must be condemned. Nevertheless, the fact remains a large number of Pennsylvanians are enormously frustrated with actions taken by elected and appointed officials in Pennsylvania, which have led to a high level of distrust for this past election. We have the United States Constitution, which is the reason we have been and will continue to be a great country and a country of laws. The U.S. Constitution is unambiguous, Madam Speaker, in declaring that state legislators are the entity with the authority to set election procedures and to enact any changes to election law. Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 states the times, places, and manner of holding elections shall be prescribed in each state by the legislator thereof. The authority
Super
of election
chats.
procedures
As you can
lies with
tell,
the state
we have to downgrade our stream a lot
in Pennsylvania, this
due to the
authority
fact that our
was
equipment
indisputably
sucks.
usurped
So,
by the Pennsylvania's
Yeah, you
governor's
guys.
if y'all
by the
would love
Pennsylvania
to support
Secretary of
us,
State,
My
and by the
computer
super chats
can't.
would be amazing.
My computer can't handle streaming
but are not limited to
over
accepting
480p.
ballots past 8 p.m. on
And
election
come on, we're in
day,
2021.
inconsistent application
So if
of
you guys could just
verified
send some
ballots
super
required,
chats so that we
in-person
can go out and get a
ballots
nice
versus
new
mail-in
computer
ballots,
so that we can make
authorizing
the channel
curing of
better,
mail-in ballots with
we
less than
would be
24 hours
so
notice,
grateful if you
leading
guys
to
can help us out
inconsistent
like that.
preparedness between counties, and authorizing the use of unsecured drop boxes, which is not permitted in statute. If such unlawful actions are to be accepted, what do we have to look forward to next year? The Pennsylvania Secretary of State allowing online voting because it may be raining in Philadelphia? It was a free-for-all. Madam Speaker, it was back in 2005 when then Minority Leader Pelosi, while leading 31 Democrats as they objected to the presidential elector certification, as they did in the last 3 presidential elections when a Republican won, and stated quite well, actually, that the members of Congress have brought this challenge and are speaking up for their aggrieved constituents, many of whom have been disenfranchised in this process. This is their only opportunity to have this debate while the country is listening, and is it appropriate to do so? Thank you for those words, Madam Speaker. They were appropriate then as they are now. If there is an American ideal that all citizens, regardless of party affiliation, can agree upon, it is that we must have election integrity. We should not certify these electors which were derived by unlawful actions and a result of inaccurate vote tallies. I yield the remainder of my time to Representative Joyce.
You have to stay standing.
Madam Speaker,
That's embarrassing.
I rise in support of the objection.
Dumbass.
Tonight, my heart is heavy as we consider the dark acts that transpired in this chamber today. But, Madam Speaker, the American people can be assured that violent and irrational attacks on this body cannot derail the constitutional responsibility that lies in front of us. This has always been about upholding the law. It's always been about protecting government of, by, and for the people. Preserving the rule of law is more important than ever. We must acknowledge that unconstitutional acts unduly impacted the presidential election in Pennsylvania. Contrary to law, the Supreme Court extended the deadline for mail-in ballots for 3 days beyond the election day. Contrary to law, the Secretary of the Commonwealth discarded mail-in ballot signature verification safeguards. These leaders took advantage of a deadly pandemic and seized the state's legislature's rightful authority. I took an oath to uphold the law and defend the Constitution. I pledged to protect free and fair elections. I cannot in good faith certify electors that were selected under an unlawful process. I will object to the Electoral College certification to protect the will of Pennsylvania voters, to uphold the law, to restore trust in our electoral system, and ultimately to save our Constitution. At Gettysburg, which is in my district, President Abraham Lincoln spoke about the great task of ensuring government by, of, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Thank you, and I yield.
Expired. Thank you. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nearly 7 million Pennsylvanians showed up to vote in the 2020 elections. They cast their votes for Democrats and Republicans up and down the ballot, including the entire U.S. House delegation, the entire state House, and half of the state Senate, and other state and local races. Since the election, there have been allegations of widespread election fraud in Pennsylvania. But remarkably, the filed by the Trump campaign, Pennsylvania Republicans, and others challenging the results in Pennsylvania have never claimed that there was voter fraud. Perhaps that's because attorneys
How you guys doing out there in the chat? Let us know.
When they make unsubstantiated claims in court. That's where
What do
the
you guys
rubber
think
really
about
meets the road. So, if
freaking
these
riots
lawsuits
today?
didn't claim election fraud, what did they claim? Most of the legal challenges to the presidential election in Pennsylvania question relatively small numbers of ballots that were allegedly tainted by technical violations. Even assuming that all these ballots had been cast for Joe Biden, throwing them out wouldn't have changed the result of the election. Now, one exception is the lawsuit filed by one of our colleagues from Pennsylvania, Kelly versus Commonwealth, which would have thrown out all the mail-in votes cast in the 2020 general election on the grounds that Act 77, the state law allowing those votes, was unconstitutional. That suit would have disenfranchised 2.5 million Pennsylvanians. Let's let that sink in. 2.5 million Pennsylvanians would have had their votes nullified. Now, I want to provide my colleagues with some background about the state law at the heart of this challenge. In 2019, the Republican-controlled state legislature approved Act 77, a bipartisan bill to reform the state's election laws, which instituted no-excuse mail balloting. Act 77 was supported almost unanimously by Republicans in the state House and state Senate. In fact, it was unanimous in the state Senate and all but 2 Republicans in the state House. Moreover, once this act was passed, Act 77 had a 120-day period where challenges could be filed against the act if people thought it was unconstitutional. Well, 4 months went by, nobody files a challenge.
Smitty, do you think this is going to work?
June 3rd, Pennsylvania had their primary under this.
You think it's going to go through?
Nobody challenged the
I hope
primary
so.
election. It was only
I am about to head out though because I have to go to work in like 4 fucking hours. And I'm tired as fuck.
We can't walk away until it's over.
Not surprisingly,
I'm gonna have to
this
because
case
this
was
is
dismissed
taking
by
so
the
fucking
Pennsylvania
long.
Supreme Court, and an appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court was denied. Another exception is Texas versus Pennsylvania. They asked the
Probably
court
at
to reject
1.
the results of the
I'm
Pennsylvania
heading out,
contest,
guys.
the presidential contest
really
in
can't
Pennsylvania and several other states, disenfranchising
I
tens of
have
millions
to.
of voters.
I literally need to go to
7
work and get
Republican
at least some
members
fucking
of the
sleep.
Pennsylvania U.S. House delegation signed the U.S. House Republican brief in support of Texas versus Pennsylvania. Well, I feel compelled to point out to my colleagues that the same voters who sent them to the 117th Congress cast their votes for the president by marking the very same ballots, which were read by the very same ballot scanners and monitored by the very same election workers. Yet our colleagues who signed the brief only want to invalidate the presidential votes. This is illogical and inconsistent, colleagues, and I'm pleased to note that the Supreme Court rejected it as well. The fact is, the election has received unprecedented scrutiny in the courts. I believe it's irresponsible and undemocratic to argue today that the U.S. Congress ought to relitigate the 2020 presidential election and second-guess the will of the voters in multiple states, the decisions of numerous state and federal courts, including the Supreme Court, and the counts and recounts conducted by state election officials. There were 20 lawsuits filed in Pennsylvania challenging aspects of the Pennsylvania presidential election. In 19 of them, you got laughed out of court. The one case you won affected roughly 100 votes. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won by over 80,000.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
For what purposes, gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for that objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise this evening with a heavy heart. The violence that occurred today at the U.S. Capitol was senseless, destructive, and counter to our American values. This past Sunday, each member of this body took an oath to uphold the United States Constitution. And while the path of least resistance, particularly following today's events, would be remaining silent, my oath to uphold the Constitution does not permit me to maintain silence. While systemic voter fraud was not something proven, we've witnessed a systemic failure in the application of Pennsylvania's voting law when it comes to the 2020 general election. In late 2019, the Commonwealth revisited and modernized its election law with the bipartisan Act 77. Granted, in late 2019, the Commonwealth legislature did not have the foresight to anticipate how COVID-19 would present challenges to voting. Despite that, it is not up to the governor, the Secretary of the Commonwealth, nor the state Supreme Court to unilaterally create law. The election abuses to Pennsylvania Act 77 taken by the Pennsylvania Executive Branch and upheld by the Pennsylvania Judicial Branch were clearly unconstitutional and had an obvious, if not measured, impact on the 2020 election, particularly when it comes to the citizens' faith in the electoral process. Irregularities in Pennsylvania included uneven application of the law, ballot curing, ignoring signature validation requirements, using unsecured drop boxes, accepting ballots beyond the deadlines, and interfering with certified poll watcher access, among others. These actions were taken by the Commonwealth's governor and Secretary of State, while the Pennsylvania Supreme Court circumvented the authority of the state legislature. Furthermore, the chief law officer of the Commonwealth sat idly while this process unfolded. Now, I join many of my colleagues in Pennsylvania requesting the legislators in Harrisburg conduct an investigation and audit to ensure such negligence will be prevented in future elections. I have serious concerns about how these irregularities in the application of the Commonwealth's election laws will play in future elections. Only with equal application of the law will the voters of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania have certainty in their election processes. Now, I remain committed to ensuring the voters receive an electoral system they deserve and where equal application of the law is guaranteed. If our election integrity is compromised, we have failed the very voters who have sent us here to defend the Constitution. I yield my remaining time to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much. I thank the gentleman for yielding. The oath I took is very simple. Madam Speaker, you administer it. It's to support and defend the Constitution. Now, as you walk back to the office buildings, you walk by that wall that has when the various states accepted that Constitution. And remember, when a state accepts the Constitution, it agrees to accept every part of the Constitution. It doesn't get to pick and choose. Pennsylvania was there when it was written. They were so enthusiastic about the Constitution, they approved it in 1787. My state, Maryland, is a little further down the wall, 1788. They were there when it was written. The clause that gave the legislature the power over the elections was there when they accepted it. It's been there since. How dare the judicial branch or the executive branch of that state usurp the legislative authority? That's a clear violation of the Constitution. Now, we heard there's no evidence. Evidence? The Pennsylvania Supreme Court unilaterally extended the deadline to receive absentee and mail-in ballots. Does anybody contest that over here? Does it say the legislature did that? No, it doesn't. It says the court did it. That's a violation. That's what the Texas lawsuit was all about. We disadvantage other states when states like Pennsylvania, the executive branch and judicial branch, cheat on the Constitution. And that's what they did here. But there's more evidence. But wait,
But wait, there's more.
The Democrat
He sounds
Secretary
like
of the
Billy
Commonwealth
Mays.
eroded integrity by dismissing signature authentication on a ballot. Does anyone here believe the Pennsylvania legislature would have agreed to create a separate system for mail-in ballots and in-person ballots? That if you mail it in, you don't need a signature? But if you vote in person, you do, and it has to be authenticated? Of course not. The legislature clearly wouldn't have agreed to that. But that didn't stop the usurpation of constitutional authority.
There's more.
Madam Chair, I vigorously support this objection, and I ask unanimous consent to enter to the record the objection to counting the electoral votes of the state of Arizona. Additional signers.
Without objection.
Madam Chair, my motion is
Without objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Where's this idiot from?
Madam Speaker, tonight we will not be picking the president. For the people did that on November 3rd. Rather, tonight in this House, we will decide whether American democracy survives. Let us be under no illusion. These are the stakes. If this objection succeeds, and the will of 7 million Pennsylvania voters is cast aside,
Schmitty, do you want to just do a quick
it will be the end of
reach
our
out to our watchers
democracy.
real quick?
Now,
let them know what's going on.
There is no reasonable debate about
So we're
what happened in
debating
this election in
Pennsylvania right now.
7 million
Whether it should be
Pennsylvanians
counted
voted.
or not.
Joe Biden won by
Which
over
it shouldn't be,
81,000
because
votes.
the mail-in shit
This was
definitely a
certified
con.
in 67
That's basically
counties
what they're arguing
by
about, and it's been going on for like
bipartisan
30
local
fucking
elected
minutes.
officials, including
And
Republicans.
what are we also
And
like working on
every
behind the
single
scenes that we need a
court,
little bit of
whether
help
the
with?
judge is a Democrat or a Republican, has
Super
reaffirmed
chats
this
will
outcome.
be very much appreciated.
objectors, however,
As you can see,
claim
the stream quality
we do not
is
know the
not
will of the people
great
because the election
due to the
in
fact our
Pennsylvania was
comments.
somehow conducted corruptly.
Yeah, guys. So please,
Much
like,
of
if
their
you can,
objection
please help us out.
centers
Any
around the
little
state
bit
law
helps.
passed in
It really
2019,
goes to improve the
known as
channel.
Act 77,
So we
that
really
gives
appreciate you
voters
guys
the
helping us
option
out.
of expanded mail-in voting. Objectors are alleging that this law was somehow a brilliant plot by Democrats to disadvantage Republicans and rig elections. This is laughable. Here are the facts. Act 77 was a Republican-led effort in a Republican-controlled legislature. Literally every single Republican in the Pennsylvania Senate voted for it. And in the State House, the vote among Republicans was 105 to 2. Here is what the Republican Speaker of the Pennsylvania House had to say about Act 77. Quote, "This bill does not benefit one party or the other, or any one candidate or single election. It serves to preserve the integrity of every election and lift the voice of every voter in the Commonwealth." So there is no question as to the facts surrounding this election. They are as clear as they are overwhelming. The only question that remains is this: will this House reaffirm our fidelity to our democracy, or will we end it? I must concede, Madam Speaker, I have been naive about one subject. I always just assumed our democracy would naturally endure, almost as if it was predestined. I never even questioned it until the last several years. 2 centuries ago, one of our founding fathers cautioned against this notion. John Adams wrote, "Remember, democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself. There was never a democracy yet that did not commit suicide." I now realize the wisdom of his words. Never again will I take for granted our democracy. It must be jealously defended by every generation, always. But, Madam Speaker, despite the alarm I feel that our democracy
So guys, let us know in the
brought to
chat.
this
Do you guys
breaking
think
point
that
we've
this
seen
is going to
today,
work? Are they going to be able to overturn
nonetheless,
Pennsylvania?
I still maintain hope.
Let us know.
Growing up in Philadelphia,
open it up for a
raised
little
in an
discussion
immigrant
here.
family, I was often brought down to visit the historic sites. Every summer, without fail, we would spend a day seeing Independence Hall, Congress Hall, the Liberty Bell. It was at Independence Hall where our nation was declared free and our Constitution born. At the Constitutional Convention, the oldest and most widely accomplished delegate was Benjamin Franklin, one of our greatest founding fathers and my city's greatest citizen. On the final day, as the last delegates were signing the Constitution, Franklin pointed to the painted sun on the back of the convention chair. Observing that painters had found it difficult to distinguish between a rising sun from a setting sun, Franklin went on to say, quote, "I have often, during the course of this session, looked at that sun without being able to tell whether it was rising or setting. But now at length I have the happiness to know it is a rising sun." Madam Speaker, on a day like today, when a mob has stormed the Capitol and some members are threatening the core of our democracy, it can be hard to tell whether for American democracy the sun is rising or setting. But I maintain my faith that tonight, by an overwhelming bipartisan majority in Congress, we will uphold the will of we the people, and our democracy will live. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Beautiful. Florida? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Are they really saying
Madam
gentlewoman?
Speaker, I rise to support the objection.
Yeah.
I'd like to point out that all of the cases that have been thrown out on standing, not the evidence of voter fraud. I'd also like to point out the same people who for 4 years have failed to find a shred of evidence to convict President Trump of Russian collusion are the same people trying to discredit hardworking American poll watchers who are risking perjury by signing affidavits confirming massive voter fraud in multiple states. The same fake news who took the word of Christine Blasey Ford against Justice Kavanaugh, who her own
Remember
friends
that?
denied
The
happened,
Brett Kavanaugh
also
hearings?
dismissed the sworn under penalty of perjury
Yeah, a
accounts
little bit.
from
Long
people
time
who
ago.
witnessed
They
the
did
election
a
fraud.
Saturday Night Live skit,
The same
right?
fact checkers who
And
told
they
you
were
that
like,
Dominion machines
all
weren't
right,
connected
so we've
to the internet
heard from the
and
alleged
couldn't be
victim.
hacked,
Now
are
let's hear
same
from the
people
hero,
telling you that there's
Brett
been
Kavanaugh.
no voter fraud and no violations of election law. But it's been proven that these machines are connected and that they can be hacked. We have heard repeatedly argued that objecting to these ballots is unconstitutional and violates the rights of state legislatures. They would rather us affirm fraud and pass the buck back to states rather than following the process Madison, Hamilton, Jefferson, and the framers of the Constitution designed. When states fail to do their job, we are the last line of defense. Congress is here for this exact situation. We are here to be the fail-safe when states refuse to protect the people's votes. By objecting today, we are telling thousands of witnesses who signed affidavits that we have their back, and we will not allow local officials who violate their own election laws to steal this election from those who lawfully voted. I yield the remainder of my time to the member of North Carolina.
I rise today to support the foundation of our democracy, the Constitution of the United States of America. This document is the fabric and the solid foundation of a nation we call America, which has been a beacon of hope and a shining city on the hill for over 230 years. The words of our Constitution, as spelled out in Article 2, Section 1, are very clear when it comes to our elections. Mandating, not suggesting, not implying, but mandating that state legislatures, not secretaries of state, not state commissions, not county officials, not governors, but state legislators prescribe the time, places, and manner of holding elections. This mandate was not followed in the great state of Pennsylvania. If we allow this fraud to go on, an analogy, a football analogy, in the moving of a goalpost after the ball has been kicked and in the air, the preview of coming attractions will be future elections that do not adhere to honest and open voting by we the people and the loss of our great republic. As a lady told me not long ago, don't spit in my face and tell me it's raining. This is exactly what's happened to the American people in this election. In the words of Winston Churchill, when Great Britain was under siege by Germany, he said, "There will be a time when doing your best is not good enough, We must do what's required, and we must do what's required to save this great republic.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As terrifying as today was here in the People's House, it was thankfully fairly short in duration. In contrast, the pain and fear that so many Americans are experiencing this year has been long and continuous to this very moment. Rather than pitting Americans against Americans as we are here,
I'm
we
mad
should
that
be
out.
working to ensure
No, we can't head out yet.
rapid distribution of vaccines and adequate relief to
got a
Americans who are
choice.
struggling
We gotta
economically
get
because
some
of this
sleep.
horrific pandemic.
I gotta head
But
out.
we're not
I'm sorry.
doing that.
You can't.
Instead, we have witnessed a stunning
can't.
assault on our democracy itself. This challenge is not an act of patriotism.
I'll either be back
Of the
tomorrow
objectors
or the
is
following
completely
day.
incompatible with patriotism.
Whatever.
Our country is defined by her great people, and our democracy is defined above all else by our Constitution. A Constitution that these individuals want to ignore because they've decided that their judgment, the judgment of a small minority of partisan elites, should somehow override that of the more than 155 million Americans who participated in this election. That, my friends, is not democracy. We should all remember, this country's founding was a rejection of monarchy, a rejection of the notion that any one person could be all-powerful. Our commitment to self-determination is what gave rise to our Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. It's why our founders made the choice to build a country anchored in respect for the rule of law rather than one tied to the whims of men. It's why we have free and fair elections that allow us to vote out those who hold office. I am proud to join the vast majority of my colleagues in both chambers, Republicans and Democrats alike, in making it clear that our democracy is bigger than any of us. Let's be clear. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won a victory of 306 electoral votes in the Electoral College, the same margin that President Trump won by in 2016 when he called it a landslide. Nearly 7 million of my fellow Pennsylvanians braved this devastating pandemic and economic crisis to cast their ballots, culminating in a total turnout of more than 70%, the highest in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And nationwide, we saw record-breaking turnout. Both in Pennsylvania and nationally, the president's efforts to overturn the election results in the courts failed resoundingly, with many of the strongest rebukes coming from judges the president himself appointed. In fact, contrary to the assertion of my colleague from Georgia across the aisle, not a single lawsuit in Pennsylvania alleged fraud. She may not be aware of this, but allegations of fraud require specificity and detail, and no lawyer could risk his or her license to make such false claims. I am heartened that several of the country's leading Republicans, including Senate Republican Majority Leader McConnell, Senator Mitt Romney, and former Republican Speaker of the House Paul Ryan, have spoken out against this political stunt. Senator Romney said the egregious ploy to reject electors may enhance the political ambition of some, but dangerously threatens our democratic republic. And as former Republican Representative Charlie Dent from my district said, the claim by the president of voter fraud in our state was simply reprehensible. The truth is that he suppressed his own vote by discouraging mail-in voting. And as Pennsylvania State Senator Gene Yaw, also a Republican, has said, my question is, if the mail-in voting of Act 77 was so bad, why did the Trump organization send out a mail-in ballot application to every registered Republican in the state? Today, I am thinking of all of the people who took the time to do their civic duty and vote, many standing in long lines or painstakingly researching how to vote by mail correctly. We reject these disgraceful attacks on the voters of Pennsylvania and this attempt to throw out their votes. To those in this chamber who may cynically believe that stoking the forces of disinformation and division may be worth a short-term benefit to their political careers, I would urge serious self-reflection. Our democracy is one of the most precious resources of the American people, protected against enormous odds and at great sacrifice by each generation of service members and everyday citizens who put their lives on the line to build a freer and more equitable nation. They deserve better than what is happening in this chamber today.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise today to support the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by making two basic points. Number one, individual states who administer elections must ensure that they're conducted fairly, uniformly, and in accordance with the law. And number two, every American wants to be and deserves to be confident that our elections are secure and that all eligible legal votes are counted accurately and in a transparent manner. And I'll say this, in my district, in Lancaster and York counties, I think that occurred. I'm very proud of my county election officials who upheld the Pennsylvania Constitution and followed the letter of the law. But unfortunately, that sentiment is not shared across the Commonwealth. And today, my objection is not about voter fraud. It is grounded in unconstitutional measures taken by bureaucrats and partisan justices in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania that have unlawfully changed how this election was carried out. This potentially changed the outcome and certainly caused millions of our state's voters to question the election results. Other speakers have outlined this issue. In brief, the Pennsylvania State Legislature in 2019 passed a bipartisan election law reform bill, and then the partisan Pennsylvania Supreme Court took it upon themselves to rewrite that law just 7 weeks before the election. They unlawfully legislated from the bench and made substantive changes to the law, including allowing for unsecured drop boxes and ordering that ballots received after the election be counted, among other things. And the Pennsylvania Secretary of State took it even further. Her unilateral unconstitutional changes result in counties treating ballots differently, so that some voters had the opportunity to change mail-in ballots to correct deficiencies, while in other counties their ballots simply were not counted. As members of Congress, we serve as a voice for our constituents. This is the one time I have a voice in this process, and I cannot simply look away when tens of thousands of my constituents have real and legitimate concerns about how this election was conducted in Pennsylvania. And in fact, I think inadequate response to those concerns by Pennsylvania's officials is one of the major problems. Simple measures like audits should be routine and random and supported by both parties, and I believe they are critical for restoring faith in elections, in Pennsylvania's elections moving forward. The bottom line for my constituents is that Pennsylvania's officials at all levels failed to conduct a uniform and legal election, and for that reason, they inappropriately and unlawfully certified the state's electors. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to my colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Madam Speaker, the violence that occurred in the Capitol today was shameful, unacceptable, and un-American. We are a nation of laws, not lawlessness, and we will never give in to the mob. Thank you to the men and women of our Capitol Police and other law enforcement agencies who heroically defended this building. The criminal behavior we witnessed today before us does not erase the facts before us. I'm objecting to the certification of Pennsylvania's electoral votes because Governor Tom Wolf, Secretary of State Kathy Boockvar, and the Pennsylvania Supreme Court violated the state legislature's clear constitutional authority to set election proceedings. Under the Pennsylvania Constitution, only the General Assembly has the power to set election law. Additionally, Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution explicitly grants state legislatures, not the governor acting alone, and not the courts, the explicit power to determine the manner of appointing presidential electors. Pennsylvania's court unlawfully extended the deadline to receive absentee and mail-in ballots. Governor Wolf's administration dismissed signature authentication procedures for absentee and mail-in ballots, allowed for the uneven administration of the election across counties, and unilaterally changed Pennsylvania's election code without the state legislature's consent. The Constitution is clear, and the facts are indisputable. This past weekend, each member of this body stood in this chamber and swore an oath to protect and defend our Constitution. I intend to fulfill my constitutional oath, which the people of Pennsylvania have entrusted in me. My objection is grounded in the Constitution and rule of law. If we allow the governor to violate constitutional rights of the General Assembly, what is stopping him from violating the constitutional rights of the 12.8 million Pennsylvanians our state legislators were elected to represent? Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
That I oppose.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I represent the 3rd District of Pennsylvania, which includes part of Philadelphia, the birthplace of America. It was in Philadelphia that the Constitution of the United States was written and signed, the very Constitution that we all are sworn in, that upholds for all the members of the House of Representatives. We are elected to serve by our constituents, and that it is our job to represent them and their interests in Congress. Yesterday, I spoke to the son of the late Dick Thornburgh, who was a 2-term Republican governor of Pennsylvania and was Attorney General under President Ronald Reagan and President Bush. His son stressed to me that his father would have wanted the rule of law to prevail regarding political outcomes. But because he cares so much about safeguarding democracy than partisanship. Let me repeat that. His son stressed that regardless of political outcomes, he would prefer the safeguard of democracy rather than political outcome. In addition, Al Smith, who was a Republican Commissioner of Elections, certified the results in November the 23rd. His quote, "I am proud that the birthplace of our republic held the most transparent and secure election in the history of Philadelphia. Instead of using this time to dispute the results of our fair and lawful election, we should be spending this time making vaccines that are quickly given to essential workers in our most vulnerable communities. People are getting homeless. We should look at rental assistance. We should ensure that that's available. Small businesses, the engines of our economy, are needed grants and loans. That should be our focus. Hospitals desperately need support and help. We should be paying attention to the needed hospitals. We're in the middle of a pandemic where hundreds of thousands of people are dying, and we're in a recession that is putting millions of Americans at risk for hunger, homelessness, or both. It's time we start legislating for the people. And one last person I want to mention is our junior senator, Senator Toomey. Very few things that he and I agree, but he has stated very clearly that Joe Biden has won this election. He has stood up on the Senate floor and he has stated that. So it needs to be very clear that the late Governor Thornburgh, Albert Smith, the commissioner, and our current junior senator all have one thing in common: democracy first, partisanship second. Let's keep that in mind. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentlemen.
I yield back.
Thank you. For purpose of, Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Mexico for 5 minutes. Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise in objection, in support of the objection.
Without objection. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is not how I imagined my first speech in the House of Representatives or my first week to be in Washington. The violence that occurred in this building yesterday is reprehensible and inexcusable. I am appalled by anyone who assaults our nation's law enforcement officers. I swore an oath on Sunday to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. We are here today, delayed but not detoured, to debate a constitutional question and follow a constitutional process. The Constitution gives state legislators, not state executives or judges, the sole authority to determine how their state selects presidential electors. Nobody disputes that in Pennsylvania, as well as in other states, rules and regulations were changed by executive fiat or judicial edict. These changes were significant and irregular. They included changes to vote by mail deadlines, identity verification requirements, and other ballot handling practices. In Pennsylvania specifically, the Democrat Secretary of the Commonwealth and the Democrat-controlled Pennsylvania Supreme Court usurped the constitutional authority of the state legislature. Together, they exceeded their authority by extending the deadline for absentee ballots and by waiving signature requirements for those ballots. In their haste to make these changes, the Secretary and the court created two different unequal standards for voters. Pennsylvanians who chose to vote in person still had to have their signatures verified at their polling place, but those who chose to vote by mail did not. How is this process fair? This objection is about Pennsylvania, but it affects every state. As a state representative of New Mexico, Pennsylvania's unconstitutional actions disenfranchised my constituents and the constituents of my colleagues. It is my duty to give my constituents a voice. Signing these objections raises their concerns to the fullest extent my office allows. I again condemn in strongest terms the violence that took place here yesterday. We have many issues to solve, including reforms to restore all Americans' faith in the fairness of our elections. I look forward to those serious, civil, and peaceful debates. And Madam Speaker, I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank the gentlelady. This process we're going through today isn't about personalities. This isn't about Joe Biden or Donald Trump. As hard as some try to paint it that way, let me say the names and personalities don't matter. This is gravely about the Constitution of the United States. Almost 20 years ago, after the attacks on 9/11, Americans were persuaded to give up some of their constitutional liberties. Using the justification of that global crisis, the terrorist attacks on that fateful day, America saw the erosion of their liberties for the safety and security which many felt they may receive through the USA Patriot Act and other resulting processes too many felt would keep us safe from another attack here on our shore. This year, using the justification of the global pandemic, COVID-19, we once again saw our nation's Constitution violated. You see, the Constitution is clear in Article 2, Madam Speaker, that the power and duty to set the manner of national elections rests solely with the state legislatures. That power doesn't rest with us. That power doesn't rest in the hands of unelected county election officials, secretaries of state, or Supreme Courts, but rather in the hands of the state legislatures which pass laws setting the manner of elections held in their states. This year, using the extraordinary circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic, we witnessed these duly passed laws circumvented and usurped time and again, not by having the laws changed in the respective state legislative bodies, but those laws arbitrarily and unilaterally changed by county clerks, secretaries of state, and in this case of Pennsylvania, an unelected or an elected Supreme Court, which is supposed to interpret the law, not make law. And when those non-legislative entities change the laws without getting the General Assemblies to change the law, in my opinion, the resulting ballots cast, either by mail or in person, those ballots were illegal under the law. Illegal ballots should not be counted, and therefore the resulting electoral votes should be considered invalid. What bothers me is that so many of you are okay with that. That so many Americans, because their person won, you're okay with the manner in which that victory was gained. It's politics. Look, I get it. But we didn't swear an oath to play politics. We swore an oath to the United States Constitution. As George Washington said, the Constitution is the guide which I will never abandon. I yield back.
Gentlewoman, therefore the gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Good evening. And first, I do want to acknowledge the devastating events of the last 12 hours and to express my deep appreciation for those who have worked to secure this building and safeguard our democracy. And on behalf of my colleagues, we are all grateful for your service. I ran for this office on a platform of civility and decency, and many of my colleagues and constituents know that I'm a third-generation veteran, and I grew up in a military household. What you may not know, though, is that I grew up in a divided household. Throughout my childhood, one parent voted Democrat and the other Republican. In my purple household, I learned that duty to country was far more important than party allegiance. And with each election, my father would say, "And when the election is done, we salute smartly and we carry on." Now I live in and I serve in a community that has a lot in common with the home that I grew up in. It too is a purple place that honors civility and decency. Pennsylvania's 6th district is in many ways a microcosm of the Commonwealth and of our nation. Our voter registration in Chester County is 40-40-20 RD and I. Voters across my district commonly split their ticket, some voting for President-elect Biden while also voting down ballot for Republicans for our state legislature. What some of my colleagues are arguing today is that those ballots, those very ballots, are illegitimate. My colleagues cannot honestly believe that. In fact, just this week they joined me on the House floor to be sworn into this hallowed body, and they trusted that the votes cast in their favor were legitimate, and they're right. If those votes counted, so too must the votes for President-elect Biden. We have also heard today concerns about mail-in ballots, and I'm not a lawyer, but I am an engineer and therefore a student of numbers. It wasn't just Democrats who voted by mail. It was not a free-for-all, as was described earlier. 600,000 Republicans in Pennsylvania across the state voted by mail. By questioning the election results, you're telling those Pennsylvanians that the hours they spent online to cast their ballot or the trip that they took to the post office in the middle of a pandemic just didn't matter. Alan Novak is a man who served as the chair of the Republican Party in Pennsylvania for nearly a decade. I'll say that again. The chair of the Republican Party of Pennsylvania for a decade is one of those voters I'm talking about in Pennsylvania. He lives in my district, and he split his ticket. He voted for me as his member of Congress and also for President Trump. And he eloquently said, "What makes America great, exceptional, and enduring is our commitment to government of laws, our orderly constitutional process that settles our election disputes and our peaceful transfer of power with respect and civility." He goes on to say that it is easy when it's pretty and the outcome is not controversial. But when it's not pretty and there's controversy, it's more important that we respect, honor, and abide by our revered and tested process for the orderly transfer of power. Perhaps that's maybe all that we can agree on, and it is the need for grace, respect, and civility. So I ask my colleagues across the aisle, are you willing to disenfranchise people like Mr. Novak and the more than 400,000 people in the Pennsylvania 6th? Perhaps some of the independent and pragmatic spirit that is so prevalent amongst voters in my community comes from the history of the place that we call home. Many Americans have visited Philadelphia and our historic sites, but very few make it out to my community, which is the home of Valley Forge. Here, General George Washington led the Continental Army to winter quarters. The war had not been going well for our young soldiers, and that winter was harder still. It was bitterly cold. Food shortages and smallpox were abundant, and many people died. We remember what happened there because it was a test of our endurance, a demonstration of devotion to mission and to our country over ourselves. Coming out of that awful winter experience, our troops emerged better trained, united, and ultimately victorious. In those harsh, dark times, they found their common ground and their fortitude. Just like then, it is in these trying moments where we learn who our leaders truly are. They're the ones who don't just represent the people or give orders or ready us for a fight. They are those who educate, who speak truth. They inspire confidence and unity rather than sowing division and strife. There is a striking parallel between our nascent country and what they endured in Valley Forge and what we're enduring right now. A hard winter of division, illness running rampant, and an uncertain future. Today, our country's resolve is being tested, and I know that we will pass this test together and be made stronger. We now have the opportunity and the responsibility to do that tonight by upholding the will of the people, by voting to certify the results of this electoral college, and by moving forward with a servant heart and a common resolve to preserve this great experiment that is the United States of America. And with that, I yield back, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
It's with great pride and profound sense of responsibility that I object to the 2020 election in the state of Pennsylvania. I'm very proud to stand alongside fellow patriots who have pushed back against a fraudulent and criminal election process, a process that was the antithesis to the very rule of law that governs these United States. At the same time, standing here tonight is surreal because this is a critical juncture that will undoubtedly determine the survivability of this great republic. Our free and fair election process, and by extension, the people's trust and legitimacy, is what has separated us as a nation, a process that we've shared with the world its moral force, a process that now, sadly, has been bastardized by those more interested in the maintenance of power than they are in the free and open voice of the American people. If I remember correctly, Democrats were calling for transparency in 2000 and 2004 when George W. Bush was elected, and again in 2016 when President Trump took office. Where are you now? I ask this: what do you have to lose by having a thorough investigation to determine the validity of these votes? Why not encourage an investigation to relieve the concerns of half the people in this country? If you are so convinced that Biden was elected legitimately, what do you have to fear? If there was no fraud, simply show us the proof, investigate it, validate it. This isn't about one candidate versus another. This is about upholding the principles that are indispensable to the existence of the democratic republic that we are so fortunate to call home. I have no doubt that there was widespread election fraud this past November, and I am not alone. I stand here today speaking for 75 million Americans whose voice was unconstitutionally silenced. To you, the silenced, I say this: I will continue to fight for you. You have been heard. For more than 240 years, tyranny has sought to extinguish the light of freedom. As Ronald Reagan said before, freedom is a fragile thing. It is never more than one generation away from extinction. The Constitution and the Bible on which it stands is stronger than the cheap, tyrannical tactics of those who seek to destroy it. And I yield back to the gentleman, Mr. Budd from North Carolina.
I thank my friend from Texas. You know, mob violence is not representative of our country or of this building. The American people, at least the ones that are still up watching right now, they have seen this body return to a peaceful debate. And that's the American way. So let's get back to that debate, and let's talk for a moment about Pennsylvania. For decades, absentee voting was reserved for members of the military and citizens who were medically or physically unable to get to the polls. But in 2019, Pennsylvania dramatically increased the amount of ballots that would be cast in the presidential election through expanded, no-excuse mail-in voting. On September 17th, Pennsylvania's Democrat-controlled Supreme Court violated the Constitution by extending the deadline to receive mail-in ballots. Article 2 states that legislatures, not the courts, determine the time, manner, and place of their state's elections. But Pennsylvania's High Court directed the state officials to assume that non-postmarked ballots were received on time, without any evidence that they were sent before Election Day. On October 23rd, while early voting was already underway, the state Supreme Court ruled that election officials did not have to authenticate signatures for mail-in ballots. To sum it up, Pennsylvania officials illegally did three critical things. One, they radically expanded vote by mail for virtually any reason. Two, they removed restrictions when a ballot could be sent in. And three, they removed signature verification on those very ballots. And just this week, the Pennsylvania Senate pleaded with members of this body to delay certification until the Supreme Court resolves these disputes. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania violated their own Constitution. They violated the U.S. Constitution. They opened the door for thousands of unverifiable ballots. Because they failed to guarantee the integrity of their votes, I cannot consent to accepting Pennsylvania's electoral votes.
Time has expired. Chair will receive a message.
Madam Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate is ready to proceed in joint session with the House of Representatives.
Thank you. What did you say? What purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the challenge.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Madam Speaker, this is a sad day for America, a day of shame, a day of ignominy, an attack on this Capitol, an attack on our country. Our words matter. Mobs, thugs, insurrectionists, domestic terrorists attacked our government with the aim of attacking our free and fair elections. Make no mistake, these terrorists came armed with false flags, armed with hate, armed with weapons, and tragically armed with lies force-fed to them by those at the highest level of government, including some from the legislative and, yes, the executive branches. Incited by the one at the highest level of government, they attacked people, property, this Capitol, this cathedral of democracy. Words matter. In his last words to our nation and to all of us here, our dear colleague John Lewis wrote last July, "Democracy is not a state, it is an act, and each generation has an obligation to preserve its institutions." Democracy is a series of acts by you and by me, by citizens, one building upon the other and another. Not acts that we have heard and seen and suffered today, words and acts to incite violence, acts that tear at the very fabric of our democracy. Yet, Madam Speaker, I have hope. We too are armed. We are armed with the facts. We are armed with the truth. We are armed with the love of our country. We are armed with our sworn oaths, and we are armed with our precious Constitution. We have faced tyranny and insurrection before. We are here tonight to herald to America and to the world. We will defend our democracy, and we will endure. When I came into work this morning as I was preparing to come to the floor, I read Tom Friedman's op-ed, which began with the words from the Gospel of Mark. "For what shall it profit a man if he gain the whole world but lose his soul? For what shall it profit any man?" I urge my Republican colleagues to have the courage to uphold their oath, courage like that of Congresswoman Margaret Chase Smith, a lifelong Republican, and the first in her party to speak out against McCarthyism. Putting duty over fear, she said, and I quote, "I don't want to see the Republican Party ride to political victory on the 4 horsemen of calumny, fear, ignorance, bigotry, smear. Surely Republicans are not that desperate for victory," end quote. For today we have seen the cost of victory by such means. It shook the very walls of this building. Our colleagues know there is no truth to this challenge. For what shall it profit a man? Madam Speaker, it has been my solemn honor to participate this sad day. I pray for our country, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
To support the objection of the electoral certification of the state of Pennsylvania.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a new representative here, I did not envision my first speech on the House floor to be this here tonight, but rather a tribute to our first responders and frontline workers who have been a shining light in an otherwise tough year for us all. After the events tonight, I am especially grateful for our men and women who put service above self, confronting lawlessness and danger while protecting this very chamber, its members, and our constitutional republic. As a member of the People's House and the wife of a first responder, thank you to our law enforcement here today. But especially after tonight's unacceptable breach of the People's House, I am furthermore resolved in the fact that we, as representatives of the people, must take a stand for every American's right to a free and fair election as guaranteed by the Constitution. Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 of the Constitution explicitly rests the time and manner of our elections in the hands of our state legislatures. However, state law in the 2020 election was modified or circumvented without approval of the state legislatures. These actions are in clear violation of the Constitution, specifically Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, which grants state legislatures the sole authority to establish how state presidential electors are appointed. These changes, along with other election irregularities throughout the 2020 election, require me, as a member of this body, to object to the certification of these electoral votes, just as my colleagues across the aisle have objected to every Republican presidential election over the last 20 years. Tonight, as we undertake the very serious responsibility of debating these states' electoral certifications, I want to urge my colleagues to listen earnestly and with an open mind, remembering that just 3 days ago, we swore an oath to the United States Constitution, not a political party. Our constituents are counting on us. Our country is counting on us. Our children are counting on us, and we cannot let them down. In December, 25 of my freshman colleagues and I sent you, Madam Speaker, a letter imploring you to investigate these election irregularities. And to date, we have not received a response. That brings us to today. My colleagues across the aisle have repeatedly invoked our founding father, Benjamin Franklin, who famously said, "We have a republic if we can keep it." I say, let's keep it, and it is with that sentiment in mind that I ask my colleagues to defend the power vested in this legislative branch by the U.S. Constitution and reject the certification of the electoral votes of the state in question. It is our responsibility to have courage in the face of adversity and bring integrity back to this process, and with that, I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from the great state of Texas.
I thank the gentlelady, my friend from the great state of Florida. As Americans, we believe governments receive their just powers from the consent of the governed. That sacred transaction can only happen legitimately in a free and fair election. Election integrity is the very lifeblood of our unrivaled system of self-government. The law and the Constitution give Congress not only the authority, but I believe the responsibility to serve as the last check on the integrity of our presidential elections. We either believe, according to statute, that every elector was lawfully certified and regularly given, or we don't. States certainly have broad delegated powers to administer federal elections, but they still must operate within the bounds of the Constitution. Despite receiving numerous petitions, and to the detriment of the country, I might add, the Supreme Court failed to answer the most important question of the 2020 election. Can entities outside of the state legislatures make election law? The plain language of Article 2 of the Constitution answers the question unequivocally, no. The decisions made today in these chambers are of the utmost consequence, and the horrible precedent that will be established if we don't act will have lasting impact on our beloved republic. This proceeding is not just about the integrity of this election, Madam Speaker. It's about ensuring the integrity of all future elections. I take no pleasure or pride in making my objection today, nor do I wish for any state electors to be disqualified. However, based on the law, the Constitution, and my conscience, I cannot support certifying votes from any state that violated the Constitution. This decision is not about loyalty to a president, Madam Speaker. It's about my fidelity to the Constitution and the oath that I swore. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman's time has expired. This does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I came here tonight prepared to talk about the place I represent. and how well the Democratic and Republican county officials ran our election, I wanted to point out that in my home county of Allegheny County, in the place they were counting the votes, there were 31 video cameras, 31 in the same place, just showing people counting votes, every single one of them on paper with representatives from both campaigns watching. I wanted to point out to all these great lovers and supporters of the Pennsylvania legislature that it was the Republican Pennsylvania legislature that passed a Republican bill that they all voted for and supported, that set up the system under which we just ran the election, and that the reason the president lost was because he was not as popular as other Republicans in our state. He got fewer votes than all of them. I wanted to lay out all this evidence, Madam Speaker, because I thought it was a sign of respect for my colleagues, for all the Americans out there who don't know who to trust. I was raised on that. I was raised on that respect, which makes this a hard speech for me to give. Because to do this with any kind of honesty means admitting and declaring in this House that these objections don't deserve an ounce of respect. Not an ounce. A woman died out there tonight, and you're making these objections. Let's be clear about what happened in this chamber today. Invaders came in for the first time since the War of 1812. They desecrated these halls and this chamber and practically every inch of ground where we work. And for the most part, they walked in here free. A lot of them walked out free. And there wasn't a person watching at home who didn't know why that was, because of the way that they look.
House will be in order.
My point, Madam Speaker, is this. Enough has been done here today already to try to strip this Congress of its dignity. And these objectors don't need to do any more. We know that that attack today, it didn't materialize out of nowhere. It was inspired by lies, the same lies that you're hearing in this room tonight. And the members who are repeating those lies should be ashamed of themselves. Their constituents should be ashamed of them. And we know what's going to happen as soon as I walk away, what's happened all night tonight, what will continue to happen. They will take these same symbols, these same concepts, they'll smuggle them into their arguments, they'll make the same arguments. And I want people at home, anyone who is still watching, to know these arguments are not for them, they're for you. None of the evidence we wanted to discuss here tonight will change their opinions or what they're about to say. But you need to know that's not the end. It's not as if there's nothing we can do because of that, and if there was, I don't think this nation would have made it to almost 250 years. The fact is, Madam Speaker, the fact is that at the end of the day, people...
Gentleman from Virginia. Gentleman will say this point of order.
The gentleman will say his point of order.
Yes, ma'am. Point of order, the gentleman said that there were lies on this floor here today, looking over this direction. I ask that those words be taken down. We may have a disagreement on matters, but...
Mr. Rand, it's not timely. No, the gentleman's name was not timely. You didn't register an appropriate time. The gentleman will proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the fact is that at the end of the day...
Yeah, look, you
it's
say
sad, but
that
it's
about
true.
me every single day. So
The truth
just
hurts.
Hold your tongue. The gentleman will proceed.
It hurts. It hurts them, it hurts this country, it hurts all of us. But the fact is that the people have made this country work by not giving in. Go ahead, shout it out. Say
The
one thing
gentleman
that's
is
true.
not in order. The gentleman will proceed. The gentleman will proceed.
One last thing to say, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for your patience. All people need to know, all they need to know tonight, Madam Speaker,
There'll be order in the House. There'll be order in the House. There'll be order in the House. The gentleman will clear this chamber. The gentleman will clear the chamber. Gentleman will proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The truth hurts. But the fact is this. We want this government to work more than they want it to fail. And after everything that's happened today, we want that more than ever. Know that, the people watching at home. We want this government to work. We will make it work. They will not make it fail. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you, John. Who's next? Who?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
Pennsylvania, okay.
When is the appropriate time to ask that the words be stricken and taken down?
Exactly when the words are spoken. You are late.
It's got to be.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition? Are you seeking recognition? Who seeks time to speak on the objection?
Gentleman from Louisiana.
Gentleman from Louisiana?
I rise, Madam Speaker, in support of the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My. Let us take a deep breath, shall we? Madam Speaker, the cornerstone of the strength of our American Republic is not only the peaceful transition of power, but it's the peaceful transition of a lawful power. And it's within the parameters of our oath, indeed, is our duty to inquire if we suspect that perhaps our elections have been compromised. Much has been said about what we do not know. What we do not know calls for investigation. What we do know is that in the disputed states, governors, secretaries of state, or local election commissions acted in violation of the election clause of the U.S. Constitution, wherein state legislatures are granted the sole authority to determine how presidential electors are appointed. It's that simple. State executive officials usurp the constitutionally vested authority of state legislatures within several of the sovereign states. Now, why are we involved in Congress? Because the founders gave us a narrow role. If we suspect that an election was compromised in a sovereign state, then we have a role in the seating of those electors and the counting. America is not a confederacy of states. We're a union of states. We're a representative republic. Therefore, each sovereign state has a deep obligation to follow the writ of its own election law during a federal election. We would not be having this conversation if our objections were solely rested upon the elections of sovereign state governors or state senators and representatives. So a federal election for the President and Vice President of the United States. We certainly have a role, and we should investigate and support that role. Madam Speaker, America is an anointed nation, born of imperfect men, driven by perfect intent. May we be worthy of what it is to be an American, what it is to be a representative of the American people. May I ask, may we seek the quiet whisper of God's own voice within us. And I ask my colleagues to consider supporting this objection. I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, and thank you for yielding. Before I start, something I didn't plan on saying, this is a debate. It's a discussion. Everybody has a right to an opinion. That is American. Because someone doesn't agree with your view or your ideas does not mean that they are liars. It means they have a different view, a different opinion. And I think for God's sake, as people watch this or see it or hear it, they expect more from us than that. We can disagree at a certain level. There is nothing worse than moral pomposity. You know, today was an amazing and terrible day. But one thing that we do know, ladies and gentlemen, is that our law enforcement protected lives, and they protected and preserved our democracy. I watched firsthand, as I always have, just as I do back home in South Jersey, these brave men and women put their lives on the line to defend all of us. May God bless the woman who lost her life today, and may God bless what is and will always be the greatest nation in the history of the world, the United States of America. At the core of our country's greatness is our democratic system. Pardon me?
The rule of the House, you must use your mask.
At the core of our country's greatness is our democratic system of government. Without faith in the integrity of our elections, Americans will not have faith in our democracy. The United States of America is the international embodiment of freedom and opportunity, the shining city on a hill. Free and fair elections have always been a hallmark of America's greatness. After this past presidential election, approximately 60 million Americans have serious doubts about the outcome. That is a number that we cannot ignore.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Pardon me?
The gentleman's time has expired. That gentleman, and therefore your time. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the objection.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Thank you. I started this day disheartened that our colleagues were going to drag us through this cynical political charade of objecting to duly certified Electoral College votes. But I was ready and eager to defend Pennsylvania's elections and the will of Pennsylvania's voters. Never did I expect to be answering calls from family and friends concerned for my safety, or to have to barricade myself in an office. But most important of all, never did I expect to see our Capitol overrun by armed insurrectionists intent on disrupting our government at the urging of the President. What happened here today has made me heartsick for our country, but it only strengthens my resolve to uphold the rule of law and to protect the decision of Pennsylvania's voters. Earlier this week, we raised our hands and swore an oath to bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States. But today, those who are blocking the counting of electors from Pennsylvania are showing that their allegiance lies not to the Constitution or to their constituents, and many would argue not even to the Republican Party, but to their own political fortunes and the outgoing president. Pennsylvania's voters, not members of Congress, are tasked with choosing Pennsylvania's presidential electors, and particularly not congressmen from other states. The people have spoken, and Pennsylvania certified our electors. We must respect our oath here by rejecting this unfounded objection to Pennsylvania's electoral votes and not substitute Congress's judgment for that of the people of Pennsylvania. Legal challenges to elections are serious matters, and that's why there is a place to consider those challenges in courtrooms before impartial judges. And Pennsylvania's legal process has worked. The pseudo-legal arguments that are being raised by the objectors here today are not new. Over the past 2 months, the President and his allies have filed more than 20 lawsuits to challenge the Pennsylvania election. Those challenges have been rejected in federal courts, state courts, appellate courts, and the United States Supreme Court. Challenges have been rejected by judges who are registered Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and who've been appointed by Democratic and Republican presidents. And why did they lose all those cases? As Third Circuit Judge Bibas, a Trump appointee, wrote, "Free, fair elections are the lifeblood of our democracy. Charges of unfairness are serious, but calling an election unfair does not make it so. Charges require specific allegations and then proof. We have neither here." What the court said points to an important distinction about when and how claims of election misconduct are made. It's easy to make wild claims of election fraud on cable television or Twitter, but those claims are not facts. And while there may be no immediate consequences for misleading the public with such statements, there is certainly a penalty for misleading the courts. A lawyer faces fines, jail, and loss of his or her license for making frivolous or false claims. The lawyers for the Trump campaign never alleged widespread fraud or illegal voting had impacted Pennsylvania's elections, because those claims are false. When our colleagues indulge in this political theater and endorse fringe conspiracy theories, they may think there are no consequences because they know that this time, the majorities of the House and Senate will overrule them. But as the entire world saw today, their baseless claims of election fraud do have consequences. They undermine faith and respect for our elections and our government. They chip away at the foundation of our constitutional republic, and they take a sledgehammer to the peaceful transfer of power. It is our job to respect the rule of law and reject this political charade. Finally, I want to offer my deepest respect to our Republican colleagues in both the House and the Senate who have withstood intense political pressure and today honor their oath in the rule of law by rejecting these unfounded objections. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in favor of the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I would first like to say to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who said we should be ashamed over here, I'm not ashamed, and neither are my colleagues over here. We're actually proud of what we're doing and what we're standing for. So I hope the record will show that. Yesterday's cowardly attack on our American democracy was a horrible act. While Congress attempted to execute their constitutional duty to debate and vote on the certification of the Electoral College, violence interrupted the proceedings in an attempt to stop the democratic process. Those who committed these acts are domestic terrorists and should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And I thank the Capitol Police and all of the law enforcement organizations that pushed back against this mob. I can't help but be reminded of the bravery during the baseball shooting on myself and my Republican colleagues in June of 2017. I thank God every day for their presence. The American people deserve full transparency in the electoral process, with confidence that any irregularities and inconsistencies in that process will be fully investigated. As a former Texas Secretary of State, I know the electoral process well, and above all, I know what the courts, the executive branch, and elections officials can and cannot do without approval by the state legislature. During my tenure, I knew that my authority was confined to the powers the legislature provided me. If states fail to abide by the Constitution and follow their own laws, it calls into question whether the votes in Texas or any other state are fairly represented. And now, as a duly elected member of Congress, the Constitution outlines my rights to speak and voice my constituents' concerns with my vote. It is pivotal that we have free and fair elections in our representative democracy, and more importantly, that we trust in the results of those elections. In no way is voicing an objection an attempt to overturn an election. And when this process is complete and all objections have been heard, I acknowledge that we will have a peaceful transfer of power on January 20th.
Faith in our system must be restored, and Americans must be confident that their vote matters and only lawful votes will be counted. This is a sad day in our nation's history, but a solemn reminder that our country will not falter and will not fail. In God we trust. I yield the remainder of my time to my colleague, Congressman Cawthorn.
Hello, everyone. As I said in my convention speech, I want a new generation of Americans to be radicals for freedom and for liberty, but not radicals for violence. I am bitterly disappointed by the protests that happened yesterday. The actions of a violent few were cowardly and pathetic, and I am not afraid to call it out. The Republican Party is a party of limited government. It is the big tent party. It's not the party of destruction. Madam Speaker, the oath I took just days ago demands that I speak out in defense, not of one president or another, but defense of a hallowed document that has safeguarded this republic for over 200 years. The Constitution grants power solely to state legislatures to determine how elections are carried out. When other officials who are not vested with constitutional authority usurp their role and grind the Constitution under their heel, I must object. Our nation is a nation of resilience. In Valley Forge, George Washington prayed for a republic to be formed from the ashes of a monarchy. At Gettysburg, Americans gave their lives to defend a very simple idea, that the American democracy that had been earned with the blood of their forefathers would not perish due to internal divisions. Then on the islands of Iwo Jima and Okinawa, American servicemen gave their lives to defend this nation's freedom from fascism. And what unites each and every generation of Americans is the idea that those who submit themselves to the authority of government ought to have a voice in that same government. We are Americans here in this chamber and in this country. But what does it really mean to be an American? It means believing in the rule of law. It means speaking up in defense of our founding principles and in defense of the Constitution. Being an American means that you are proud of your country, but that you never beat your chest. And being an American means that sometimes you must stand alone while others sit. Now, obviously I can't stand, but trust me, if I could stand, I would stand in defense of our Constitution today. Amen. Thank you all.
For what does the purpose of the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I completely agree with my colleague, Representative Dwight Evans, and I remind this chamber that Pennsylvania is the cradle of American democracy. We can't claim to be the birthplace of American democracy. That would be a disservice to James Otis Jr., who in 1761 stood up in a Massachusetts courtroom and argued against the king's writs of assistance. But Pennsylvania is the cradle of democracy. It is where we hosted the signing of the Declaration of Independence and the American Constitution. And it was Pennsylvanians who immediately went to battle to defend this idea of democracy. They went right after Bunker Hill to the siege of Boston. American riflemen were instrumental at the transformational battles of Trenton and Saratoga in victory. And it's Independence Hall where these documents got signed, the Declaration and the Constitution. And you heard my colleagues, you heard Representative Houlihan talking about the privations at Valley Forge, all in support of creating democracy. You heard Representative Boyle quoting John Adams about democracy only dies by suicide. You heard Representative Dean quoting John Lewis, our hero, who said democracy is not a state, it is an act. You heard Representative Wild talking about this stunning assault on our democracy. If it seems like we get a little prickly in Pennsylvania about assaulting on democracy, you're right, we do. Pennsylvania is the cradle of democracy. And you heard how foolish and empty these challenges are. Representative Lamb said it. 31 cameras filming the place where the count was happening, resulting in thousands of hours of videotape. You can see it on YouTube, proving there was no fraud. You heard Representatives Doyle and Brendan Boyle talking about Act 77, how the Republicans in Pennsylvania were falling all over themselves to pass this law for mail-in voting because they thought it would help them. And you heard Representative Scanlon explaining why there were no allegations of fraud made in court, because a lawyer going into court, lying to the court, gets his or her ticket to practice law punched. They can be disbarred. Politicians can say anything on cable TV, but they have to be darn careful when they're in court. So all these big TV talkers never alleged fraud in court. Let me tell you about one court case. It was a case where they brought on their best legal talent. It was a case where they drew as a judge a staunch, principled, conservative Republican, Judge Matthew Brann. He called this case strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations. He called it like Frankenstein's monster, haphazardly stitched together case. Judge Brann said he, quote, has no authority to take away the right to vote of even a single person, let alone millions of citizens. And on appeal, Judge Bibas, a Trump appointee writing for the Third Circuit, agreed. He said, calling an election unfair does not make it so. Charges require specific allegations and then proof. We have neither here, he said. So we have judges, dozens and dozens of them, federal judges, state judges, Democrats, Republicans, turning away these challenges. All they ever wanted was evidence. And here's the number one rule when you go to court. Don't forget to bring the evidence with you. This objection, in all seriousness, reflects the most profound disrespect to our American judiciary. We Pennsylvanians understand democracy. It was in Pennsylvania that our founders signed the Constitution, and Article 2 makes it plain as day. We elect our president. We don't have a king. If you can undo a presidential election simply by alleging that something was amiss, then we don't have a democracy at all. We have something else entirely. And if we vote to sustain this objection, we are not upholding our Constitution at all. We are doing something else entirely. Let's vote no on this objection. Yield back.
Perfect. 35 minutes. For what purpose does the gentleman of Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Every one of us swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies of foreign and domestic. I swore that oath in uniform, and in the first part of it is the same that we swear here in Congress. The last time we needed to defend our Constitution against a domestic enemy, we fought a civil war. And then at the conclusion of that civil war, we passed the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments that make clear that no state is so sovereign that they can deprive their citizens of equal protection of the laws. When it comes to election, that means one person gets one vote. It doesn't mean that other citizens can dilute the votes of their citizens and deprive them of equal protection. And it doesn't mean that a state can do that by law or by practice. So whether the law was changed and made it such that there is no way to provide equal protection, one person, one vote, or the practice was corrupted, it cannot stand. And frankly, lastly, it must guarantee that there is a proof that it was equal protection under the law. None of that happened in a number of states. And the people of America, tens of millions of them who came out to vote, have been unheard by this body and by far too many courts. We need to show them the respect they are due by the Constitution of the United States of America, the Constitution that we fought to sustain, to end the era of Jim Crow, to pass civil rights legislation, the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act, and so many other pieces of jurisprudence. Thank you, and I'd like to yield the balance of my time to the gentleman, Mr. Johnson.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise in support.
Control of the time. You have to stand there. As you yield, John.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this objection and to give voice to the 249,386 men and women of Ohio's 6th Congressional District who've had their voices silenced by the rogue political actors in Pennsylvania, who unilaterally and unconstitutionally altered voting methods to benefit the Democratic candidate for president. Secretaries of State and state Supreme Courts cannot simply ignore the rules governing elections set forth in the Constitution. They cannot choose to usurp their state legislatures to achieve a partisan end. Constitution be damned. Madam Speaker, this is a sad day for America. We've seen too many sad days like this recently: assaults on courthouses, police stations, and now the U.S. Capitol. People who disagree with the results of police work and court decisions are wrong to respond violently. And people who disagree with the results of an election are also wrong to respond with violence. Thank you to the Capitol Police and all of the law enforcement involved for protecting the people's house today. Madam Speaker, some may question our motives for raising these objections. But other than the Bible, the Constitution is the most sacred document known to man because it created the most free and prosperous nation in human history. And 2021 has the chance to be remembered for when the leaders of a deeply divided America came together to defend that sacred document and to ensure that the integrity of future presidential elections is ensured. It is imperative we take this opportunity. The future of our republic depends on it. Benjamin Franklin, in the summer of 1787, during the heated debate to create our sacred Constitution, said these famous words: "I have lived long, sir, and the longer I live, the more convincing proofs I see of this truth, that God governs in the affairs of men. And if a sparrow cannot fall to the ground without his notice, is it probable that an empire can rise without his aid? We have been assured, sir, in the sacred writings that except the Lord build it, they labor in vain that build it." Madam Speaker, I pray that we would turn to the God Almighty that ordained our nation into being to help us in our time of need. I yield back.
Thank you. Is that he? Yep. What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, as a student of foreign policy, if somebody described to me the actions that we saw, I would have assumed we were in a failed nation or a banana republic. Storming past police, some carrying the flag of the Confederacy, a mob breached this House. But there is good news: the democracy held today. For the last few years, misinformation and fear has been fed into people for profit and power, and for too many years, leaders around the country said nothing and sometimes echoed those messages because of the belief that winning, no matter the cost, was worth everything. Today, we saw the result of ignoring these warning signs. People look to Washington to give hope. Instead, we simply amplify fears. People look to us for expertise on what can and can't be possible. Sometimes it's easier to say what makes people feel good instead of the hard facts. Today, some members of Congress argue that we can unilaterally pick the next president, that our glorious wisdom, armed with Twitter, we know better than the American people. Some have shown that if conspiracies are repeated enough, they become facts and they aren't disputed. Even here in this chamber, after the events today, some speeches have been shockingly tone deaf. I've seen people applaud cheap political lines that are embarrassing. Power and cultural fights have divided us so much that they're the ultimate goal now, and sometimes the oath we swear to uphold feels like a prop. People have been lied to by too many for too long. So here's the truth: Joe Biden won this election. The effort will fail, and everybody knows it. For some out there, this isn't about making a statement for the betterment of our country. It's about avoiding the pain of leveling with the people and telling them the truth. The emperor has no clothes. I know many are disappointed in the result, but what legacy are we leaving? Have our kids seen the day where Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill had a beer over their differences, or have they learned that to lead you must tweet, and sometimes all in caps, because now this is Hollywood. Fame is the ultimate goal. But the first step that we can do to restore this is to reject the charade, and what happens next is up to us. We get threatened with primaries, we worry about the political implications, but our names will long be forgotten. The legacy of now will exist. The bottom line, if we ask men and women to be willing to give their lives for this nation, and we talk about their service with tears in our eyes, shouldn't we be willing to give up our jobs to uphold that Constitution? And with that, I yield my remaining time to Representative Herrera Butler from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, is this an America that we want to give to our children? A country of lawlessness, of might makes right, of mob rule? Previous generations of Americans have laid down their lives to answer no to that question. I do not want to be the first generation of Americans so selfish as to answer yes. Nothing is more important to me than preserving this constitutional republic as a representative. Article 2 of the Constitution states, each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors. Meaning that it's the duty of the state legislatures to select their electors in the manner they stipulate. It's right here. The founders of our republic did not want to federalize elections, which is why they reserved the selection of electors to the state legislatures. Historically, when Congress intervened in the electoral process, it was in the Civil War, it was when states were sending multiple slates of electors. But that is not the case today. Of the 6 states actively being contested, 5 have Republican legislatures. 5 are controlled by one party. 5 have the authority to get together and to vote to change the elector that they sent to us. How many of the 6 did? Not one. Pennsylvania did not get together and vote as a body and send us a new slate of electors. They did not send us a bill or a resolution citing injustice at the state level. None of them. Are they cowards? Do they not know the Constitution? Have they not read it like you and I? Or are they merely passing the buck? Here's the reality. Look, I believe this was not a fraud-free election. I believe that there were problems in Pennsylvania and in Georgia, but the Constitution gives us the right to fix that at the state level, not throw out the Electoral College. We do not want to absolve the responsibility of the people in those states to hold their own lawmakers accountable. I, as a Washington State Congresswoman, don't know better than the people in Pennsylvania and Georgia. Folks, we can't vote to undermine the Electoral College today. We have to uphold it. With that, I yield. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I rise in support of the objection, Madam Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you've heard from both sides of the aisle over and over and over tonight, members of Congress take an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. Clearly, the Constitution says state legislatures make voting laws, period, end of subject. And clearly, in Pennsylvania and some other states, non-legislators change those voting laws. No matter who wins or who loses, those are violations of the Constitution, whether you, me, or anyone else likes it or not. As Congressman Davison pointed out, over a dozen FBI agents were immediately dispatched to fully investigate Bubba Wallace's garage door. But sadly, the FBI never responded to my request to investigate massive voting irregularity accusations, like the video footage from Georgia that we all wish we didn't see. Neither has the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of State, the Postal Inspector General, the Director of National Intelligence, the CIA, and last of all, the U.S. Department of Justice. The right to vote is not only a constitutional right, it's also a civil right, and we must protect it. Running a fair and transparent election is not something America should run away from. It's something we must live up to. Every eligible American has a right to have their vote counted and the right to feel confident that his or her vote was counted, not neutralized by an illegal vote. Otherwise, I fear our republic is doomed. That's why I implore you to support a full investigation. And I yield the balance of my time to the fine gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly.
No, I thank the gentleman. This has been an interesting day, and I know we want to debate this, and we brought up all kind of things, all kind of points of history and what happened and where it happened and all the rest of this, and we're very, very grateful to the Capitol Police and all those who came in to protect us. But the real debate right now about Pennsylvania is Pennsylvania's Act 77. Was it constitutional or was it unconstitutional? All the rest of the trimmings you can set aside and just decide, was it constitutional or unconstitutional? Act 77 changed Pennsylvania's voting law and Pennsylvania's Constitution. Now, Pennsylvania could change that law, but it's done through an amendment to the Constitution. It's not just done because somebody would like to see that done. We had a mail ballot that was available. It's an absentee ballot. We did not have a no-excuse ballot. What did Pennsylvania have to do to get to the point where they would have a no-excuse mail-in ballot? Number one, in 2 successive sessions of the Pennsylvania legislature, that had to be passed in that legislation, one session after the other. If it passed both times, then it had to be published in every one of the 67 counties of Pennsylvania twice. When that was finished, it then had to go before the Pennsylvania voters to decide whether they wanted the Constitution amended. Pennsylvania did the first one. They actually did take a vote, and it was overwhelming. But then they scrapped it, and they put it in an omnibus bill. That is an unconstitutional change. You cannot do it. It's that simple. So I love the idea about Washington crossing the Delaware. I love the idea about Washington and going through a terrible winter. I hate the idea of what we had to go through today. But if oaths don't matter, and we've all taken them, and if the Constitution doesn't matter, why do we even do it? Why go through this charade that somehow we are really close friends, except when it comes to the really important things? We have driven this country apart through the people's house. And we wonder what happens? The biggest loss on November 3rd was not by Donald Trump. It was the faith and trust that the American people lost in this voting system because we have allowed it to happen. It's unconstitutional.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
80 years ago today, Franklin Roosevelt delivered his 3rd inaugural address. Every realist knows, he said, that the democratic way of life at this moment is being assailed in every part of the world, assailed either by arms or by the secret spreading of poisonous propaganda by those who would seek to destroy unity and promote discord in nations that are still at peace. Today, the principal threat to our democracy comes from a different but also poisonous propaganda of those who seek to destroy our unity and promote discord. According to this propaganda, America cannot conduct a free or fair election. Our elections are rigged and doomed. According to this propaganda, the voters can no longer decide who shall be president. The Congress must decide for them. At a time when our nation faces an unprecedented health crisis with thousands dying every day, with Americans struggling to put food on the table and keep a roof over their head, who are we to say that the man America chose to lead us out of this calamity shall not take office? The coronavirus will claim more American lives than all of the casualties in World War II. To meet that moment will require unity, not discord, will require an abiding faith in our country, in our democracy, in our government's ability to function and provide for the needs of its citizens. The members of this body cannot continue to challenge the merits of an election that was fairly conducted and overwhelmingly won by Joe Biden. It must stop. Look at the damage that was wrought in this House today, to this country today. Is that not enough? Roosevelt said this nation has placed its destiny in the hands and heads and hearts of millions of free men and women. Our strength, he concluded, is our unity of purpose. Let us unite once again in defense of the greatest hope of freedom-loving people around the world, this precious democracy. I yield to Jamie Raskin.
Madam Speaker, the baseless attack on Pennsylvania and its electors brought to mind for me the great Tom Paine, the champion of popular democracy who came over to America to fight with us in the revolution against the king. And he lived in Philadelphia, where he wrote Common Sense and the Age of Reason. And Paine said, in the monarchies, the king is the law, but in the democracies, the law will be king. When you think about it, the peaceful transfer of power is the central condition of maintaining democracy under the rule of law. That's why the famous election of 1801 was such a big deal. When John Adams relinquished the presidency to his passionate adversary and lifelong friend, Thomas Jefferson, it was the first peaceful transition of power between democracies in a democratic republic in the history of the world. And he said, as he rode back to Massachusetts from Washington, Adams said that he did this because we are a government of laws and not of men. We will betray this principle if we trade a government of laws for a government of men, or even worse, a single man or an impressionable and dangerous mob intent on violent sedition and insurrection against our beloved democratic republic. Here's Abraham Lincoln, right before the war. At what point then is the approach of danger to be expected? I answer, if it ever reaches us, it must spring up amongst us. It cannot come from abroad. If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and its finisher. Madam Speaker, my family suffered an unspeakable trauma on New Year's Eve a week ago, but mine was not the only family to suffer such terrible pain in 2020. Hundreds of thousands of families in America are still mourning their family members. Many families represented in the Congress are still mourning their family members who've been taken away from us by COVID-19, by the opioid crisis, by cancer, by gun violence, by the rising fatalities associated with the crisis in mental and emotional health. Enough, my beloved colleagues. It is time for America to heal. It is time for our families and communities to come together. Let us stop pouring salt in the wounds of America for no reason at all. Let us start healing our beloved land and our wonderful people. I yield back.
Thank you, Evan. All time for debate has expired. The question shall the objection submitted by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and the senator from Missouri, Mr. Hawley, be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. What? The gentleman is recognized.
Like a recorded vote.
The gentleman is The yeas and nays are requested pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device and are reminded to vote when their group is called and to leave the chamber after they have voted.
The House now voting on whether to uphold a Republican objection to Pennsylvania's 20 electoral votes that were certified by the state for Joe Biden. The Senate has already rejected this objection by a vote of 92 to 7. Once this vote concludes, we expect the House and Senate to meet again in joint session to continue counting the remaining Electoral College votes. While this vote takes place, here's some of the floor debate from just a short time ago.
Thank the gentlelady. This process we're going through today isn't about personalities. This isn't about Joe Biden or Donald Trump. As hard as some try to paint it that way, let me say the names and personalities don't matter. This is gravely about the Constitution of the United States. Almost 20 years ago, after the attacks on 9/11, Americans were persuaded to give up some of their constitutional liberties. Using the justification of that global crisis, the terrorist attacks on that fateful day, America saw the erosion of their liberties for the safety and security which many felt they may receive through the USA Patriot Act and other resulting processes too many felt would keep us safe from another attack here on our shore. This year, using the justification of the global pandemic, COVID-19, we're once again saw our nation's Constitution violated. You see, the Constitution is clear in Article 2, Madam Speaker, that the power and duty to set the manner of national elections rests solely with the state legislatures. That power doesn't rest with us. That power doesn't rest in the hands of unelected county election officials, secretaries of state, or Supreme Courts, but rather in the hands of the state legislatures which pass laws setting the manner of elections held in their states. This year, using the extraordinary circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic, we witnessed these duly passed laws circumvented and usurped time and again, not by having the laws changed in the respective state legislative bodies, but those laws arbitrarily and unilaterally changed by county clerks, secretaries of state, and in this case of Pennsylvania, an unelected or an elected Supreme Court, which is supposed to interpret the law, not make law. And when those non-legislative entities change the laws without getting the General Assemblies to change the law, in my opinion, the resulting ballots cast, either by mail or in person, those ballots were illegal under the law. Illegal ballots should not be counted, and therefore the resulting electoral votes should be considered invalid. What bothers me is that so many of you are okay with that. That so many Americans, because their person won, you're okay with the manner in which that victory was gained. It's politics. Look, I get it. But we didn't swear an oath to play politics. We swore an oath to the United States Constitution. As George Washington said, the Constitution is the guide which I will never abandon. I yield back.
Gentlewoman, therefore, the gentleman's time has expired. For purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Good evening. And first, I do want to acknowledge the devastating events of the last 12 hours and to express my deep appreciation for those who have worked to secure this building and safeguard our democracy. And on behalf of my colleagues, we are all grateful for your service. I ran for this office on a platform of civility and decency. And many of my colleagues and constituents know that I'm a third-generation veteran, and I grew up in a military household. What you may not know, though, is that I grew up in a divided household. Throughout my childhood, one parent voted Democrat and the other Republican. In my purple household, I learned that duty to country was far more important than party allegiance. And with each election, my father would say, "And when the election is done, we salute smartly and we carry on." Now I live in and I serve in a community that has a lot in common with the home that I grew up in. It too is a purple place that honors civility and decency. Pennsylvania's 6th district is in many ways a microcosm of the Commonwealth and of our nation. Our voter registration in Chester County is 40-40-20, R, D, and I. Voters across my district commonly split their ticket, some voting for President-elect Biden while also voting down ballot for Republicans for our state legislature. What some of my colleagues are arguing today is that those ballots, those very ballots, are illegitimate. My colleagues cannot honestly believe that. In fact, just this week, they joined me on the House floor to be sworn into this hallowed body, and they trusted that the votes cast in their favor were legitimate, and they're right. If those votes counted, so too must the votes for President-elect Biden. We have also heard today concerns about mail-in ballots, and I'm not a lawyer, but I am an engineer and therefore a student of numbers. It wasn't just Democrats who voted by mail. It was not a free-for-all, as was described earlier. 600,000 Republicans in Pennsylvania across the state voted by mail. By questioning the election results, you're telling those Pennsylvanians that the hours they spent online to cast their ballot or the trip that they took to the post office in the middle of a pandemic just didn't matter. Alan Novak is a man who served as the chair of the Republican Party in Pennsylvania for nearly a decade. I'll say that again. The chair of the Republican Party of Pennsylvania for a decade is one of those voters I'm talking about in Pennsylvania. He lives in my district, and he split his ticket. He voted for me as his member of Congress and also for President Trump. And he eloquently said, "What makes America great, exceptional, and enduring is our commitment to government of laws, our orderly constitutional process that settles our election disputes and our peaceful transfer of power with respect and civility." He goes on to say that it is easy when it's pretty and the outcome is not controversial. But when it's not pretty and there's controversy, it's more important that we respect, honor, and abide by our revered and tested process for the orderly transfer of power. Perhaps that's maybe all that we can agree on, and it is the need for grace, respect, and civility. So I ask my colleagues across the aisle, are you willing to disenfranchise people like Mr. Novak and the more than 400,000 people in the Pennsylvania 6th? Perhaps some of the independent and pragmatic spirit that is so prevalent amongst voters in my community comes from the history of the place that we call home. Many Americans have visited Philadelphia and our historic sites, but very few make it out to my community, which is the home of Valley Forge. Here, General George Washington led the Continental Army to winter quarters. The war had not been going well for our young soldiers, and that winter was harder still. It was bitterly cold. Food shortages and smallpox were abundant, and many people died. We remember what happened there because it was a test of our endurance, a demonstration of devotion to mission and to our country over ourselves. Coming out of that awful winter experience, our troops emerged better trained, united, and ultimately victorious. In those harsh, dark times, they found their common ground and their fortitude. Just like then, it is in these trying moments where we learn who our leaders truly are. They're the ones who don't just represent the people or give orders or ready us for a fight. They are those who educate, who speak truth. They inspire confidence and unity rather than sowing division and strife. There is a striking parallel between our nascent country and what they endured in Valley Forge and what we're enduring right now. A hard winter of division, illness running rampant, and an uncertain future. Today, our country's resolve is being tested, and I know that we will pass this test together and be made stronger. We now have the opportunity and the responsibility to do that tonight by upholding the will of the people, by voting to certify the results of this electoral college, and by moving forward with a servant heart and a common resolve to preserve this great experiment that is the United States of America. And with that, I yield back, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
It's with great pride and profound sense of responsibility that I object to the 2020 election in the state of Pennsylvania. I'm very proud to stand alongside fellow patriots who have pushed back against a fraudulent and criminal election process, a process that was the antithesis to the very rule of law that governs these United States. At the same time, standing here tonight is surreal because this is a critical juncture that will undoubtedly determine the survivability of this great republic. Our free and fair election process, and by extension, the people's trust in legitimacy, is what has separated us as a nation, a process that we've shared with the world its moral force, a process that now sadly has been bastardized by those more interested in the maintenance of power than they are in the free and open voice of the American people. If I remember correctly, Democrats were calling for transparency in 2000 and 2004 when George W. Bush was elected, and again in 2016 when President Trump took office. Where are you now? I ask this: what do you have to lose by having a thorough investigation to determine the validity of these votes? Why not encourage an investigation to relieve the concerns of half the people in this country? If you are so convinced that Biden was elected legitimately, what do you have to fear? If there was no fraud, simply show us the proof, investigate it, validate it. This isn't about one candidate versus another. This is about upholding the principles that are indispensable to the existence of the democratic republic that we are so fortunate to call home. I have no doubt that there was widespread election fraud this past November, and I am not alone. I stand here today speaking for 75 million Americans whose voice was unconstitutionally silenced. To you, the silenced, I say this: I will continue to fight for you. You have been heard. For more than 240 years, tyranny has sought to extinguish the light of freedom. As Ronald Reagan said before, freedom is a fragile thing. It is never more than one generation away from extinction. The Constitution and the Bible on which it stands is stronger than the cheap, tyrannical tactics of those who seek to destroy it. And I yield back to the gentleman, Mr. Budd from North Carolina.
I thank my friend from Texas. You know, mob violence is not representative of our country or of this building. The American people, at least the ones that are still up watching right now, they have seen this body return to a peaceful debate. And that's the American way. So let's get back to that debate, and let's talk for a moment about Pennsylvania. For decades, absentee voting was reserved for members of the military and citizens who were medically or physically unable to get to the polls. But in 2019, Pennsylvania dramatically increased the amount of ballots that would be cast in the presidential election through expanded, no-excuse mail-in voting. On September 17th, Pennsylvania's Democrat-controlled Supreme Court violated the Constitution by extending the deadline to receive mail-in ballots. Article 2 states that legislatures, not the courts, determine the time, manner, and place of their state's elections. But Pennsylvania's High Court directed the state officials to assume that non-postmarked ballots were received on time, without any evidence that they were sent before Election Day. On October 23rd, while early voting was already underway, the state Supreme Court ruled that election officials did not have to authenticate signatures for mail-in ballots. To sum it up, Pennsylvania officials illegally did three critical things. One, they radically expanded vote by mail for virtually any reason. Two, they removed restrictions when a ballot could be sent in. And three, they removed signature verification on those very ballots. And just this week, the Pennsylvania Senate pleaded with members of this body to delay certification until the Supreme Court resolves these disputes. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania violated their own Constitution. They violated the U.S. Constitution. They opened the door for thousands of unverifiable ballots. Because they failed to guarantee the integrity of their votes, I cannot consent to accepting Pennsylvania's electoral votes.
Time has expired. Chair will receive a message.
Madam Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate is ready to proceed in joint session with the House of Representatives.
Thank you. What did you say? What purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the challenge.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Madam Speaker, this is a sad day for America, a day of shame, a day of ignominy, an attack on this Capitol, an attack on our country. Our words matter. Mobs, thugs, insurrectionists, domestic terrorists attacked our government with the aim of attacking our free and fair elections. Make no mistake, these terrorists came armed with false flags, armed with hate, armed with weapons, and tragically armed with lies force-fed to them by those at the highest level of government, including some from the legislative and yes, the executive branches. Incited by the one at the highest level of government, they attacked people, property, this Capitol, this cathedral of democracy. Words matter. In his last words to our nation and to all of us here, our dear colleague John Lewis wrote last July, "Democracy is not a state, it is an act, and each generation has an obligation to preserve its institutions." Democracy is a series of acts, acts by you and by me, by citizens, one building upon the other and another. Not acts that we have heard and seen and suffered today, words and acts to incite violence, acts that tear at the very fabric of our democracy. Yet, Madam Speaker, I have hope. We too are armed. We are armed with the facts. We are armed with the truth. We are armed with the love of our country. We are armed with our sworn oaths, and we are armed with our precious Constitution. We have faced tyranny and insurrection before. We are here tonight to herald to America and to the world. We will defend our democracy, and we will endure. When I came into work this morning as I was preparing to come to the floor, I read Tom Friedman's op-ed, which began with the words from the Gospel of Mark. "For what shall it profit a man if he gain the whole world but lose his soul? For what shall it profit any man?" I urge my Republican colleagues to have the courage to uphold their oath, courage like that of Congresswoman Margaret Chase Smith, a lifelong Republican, and the first in her party to speak out against McCarthyism. Putting duty over fear, she said, and I quote, "I don't want to see the Republican Party ride to political victory on the four horsemen of calumny, fear, ignorance, bigotry, smear. Surely Republicans are not that desperate for victory," end quote. For today we have seen the cost of victory by such means. It shook the very walls of this building. Our colleagues know there is no truth to this challenge. For what shall it profit a man? Madam Speaker, it has been my solemn honor to participate this sad day. I pray for our country, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
To support the objection of the electoral certification of the state of Pennsylvania.
For that objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a new representative here, I did not envision my first speech on the House floor to be this here tonight, but rather a tribute to our first responders and frontline workers who have been a shining light in an otherwise tough year for us all. After the events tonight, I am especially grateful for our men and women who put service above self, confronting lawlessness and danger while protecting this very chamber, its members, and our constitutional republic. As a member of the People's House and the wife of a first responder, thank you to our law enforcement here today. But especially after tonight's unacceptable breach of the People's House, I am furthermore resolved in the fact that we, as representatives of the people, must take a stand for every American's right to a free and fair election as guaranteed by the Constitution. Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 of the Constitution explicitly rests the time and manner of our elections in the hands of our state legislatures. However, state law in the 2020 election was modified or circumvented without approval of the state legislatures. These actions are in clear violation of the Constitution, specifically Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, which grants state legislatures the sole authority to establish how state presidential electors are appointed. These changes, along with other election irregularities throughout the 2020 election, require me, as a member of this body, to object to the certification of these electoral votes, just as my colleagues across the aisle have objected to every Republican presidential election over the last 20 years. Tonight, as we undertake the very serious responsibility of debating these states' electoral certifications, I want to urge my colleagues to listen earnestly and with an open mind, remembering that just 3 days ago, we swore an oath to the United States Constitution, not a political party. Our constituents are counting on us. Our country is counting on us. Our children are counting on us, and we cannot let them down. In December, 25 of my freshman colleagues and I sent you, Madam Speaker, a letter imploring you to investigate these election irregularities. And to date, we have not received a response. That brings us to today. My colleagues across the aisle have repeatedly invoked our founding father, Benjamin Franklin, who famously said, "We have a republic if we can keep it." I say, let's keep it, and it is with that sentiment in mind that I ask my colleagues to defend the power vested in this legislative branch by the U.S. Constitution and reject the certification of the electoral votes of the state in question. It is our responsibility to have courage in the face of adversity and bring integrity back to this process, and with that, I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from the great state of Texas.
I thank the gentlelady, my friend from the great state of Florida. As Americans, we believe governments receive their just powers from the consent of the governed. That sacred transaction can only happen legitimately in a free and fair election. Election integrity is the very lifeblood of our unrivaled system of self-government. The law and the Constitution give Congress not only the authority, but I believe the responsibility to serve as the last check on the integrity of our presidential elections. We either believe, according to statute, that every elector was lawfully certified and regularly given, or we don't. States certainly have broad delegated powers to administer federal elections, but they still must operate within the bounds of the Constitution. Despite receiving numerous petitions, and to the detriment of the country, I might add, the Supreme Court failed to answer the most important question of the 2020 election. Can entities outside of the state legislatures make election law? The plain language of Article 2 of the Constitution answers the question unequivocally, no. The decisions made today in these chambers are of the utmost consequence, and the horrible precedent that will be established if we don't act will have lasting impact on our beloved republic. This proceeding is not just about the integrity of this election, Madam Speaker. It's about ensuring the integrity of all future elections. I take no pleasure or pride in making my objection today, nor do I wish for any state electors to be disqualified. However, based on the law, the Constitution, and my conscience, I cannot support certifying votes from any state that violated the Constitution. This decision is not about loyalty to a president, Madam Speaker. It's about my fidelity to the Constitution and the oath that I swore. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman's time has expired. Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I came here tonight prepared to talk about the place I represent and how well the Democratic and Republican county officials ran our election. I wanted to point out that in my home county of Allegheny County, in the place they were counting the votes, there were 31 video cameras, 31 in the same place, just showing people counting votes, every single one of them on paper with representatives from both campaigns watching. I wanted to point out to all these great lovers and supporters of the Pennsylvania legislature that it was the Republican Pennsylvania legislature that passed a Republican bill that they all voted for and supported that set up the system under which we just ran the election, and that the reason the president lost was because he was not as popular as other Republicans in our state. He got fewer votes than all of them. I wanted to lay out all this evidence, Madam Speaker, because I thought it was a sign of respect for my colleagues, for all the Americans out there who don't know who to trust. I was raised on that. I was raised on that respect, which makes this a hard speech for me to give. Because to do this with any kind of honesty means admitting and declaring in this House that these objections don't deserve an ounce of respect. Not an ounce. A woman died out there tonight, and you're making these objections. Let's be clear about what happened in this chamber today. Invaders came in for the first time since the War of 1812. They desecrated these halls and this chamber and practically every inch of ground where we work. And for the most part, they walked in here free. A lot of them walked out free. And there wasn't a person watching at home who didn't know why that was, because of the way that they look.
House will be in order.
My point, Madam Speaker, is this. Enough has been done here today already to try to strip this Congress of its dignity. And these objectors don't need to do any more. We know that that attack today, it didn't materialize out of nowhere. It was inspired by lies, the same lies that you're hearing in this room tonight. And the members who are repeating those lies should be ashamed of themselves. Their constituents should be ashamed of them. And we know what's going to happen as soon as I walk away, what's happened all night tonight, what will continue to happen. They will take these same symbols, these same concepts, they'll smuggle them into their arguments, they'll make the same arguments. And I want people at home, anyone who is still watching, to know these arguments are not for them, they're for you. None of the evidence we wanted to discuss here tonight will change their opinions or what they're about to say. But you need to know that's not the end. It's not as if there's nothing we can do because of that, and if there was, I don't think this nation would have made it to almost 250 years. The fact is, Madam Speaker, the fact is that at the end of the day, people...
Gentleman from Virginia. Gentleman will say this point of order.
Gentleman will say his point of order.
Yes, ma'am. Point of order. The gentleman said that there were lies on this floor here today, looking over this direction. I ask that those words be taken down. We may have a disagreement on matters, but...
Mr. Rand, it's not timely. No, the gentleman's name was not timely. You didn't register an appropriate time. The gentleman will proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the fact is that at the end of the day...
Yeah, look, you
Look, it's
say
sad, but
that
it's
about
true.
me every single day. So
The truth
just
hurts.
Hold your tongue. The gentleman will proceed.
It hurts.
Okay.
It hurts them, it hurts this country, it hurts all of us. But the fact is that the people have made this country work by not giving in. Go ahead, shout it out. Say
The
one thing
gentleman
that's
is
true.
not in order. The gentleman will proceed. The gentleman will proceed.
One last thing to say, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for your patience. All people need to know, all they need to know tonight, Madam Speaker,
There'll be order in the House. There'll be order in the House. There'll be order in the House. The gentleman will clear this chamber. The gentleman will clear the chamber. Gentleman will proceed.
thank you, Madam Speaker. The truth hurts. But the fact is this. We want this government to work more than they want it to fail. And after everything that's happened today, we want that more than ever. Know that, the people watching at home. We want this government to work. We will make it work. They will not make it fail. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Who's next? doing? On this vote, the ayes are 138, the nays are 232, 282. The noes have it. The noes have it. The objection is not agreed to, and with that objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The clerk will now notify the Senate of the action of the House, informing that body that the House is now ready to proceed in joint session with the further counting of the electoral vote for the President and the Vice President. Maryland, seek recognition.
I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
And I would ask the House to be in order. Madam Speaker, this would not be the time I would have chosen, but it may be the last time that we're in session before the new administration comes in. We are losing an extraordinary young woman who has been with me for over a decade, and who is our floor leader, our floor director. All of you know her. Her name is Shwanza Goff. And she has been with me for a significant period of time. She is a wonderful, wonderful person. And the problem with having wonderful, talented, good staff and administrations change, they steal your people. It's just a terrible thing that happens. I have two of my staff. Mariel Saiz will be going to the administration as well. And I've asked the administration, please do not take any more of my people. But Shwanza Goff has just been extraordinary. Those of you who have dealt with her understand how bright she is. Now that's the bad news, Madam Speaker, that they've taken her. But the good news is she's going to be the administration's representative to the House of Representatives. So we're going to see a lot of Shwanza, and I'm sure she'll be talking to both of us on both sides of the aisle and urging us to vote one way or the other, or getting us information, or doing all sorts of things that we might ask her to do and that she would want to do for us. And I just wanted to say, Madam Speaker, and I know you share my view, those of us who have had an opportunity to work closely with Shwanza. I love Shwanza Goff. She is just a wonderful, wonderful spirit. She's smart. She knows the rules. She knows the floor. And she has facilitated, and I think Mr. McCarthy and Mr. Scalise's staff would say the same thing if I'd given them any notice that we were going to do this. But I thought we had some time. And so, Shwanza, I really do want to thank you. And we wish you the best of luck. We know you're not going far. I know we're going to see a lot of you. But we wish you great, great success in everything you do thereafter. I tell my staff, Madam Speaker, that they can go off the payroll. They cannot go off the staff. God bless you. Good luck.
And you're watching live coverage on C-SPAN of the Electoral College certification process in the Congress. The last state debated was Pennsylvania, and an objection was raised to their Electoral College votes. It was defeated in both the House and the Senate. Now the joint session will be starting here momentarily. You can see Speaker Pelosi up at the dais. The senators will be coming in to the House chamber again, and the joint session will reconvene. There are 12 more states whose Electoral College votes need to be certified. There doesn't seem to be any formal objections to any of those states, potentially Wisconsin, but it doesn't look like a senator has signed on to that objection. Therefore, there should not be any more longer debates, as you've seen tonight with Arizona and Pennsylvania. Both a representative and a senator have to sign on if there is an objection, and then the debate begins. Nancy Pelosi has now gavelled in the House. You should be seeing the senators come in.
The Vice President and the United States Senate.
Joint session of Congress to count the electoral vote will resume. Tellers having taken their seats. Two houses retired to consider separately and decide upon the vote of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, to which objection has been filed. The Secretary of the Senate will report the action of the Senate.
In the Senate of the United States, ordered that the Senate, by a vote of 7 ayes to 92 nays, rejects the objection to the electoral votes cast in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for Joseph R. Biden for President and Kamala D. Harris for Vice President.
The Clerk of the House will report the action of the House.
Ordered
that the House of Representatives rejects the objection to the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to the law, Chapter 1 of Title 3, United States Code, because the two houses have not sustained the objection, the original certificates submitted by the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania will be counted as provided therein. Tellers will now record and announce the vote of the state of Rhode Island for president and vice president in accordance with the action of the two houses. This certificate from Rhode Island, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state. It has annexed a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Rhode Island seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 4 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Rhode Island that the teller has verified, as it appears to be regular and authentic? The certificate from South Carolina, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state and has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of South Carolina seems to be regular in form and authentic. And it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 9 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 9 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of South Carolina that the teller is verified, appears to be regular and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from South Dakota, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that is annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of South Dakota seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of South Dakota that the teller is verified, appears to be regular in form and authentic? This certificate from Tennessee, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state. It purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of that state, purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Tennessee seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 11 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote for the state of Tennessee that the teller has verified as regular in form and authentic? This certificate from Texas, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state. It purports to be a return from the state, has annexed a certificate of authority of that state, and purports to appoint, ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Texas seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 38 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 38 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Texas that the teller is verified and appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Utah, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, has annexed a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the
Vermont seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Vermont that the teller has verified as regular in form and authentic? This certificate from the Commonwealth of Virginia, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be a return from the state, has annexed a certificate of authority from that same state, purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Virginia seems to be irregular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 13 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 13 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the Commonwealth of Virginia that the teller is verified as appearing regular in form and authentic? This certificate from Washington, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be a return of the state, has a certificate of authority from the same state, purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Washington seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 12 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 12 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Washington that the teller is verified and appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from West Virginia, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be a return from the state, has annexed a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of West Virginia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 5 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 5 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote for the state of West Virginia that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? This certificate from Wisconsin, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate from that state, purports to be a return from the state, and has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Wisconsin seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 10 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for Vice President.
For what reason does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Mr. President, I object to the electoral votes of the state of Wisconsin because 71 House members, all of whom condemn violence as we witnessed today, are firmly committed to the resolution of disagreements in civil, lawful, peaceful institutions with full and fair debate, free of violence, and though not a single court is allowed an evidentiary hearing to listen to the significant body of evidence of fraud, and though some seize on the court's failures to misrepresent that, no court would listen to the evidence as saying evidence did not exist, while Democrat leaders in Milwaukee illegally and unconstitutionally created more than 200 illegal polling places, tens of thousands of votes were changed by workers despite election workers' objections, plus so many other illegalities to fraudulently create a 20,000 vote lead. We object, along with a senator who now has withdrawn his objection.
Sections 15 and 17 of Title III of the United States Code require that any objection be presented in writing, signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
It is in writing. It's signed by a member, but it is not signed and objected to by a senator, Mr. President.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. This certificate from Wyoming, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state and purports to be a return from the state as an annex of a certificate of authority from same state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Wyoming seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Wyoming that the teller is verified, appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, the chair advises members of Congress, the certificates having been read, the tellers will ascertain and deliver the result to the President of the Senate.
The undersigned, Roy Blunt and Amy Klobuchar, tellers on the part of the Senate, Zoe Lofgren and Rodney Davis, tellers on the part of the House of Representatives, report the following as a result of the ascertainment and counting of the electoral vote for President and Vice President of the United States for the term beginning on the 20th day of January, 2021. The report we make is that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be the president and the vice president according to the ballots that have been given to us.
He has a statement.
The whole number of electors appointed to vote for President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, a majority is 270. The votes for President of the United States are as follows. Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware has received 306 votes. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 232 votes. The whole number of electors appointed to vote for Vice President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, a majority is 270. The votes for Vice President of the United States are as follows. Kamala D. Harris of the state of California has received 306 votes. Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana has received 232 votes. The announcement of the state of the vote by the President of the Senate shall be deemed a sufficient declaration of the persons elected President and Vice President of the United States, each for the term beginning on the 20th day of January, 2021, and shall be entered together with the list of the votes on the journals of the Senate and the House of Representatives. The chair now recognizes, for the purpose of closing prayer, the 62nd Chaplain of the United States Senate, Chaplain Barry C. Black.
Let us pray. Lord of our lives and sovereign of our beloved nation, we deplore the desecration of the United States Capitol building, the shedding of innocent blood, the loss of life, and the quagmire of dysfunction that threaten our democracy. These tragedies have reminded us that words matter and that the power of life and death is in the tongue. We have been warned that eternal vigilance continues to be freedom's price. Lord, you have helped us remember that we need to see in each other a common humanity that reflects your image. You have strengthened our resolve to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, domestic as well as foreign. Use us to bring healing and unity to a hurting and divided nation and world. Thank you for what you have blessed our lawmakers to accomplish in spite of threats to liberty. Bless and keep us. Drive far from us all wrong desires. Incline our hearts to do your will and guide our feet on the path of peace. And God, bless America. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
The purpose of the joint session having concluded, pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution 1, 117th Congress, the chair declares the joint session dissolved.
Okay. The House will be in order. Pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution 1, the electoral vote will be spread at large upon the journal. Pursuant to Section 5A1B of House Resolution 8, the House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. on Monday, January the 11th, 2021.
And with that, a rather eventful 16 hours in the nation's capital. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have been officially certified by Congress as the winners, and they will be inaugurated at noon on Wednesday, January 20th. Of course, live coverage here on C-SPAN. Well, the breach of the U.S. Capitol, the certification of the Electoral College, the political mood today, we want to hear from you. And we are live here. It's about 3:49 in the morning. 202 is the area code. 748-8920 for those of you in the East and Central time zones. 202-748-8921 if you live in the Mountain and Pacific time zones. So lots to talk about today. Want to hear from you. And we have somebody here who's been on hold for a while. Juliet in Los Angeles. Are you still with us?
Yes.
Well, thanks for being on hold during this whole process. What did you want to talk about?
Well, I just wanted to say that we believed we had lived in a free country, but we see government ignoring the voices of people who have valid concerns every day. It does not feel like freedom when our valid concerns and questions about our lives are interfered with by our government, are ignored. It feels like oppression. It feels like hopelessness, not freedom. When testimony by sworn witnesses of election fraud and irregularities in our election process are ignored by claiming there is no evidence to prove election irregularities in court. It is obviously ignoring sworn testimony by witnesses and affidavits made under penalty of perjury who were witnesses to violations. In fact, in my research of court procedure, it shows me that sworn testimony of firsthand witnesses to the facts written out and sworn under penalty of perjury is the best evidence that you can get in a court of law, right? But sworn statements have been ignored when the media and then the government claim there was no evidence of election fraud. But I've not heard any sufficient rebuttal to the affidavits, and failing to rebut a sworn affidavit is indicative of guilt in a court of law, is it not? Evidence is being ignored by the representatives and senators who were sworn to
Juliet,
protect the rights of...
that said, is it safe to assume that you are a supporter of President Trump?
I'm not. I didn't even vote. Many people appear to they don't represent the people anymore. We hear rhetoric and not answers. We find our intelligence and investigative agencies working against us, not for us. But we, not the bureaucrats, pay for the agencies of government. We hear conspiratorial stories of horrifying depths of our government corruption, and the alleged crimes go uninvestigated, and allegations are ignored and pushed under the rug instead of answered and proven and fully, truthfully invalidated by properly.
So, Juliet, I apologize for interrupting you again. Can you give a specific example of a frustration that you've had with the federal government?
We see unsubstantiated allegations against the men and women brave enough to stand up against formidable threat of injury, imprisonment to make sure that the people are heard, and they are turned into the bad guys by the ones who resist answering the people. People are made passive to inhibit their anticipated descent to the overreach of our government. As a result of the increasing deprivation of our rights and freedoms, it's no surprise that our trust is at all-time lows.
All right, Juliet, we are going to leave it there, and we appreciate your calling in and expressing your views. Another call from California. This is Trevor in Tracy, California. Trevor, a lot going on today. What's your take?
So I was listening to a lot of the stuff earlier, and something came up as I was reading and listening that Ilhan Omar was going to bring up some articles of impeachment for President Trump, and I don't think that's really a necessary move considering how close we are to January 20th anyway, and how efficient and clear it is that he has lost the election. So I think that a better use of time, instead of dealing with articles of impeachment and watching that go nowhere. People could better spend their time watching Ping Pong the Animation.
Scott in Reno, good evening.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. That's right.
I am a middle school social studies teacher. Today was a very interesting day with the kids. I teach in a rural area not far from Reno, and our COVID infection rate is so low that we can still have the kids attend school. And for kids who are normally, 13, 14-year-old children who are very blasé about the presidential election, I had every kid's undivided, on the edge of their seat attention today with what goes on, what was happening on Capitol Hill.
Were you watching in class when the Capitol was breached?
As best we could. We still have work to do when we're at school. But I just want to say that I really feel that I hope that what has happened today will be a wake-up call for both parties so that we can end the demonization of people that disagree with us, that people from different backgrounds and different circumstances are not ignorant or stupid or uneducated, and that we can use this opportunity to form a more perfect union. And I just want to say, as an example of people who can agree to disagree and still treat people with civility and respect, I cannot once in my life, and maybe you can or can't recall, but I have never recalled the late Senator Daniel Inouye from Hawaii, Democrat, combat veteran, questioning Senator Bob Dole's patriotism. I can't recall the late Senator Bob Dole, combat veteran, ever questioning Daniel Inouye's patriotism. I can't recall either one of those two gentlemen labeling the other as a communist or a fascist or a socialist or subversive. And I hope that what has happened in the last 24 hours will be a wake-up call for a more stronger union.
Scott, when the events today were happening, what were some of the questions or comments that your middle school kids were making?
The main question was, why isn't the Army out there dealing with these people? And I tried to explain to them that in our society is not the role of the military. I had some students of color really bring to my attention that, I don't understand, during the summer, during the BLM protests, why is it that protesters were arrested and sent to jail, and today it looks like they're being sent home with after-school detention? And I said, stay tuned, kids. We'll see what happens.
Scott, thank you for your time. The photos we're showing you were photos that were taken by the Washington Post. They're online there at thewashingtonpost.com. Chris is in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. Chris, events of the day, the certification, the breach, what do you want to comment on?
Well, first I want to thank C-SPAN for covering this with the utmost integrity. Your calm and cool and collected coverage was reassuring, let me tell you. Secondly, I'm just in awe of how Vice President Pence, Speaker Pelosi, the Senate, the House handled everything in such extraordinary circumstances. And in spite of the drama that unfolded today and the tragedy that unfolded today, I think our union is a little stronger today because of the integrity of all of these people deciding to get the job done and make sure that every vote counted, especially from this Pennsylvania voter where people like Josh Hawley have been trying to disenfranchise since November the 6th.
Eugene, Cleveland, Ohio. Hi, Eugene.
Hello, how are you tonight?
How are you?
Doing fine. I just want to let you know I was been glued to C-SPAN all day long, just watching everything unravel. Our former congressman, our first African-American congressman in the state of Ohio, Lewis Stokes, who has gone on home now, he stated that he had left Congress because of mean men being in the Congress, and it was time for him to go. I'm glad that he's passed on and was unable to see something like this today.
I remember Congressman Stokes. He was one of the nicest gentlemen you ever wanted to meet, I think.
Yes,
it would be fair to say. He was in the 90s. Is that when he left?
He was. Yes, that's correct. Yeah. That is correct. He left in the 90s and was very influential in making sure that Stephanie Tubbs Jones and Congresswoman Marsha Fudge were able to elevate to Congress as well. I was very disturbed, though, to see all of those people on the Capitol building, in the Capitol building. As many times as I've been to the Capitol building, I never would have disrespected it as such. And to see how people of law enforcement were not there to stop the continued rampaging that was going on in the building. And I know that if it had been African Americans doing that, there would have been blood in the streets. I want to commend our Congress, though, for going forward and making sure that they took care of the business at hand and that they were not deterred because of the continued animosity that was raised by an individual who continued to thwart this country and divide us. Thank you very much.
Eric, Madison, New Jersey. Hi.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for having me on. And I wanted to say, join the other callers and say the coverage at C-SPAN has been terrific. I know it's been a really long day for you. It's been a long day for me, too. I just wanted to say that I think it's really urgent at this point that the Congress begin proceedings for the removal of the President of the United States, because it is very clear that he constitutes a very grave and enduring threat to our democracy. He appeared at the rally and whipped up his supporters. They then followed his lead and proceeded to the Capitol, which he told them they would walk to. He did not himself walk to the Capitol. And then some of them proceeded to, as you know, break into the Capitol building. This has to be dealt with absolute clarity. We're at a critical moment here where we need to make very, very clear that this kind of action can never be tolerated again.
So, Eric, it's January 7th. The inauguration of Joe Biden is happening in less than 2 weeks, 2 weeks from yesterday. What would be the purpose of either the 25th Amendment or an impeachment process?
The purpose would be to remove a president who has shown himself to have no the longer he is in office, his continuation in office constitutes a continual threat to the democracy. He's already planning on having his supporters come the 19th of January for presumably more mayhem.
Where did you see that?
Oh, he tweeted it.
All right. That's Eric in Madison, New Jersey, and this is Susan in Guthrie, Oklahoma. Rather eventful day here in the nation's capital. Susan, what's your reaction?
Well, as I sit here and watch the death rattle of our great country, I'm reflecting that once upon a time, there was a man who gave up everything to save it, and he was unmercifully destroyed. And I want to say personally, thank you, President Trump, for all of your personal sacrifices, love of country, and your hard, unrelenting work for the American people. We still love you, and we will never forget your fight, spirit, and willingness to stop the corruption and the continual rape of America's prosperity.
So, Susan, when you saw the breach of the Capitol, is that something you would condone?
Actually, the breach of the Capitol was not Trump supporters. I have been to 3 Trump rallies. I have worked there as a volunteer, and there has never been that kind of violence, that kind of air of animosity and hate at any time at any Trump rally. Those were infiltrators.
That's Susan.
Those were not Trump supporters.
That was Susan in Guthrie, Oklahoma. And this is Corey in Los Angeles. Good morning, Corey.
Good morning, Pete. They don't pay you enough for being there so late, first of all. I want to talk to Susan's point real quick that they were actors and not Trump supporters in Washington. You know, it's actually been documented for weeks and weeks on Parler that these people have been planning and, coordinating what they were going to do today in Washington. They said that we are going to go to Washington on January 6th, and like the president told us to, and we're going to storm the Capitol. It's documented, and we can match the faces of the people that are there with the people who have been to many, many Trump rallies. This is not Antifa. This is not actors. These are Trump supporters that are there breaching the Capitol. And I just want to quote the great Zach De La Rocha from Rage Against the Machine. He used to be in Inside Out, which was a great hardcore band, but then Rage Against the Machine, he said, some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Thanks, Pete. Love you, man. Great work tonight.
That was Corey in L.A., and this is Will in Sunnyvale, California, up in the the San Francisco area. Will, did I cut you off?
No, I'm here, Pete.
All
Hi.
right, sorry about that. Go ahead.
No worries. Hey, I just wanted to address the us versus them scenario that we're going into, the Reds versus the Blues and all the rest of whatever you want to call it. The interesting part that I just want to bring up is I have some friends, as a matter of fact, where the blue versus red is actually in the living room, and it's really disturbing on how it's just destroying this family. The gentleman is basically really just right on with all of the conspiracy theories, and she's basically just trying to call out the facts, and it's just destroying it all. And I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. I'd like to be their friend. But
Will, were you listening 10 minutes ago when we had the social studies teacher from Reno call in and talk about how he's trying to guide his students not to
yes
not to
I saw that. Yes, I heard that.
Yeah. What'd you think of that?
Yeah, so maybe that'll be helpful for the future, having the kids listen.
That's Will in Sunnyvale, California. We will continue to take your calls, and of course, we're going to be taking your calls during the Washington Journal this morning. It's beginning at 7 a.m. in about 3 hours from now. But it was at 3:40 a.m. Eastern Time that Mike Pence certified the election.
The whole number of electors appointed to vote for President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, a majority is 270. The votes for President of the United States are as follows. Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware has received 306 votes. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 232 votes. The whole number of electors appointed to vote for Vice President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, a majority is 270. The votes for Vice President of the United States are as follows. Kamala D. Harris of the state of California has received 306 votes. Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana has received 232 votes. The announcement of the state of the vote by the President of the Senate shall be deemed a sufficient declaration of the persons elected President and Vice President of the United States, each for the term beginning on the 20th day of January, 2021, and shall be entered together with the list of the votes on the journals of the Senate and the House of Representatives.
And the official electoral map looks like this: 306 for Joe Biden, 232 for Donald Trump, and you can see the red for Republicans. Both Nebraska and Maine have stripes because they split some of their electoral votes. Well, that was at 3:40 a.m. this morning that Vice President Pence announced the certification of the election, but it was at 8:15 p.m. this evening when the House and the Senate came back in after a 6-hour delay because of the breach of the Capitol. At that time, Vice President Pence, who is the President of the Senate, Majority Leader McConnell, and Minority Leader Schumer all spoke about what happened today.
The Senate will come to order. The Vice President, as President of the Senate, would like to give a brief statement with the indulgence of the senators. Today was a dark day in the history of the United States Capitol. But thanks to the swift efforts of U.S. Capitol Police, federal, state, and local law enforcement, the violence was quelled. The Capitol is secured, and the people's work continues. We condemn the violence that took place here in the strongest possible terms. We grieve the loss of life in these hallowed halls, as well as the injuries suffered by those who defended our Capitol today. And we will always be grateful to the men and women who stayed at their posts to defend this historic place. To those who wreaked havoc in our Capitol today, you did not win. Violence never wins. Freedom wins. And this is still